He seemed to be spouting nonsense on the surface, but in reality, he was giving himself more time to prepare. He had already realized that the human female who controlled the starlight was somewhat tricky. No, most likely she was a Law Realm expert. To defeat or even obliterate a Law Realm entity, Gemstone Grand Duke had to unleash all his power. And his reliance as the Gemstone Grand Duke lay in the word, devouring. This was his talent and the concept he primarily focused on. The more he devoured in a short period of time, the more his power could expand to a terrifying extent. At this moment, he appeared to allow those humans to construct defenses, but in reality, he was accumulating his own power. The longer the empty vortex persisted, the stronger its great force would become. This secret was unknown to many High Dukes, let alone humans. Boom! Above the dome, behind the void, the Gemstone Grand Duke still had his giant mouth wide open, maintaining his devouring posture. Before him, the empty vortex that engulfed both the sky and the earth was also continually expanding. The ground constantly shattered and fragmented, and the broken soil and rocks roared upward, along with the surrounding dead wood, flesh, and black water, all entering the tremendous void. More and more monsters were affected, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands were swallowed into the belly of the Gemstone Grand Duke. Grand Duke? No, we are all together, aren't we? A heaven and earth realm peak flesh giant dragon shouted in horror, yet the Gemstone Grand Duke showed no intention of stopping. His gaze remained cruel and silent, overlooking everything around him. Even if it was a Dragon Sleep Valley direct lineage combat power like the flesh giant dragon, he swallowed it just the same. Was he unable to control the empty vortex? Of course not. As a Law Realm entity wielding immense conceptual power, how could he not control his own killer move? It was intentional. Compared to ordinary soil and stone, plants and elements with a bit of tainted power, mountains, rivers, these flesh giant dragons were the best food. They were the material to increase his devouring power. You will all become part of my strength and witness the demise of a human genius lord. Brutal, too brutal. Is this the Gemstone Grand Duke? In the land of starlight, strong entities who saw what was happening outside couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Monster strongmen were inherently cruel and bloodthirsty. However, among monster strongmen, the Gemstone Grand Duke was notoriously brutal. Monster legend is a middle core force within top overlord powers, yet the Gemstone Grand Duke still just devours without hesitation. And it's not just one or two, I didn't count closely, but the Gemstone Grand Duke must have swallowed dozens of legendary realm monsters, right? Monsters killing each other was a good thing for them. Only, the brutality and power of the Gemstone Grand Duke sent chills down their spines. At this moment, world-class strongman Dragonman leader Furious Flame Axe was also inside the land of starlight. He looked at Mu Yuan, Lord of Tianyuan City. Tell me what you need us to do, I will fully cooperate. Handle the other monster strongmen around us, Mu Yuan said. At this time, within the massive empty vortex, they were not the only survivors. There were several Duke of Hunting who received devouring exemption, heading towards the land of starlight. With these allied strongmen sharing the pressure, Isloa could free up more energy to stay on guard.
Duo Lai. Mu Yuan still had plans. At this time, dealing with the Gemstone Grand Duke, there was no need to deploy General Duo Lai yet.
The decision to act now was Mu Yuan's own. He dispatched himself. The core abilities of the Gemstone Grand Duke are devouring and digestion. There are two most direct methods to defeat the Gemstone Grand Duke. One is to enter the stomach of the Gemstone Grand Duke and break him from within. The stomach was the most powerful weapon of the Gemstone Grand Duke, but it was also his most fatal weakness. As long as the stomach was torn, the Gemstone Grand Duke would almost lose half of his life and also lose his strongest method of reliance. Unlike devouring abilities, Duo Lai didn't have such a weakness. Its dimensional pocket could replace the stomach, even if it was broken. By using spatial power, it could easily be sewn up without harm to itself. Moreover, Duo Lai's devouring, whether it was spatial devour or devouring heaven and earth, its lethality lies not in stomach digestion, but in the process of devouring. Pretending to be devoured by the Gemstone Grand Duke and then initiating destruction is an effective move, but also one that poses great risks. When given a choice, I don't have to take such risks. The second method is to forcefully break through the Gemstone Grand Duke devouring limit. At that moment, the Gemstone Grand Duke looked like a target, standing tall in the high sky. The strongmen could see that the Gemstone Grand Duke was located there. Its core, or rather its weak point, was indeed the hollow at the center of the giant vortex. Some strongmen tried to attack. Super-level magic, 9 Thunder Dragon Frenzy. A Divine Soul Realm expert chanted for a while, and the tip of the staff burst into bright light. 9 thunder dragons, each over a kilometer long, fierce and dazzling, and diffusing waves of terrifying oppressive force, suddenly flew out, aiming to bypass the vast swirling vortex in front and strike directly at the Gemstone Grand Duke behind. But, just 2 or 3 seconds after the huge thunder dragons had flown out, their bodies, which should have been stable, disintegrated into clusters of vast but disordered energy that were instantly devoured by the gaping maw of the vortex. Whether it was this thunder dragon killing move or any other similar magic, every strike had barely launched before collapsing and then being devoured one by one, posing no threat to the Gemstone Grand Duke at all. Even within the range of this giant swirling vortex, all elements of heaven and earth were devoured, similar to a dustless land. The strongmen found that executing these killing moves required them to pay a much steeper price. Step out of the starry sky chessboard and fight the Gemstone Grand Duke up close. That was even less viable. It was like delivering oneself to the doorstep. Seeing their attacks were ineffective, the strongmen no longer wasted their strength and instead, following the instructions of the Lord of Tianyuan City, resorted to defending themselves with the starry sky chessboard. Roaring sounds continuously erupted around the chessboard. However, the strongmen's expressions were extremely grave, their gazes darting toward the city lord. Did they have even a sliver of hope to break through the giant swirling vortex? What to do? Embodying the hopes of the strongmen, Mu Yuan's gaze was calm, like the surface of a vast lake, tranquil and expansive, containing infinite power. A High Duke? A Law Realm existence? A few months ago, such a monster was undoubtedly a formidable enemy, which Dead Bone had barely managed to defeat with all his might. 2 months ago, 1 month ago, the situation had changed significantly. Now, how to break through the giant swirling vortex? Amplification by the Lord's power? Lord True Body? There's simply no need. The cards are on the table. This Lord has already become a Law Realm existence. Mu Yuan took measured steps straight to the very forefront of the land of starlight, facing the raging storm outside. Boom! An energy burst exploded not far away. The wind lifted his robes, his black hair wildly flying in the storm. Mu Yuan spread his arms. Between his arms, threads, streams, rivers of conceptual power surged out. At the same moment, a half-transparent, mysterious and profound chessboard unfolded around him as the core, stretching far into all directions. Half of it reached into the covering range of the giant swirling vortex, remaining as stable as Panstone amidst the storm. World-level monsters shot toward him, and as soon as they stepped into the range of the chessboard, it was as if they stepped into a boundless domain. The lines on the chessboard appeared like mountain ranges separated by thousands of miles. And within the chessboard, on each intersection of the lines, one projection after another, albeit blurry but still possessing 7 parts of the Great Lord's divine rhyme, sequentially appeared. These were a total of 100 projections, also the carriers of his power. The projections simultaneously raised their arms. Conceptual power, immense and surging, similar to his own, surged out from the projections. Rivers converged, forming a surge like a vast ocean wave. At that moment, crack, crack, the sound of glass shattering rang in people's ears. The sound was not loud. In the roaring battlefield, it was easily overlooked by many. However, accompanying this subtle cracking noise was boom. Space shattered and collapsed. A massive and profound spatial rift, or black hole, suddenly appeared spanning the azure sky. Simultaneously, 100 massive pitch-black, terrifying collapsing black holes appeared. In front of the Great Lord, 101 rounds of black Dari hung suspended, distorting and shattering the whole expanse of heaven and earth, the world also being devoured. Above the azure sky, at the center of a massive void, Gemstone Grand Duke overlooked the earth, his gaze firmly locking onto the region bathed in starlight. As the Lord of Tianyuan City stepped out slowly with arms raised high, he, a being of the law realm, immediately saw the swirling threads around the Lord, symbolizing conceptual power. A thread, a wisp, gathering into a vast, river-like flow. This human lord, he's a law realm venerable? Gemstone Grand Duke couldn't help but be amazed. This was their third encounter. The first had been in the Shattered Isles. At that time, even though the human lord wielded the power of battlefield, he struggled and managed to destroy the altar, forcing Gemstone Grand Duke to retreat. The second encounter was just recently when he feigned an attack on the Dragonman battle zone. And now, the third encounter. How much time had passed since then? Not only is he of the law realm, but he seems to also wield vast conceptual power. How is this possible? Is it because of some artifact or something? Gemstone Grand Duke was unsure. Yet even if it were by means of an artifact, the vast river of conceptual power he saw in his view could not be dismissed as falsified. Undoubtedly, this was an enemy of the law realm. Beside him, there possibly stood another human of the law realm, the Starry Sky Mage. Was he to face two alone? Even though he, Gemstone, was a strong law realm combatant, and even though this place was in the heart of Dragonsleep Valley, and even though more and more High Dukes were rushing to join him, Gemstone Grand Duke still felt pressure. Damn it, Duke Bloodburning, come and lend me a hand. The three of them, Duke Wanlei pursued a powerful Hong Yi from Tianyuan City and seemed to have encountered a bit of trouble. He directly attacked the party of the Lord of Tianyuan City. The remaining Duke Bloodburning, on the other hand, struck at other powerful living beings, initiating a massacre. But among those powerful beings, several wielded the foundational power of the law realm. At the moment, Duke Bloodburning was like a cat playing with mice, crushing these foundational powers one by one and was about to go on a killing spree. He then heard Gemstone Grand Duke's slightly anxious shout. Bloodburning. What did he hear? Was he hallucinating, or was this the old Gemstone? No way, it hasn't been long, and I haven't even started my killing spree yet. You, Gemstone, can't hold on any longer, not even hardening your tone. He muttered but still cast his gaze toward where Gemstone was. And very straightforwardly, he saw the vast, river-like conceptual power surrounding that human lord, making him look like a celestial being. He was no match for such power, not even close. Of course, the strength of a law realm combatant doesn't solely depend on conceptual power. The methods of channeling conceptual power are also, or rather, even more important. Gemstone's massive vortex was a fusion of several top mystical techniques. They, the Law Realm Dukes, each also controlled 2 or 3 epic techniques. No wonder old Gemstone requested reinforcements. From the beginning, I wanted to attack the Lord of Tianyuan City alongside you, but you insisted on acting alone. Now you're tasting the bitterness. Next year, I'm taking half of your sacrificial share. Seeing Gemstone Grand Duke agreeing, Duke Bloodburning glanced reluctantly at the food in front of him. His body then steamed up with raging blood flames, and he flew towards Gemstone. These top-notch foods would have to be stored for the time being. However, just as he took flight, he faintly heard an unnatural, crack, sound. As if something had shattered, something really had shattered. In the distance, within the large, vortex-like region, space suddenly burst open with a loud bang, shattered very thoroughly, and after the massive space shattered, it collapsed inward, forming a huge, deep, all-devouring black hole. Soon after, 100 other equally massive, terrifying black holes exploded, hanging high above the azure sky. Like 101 black suns hanging in the air, wildly devouring everything. It was as if the world had vanished. Elements, heaven and earth, space, time, concepts, everything was devoured by the black holes. Duke Bloodburning could see nothing. All he could see in the huge land of nothingness was a tiny region shrouded in starlight that still existed. There, The lord of Tianyuan City stood with arms outstretched, and between those tiny arms, it seemed, lay the massive, deep, vast nothingness. He devoured everything, including Gemstone Grand Duke, who was skilled at the art of devouring. Time passed, unknowable. Maybe it was just an instant, yet it seemed like a long time flowing in the river of time. The 101 black suns disappeared, and the land of nothingness turned into a huge shattered space, gradually healing. And within, indeed, Gemstone Grand Duke's form was missing. He had been devoured, not even a piece of flesh was left. Glug! Duke Bloodburning, who had been fleeing, was already halted in midair. He called out for another Grand Duke but received no response. When he looked beyond his field of vision, he found Duke Wanlei's flesh had exploded, leaving behind an aura that even terrified him. Glug! Duke Bloodburning glanced around into the distance and elsewhere, clenched his teeth. Humans. He turned every inch of his flesh into firewood, his whole body burning furiously. The fire surged many times higher than before. As Duke Bloodburning's massive body shrank in the flames, the aura emanating from him was growing exponentially. His might swept across the skies, immensely terrifying. The next moment, boom! Duke Bloodburning transformed into a streak of blood, disappearing into the ends of heaven and earth. He had strategically retreated far away, Mu Yuan. Of course, he wouldn't pursue. Their target had always been the polluted Great Tree. At this time, with Duke Bloodburning's escape, the great crisis had been lifted. Although the monstrous tide of creatures still fearlessly charged, only to be buried under countless luminous techniques, continuously depleting the power of the strong. Although countless legendary monsters still charged, with numerous dukes of hunting on the prowl. And although, with high probability, there were Law Realm dukes lurking in the dark, seeking an opportunity. The situation was undoubtedly no longer as perilous as before. However, safety is only temporary, more Law Realm dukes are descending, and perhaps even higher beings are preparing to make their move. We can't be careless, we must seize the opportunity to purify the polluted Great Tree. Mu Yuan rallied the scattered strong ones. Together, they cast down even more resplendent purification light. Around the same time, with this sword, by my blood, slay the enemy and obliterate the gods. Somewhere in the core region, Sword Lord Lushi brought his fingers together, smearing his own blood on the precious sword that had accompanied him in countless battles. A blinding crimson light bloomed. Sword Lord Lushi's eyes were also filled with red, his black hair wildly flailing, his body exuding an aura even more brutal and bloodthirsty than the monsters. Slash! Blood light blossomed grandly. The whole world seemed to turn into a sea of blood, where only a vague figure could be seen traversing, wielding a sword, staining all directions with blood. After a moment, which also seemed like an instant, the blood-colored brilliance shrank back into the brown sword like a curtain. Sword Lord Lushi stood above the azure sky, drenched in blood. There was blood from monsters, and also his own. Several blood-drenched wounds could be seen on his body, containing the conceptual power of a high duke, difficult to heal by himself. Yet, he didn't mind, merely licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and let out a low, hoarse chuckle. His smile grew increasingly cruel and gruesome, instilling fear even in Law Realm dukes. After all, PLP, PLP, PLP. On another end of the azure sky, several Law Realm dukes stood tall, looking down upon the land. At this moment, each of them bore tremendous wounds, with blood spurting out unceasingly. One of the high dukes was even completely chopped up, with their god soul shattered into silence. A high duke had fallen. This was also the first Law Realm being to fall since the beginning of the battle. With one against many, he still slew one. Good, truly worthy of Tai Zan's Sword Lord Lushi. Elsewhere, True Flame Principle was also holding back several Law Realm beings with his own power. Despite the immense pressure, he couldn't help but cheer. After all, they were outnumbered, and their enemies were formidable Law Realm beings without exception. There are no weak ones in the Law Realm. These high dukes each wielded powerful conceptual power, various killing moves, and deep resources. True Flame Principle, despite ranking among the forefront within the Chi-Chain Federation, still had no confidence, nor dared to risk injury to slay a Grand Duke. But Sword Lord Lu Shi had done it. If it were a regular sparring, I might be stronger than Sword Lord Lu Shi, but if it were a matter of life and death, a battle to the death, I would surely be the one to fall. He had seen it. Sword Lord Lu Shi's true techniques, which could only and would only be used in a fight to the death. It was a combat method devised to seek life amidst death. Very dangerous. Yet over so many years, this Sword Lord Lu Shi had been through countless life and death battles and had never been defeated. This was his skill. He is of pinnacle level in the law realm. Not only is he on his own path to ascension, but he may also have climbed to a great height on that path. Sword Lord Lu Shi, the Saint Realm is within reach, the Saint Realm is within reach. In comparison, True Flame Principle, even though he had started on his path to ascension decades ago, wasn't clear when he could reach the end of the road. Elsewhere, Duke Yaoguang had a complex expression on his face. His retinue was quite lavish, surrounded by 2 Law Realm great generals. One of them was a 6-wing angel, half of whose dazzling white wings bore a faint golden glow, mighty and sacred. The second was an old man in a white robe, whose body also surged with the majestic holy light power. Yet even with 3 Law Realm lords in Bright City, he remained the most perilous of all 3 parties. Interceptions were extremely reluctant, let alone killing a Law Realm duke. Sword Lord Lu Shi, has he really become this powerful? I am inferior to him. There was a touch of unwillingness in Yaoguang's tone. But he had long been aware of Sword Lord Lu Shi's strength, only he hadn't expected the disparity to be so vast. Sword Lord Lu Shi became famous earlier than me, and now I'm also in pursuit. There's a chance to surpass him in the future, resolved Duke Yaoguang to himself. Suddenly, boom, beyond the ends of the sky, a vast, terrifying force suddenly rose, stirring the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. The 3 Law Realm lords' faces change. Another Law Realm duke has appeared. And these various Law Realm dukes either circumvented their intercepts or were already inside the polluted core, but regardless of which, the strong from various countries responsible for purifying the polluted core were all in danger. Between Law Realm and below, there's a difference as vast as the sky. This is bad, but as they tried to block the legendary monster dukes, they were also being held back by their adversaries. At this moment, the most likely to break free from the legendary monster's entanglement and go support at the polluted Great Tree was none other than Sword Lord Lu Shi, who had just slain a Law Realm entity. However, the Sword Lord too needed time. Abruptly, another High Hunting Duke materialized, blocking the path and the breach that Sword Lord Lu Shi might have exploited. The Sword Lord couldn't help but have a grave expression. Even if I put up a desperate fight, it would be difficult to break through these obstacles in a short time.
Tianyuan. Strong people from various countries all have trump cards, some of which can momentarily contend with Law Realm dukes.
The Lord of Tianyuan City always acted prudently and mysteriously. He believed Tianyuan had powerful trump cards too, and, combined with the strong power of Tianyuan City's strong people, defeating a High Duke in a direct confrontation was not impossible. It was these thoughts that made Sword Lord Lu Shi hesitate no more and moved to intercept on the outskirts. However, there were 3 High Hunting Dukes who appeared in the region of the polluted Great Tree. One of them, even among those in the Law Realm, was an outstanding figure, possessing a record of defeating and annihilating other Law Realm entities more than once, the fearsome Duke Bao Shi. Even with many tied up at the front lines of the Red Mist Land, the number of High Dukes is still far too great. In this situation, what should I do? As Sword Lord Lu Shi's thoughts raced, he suddenly, in surprise. His gaze caught sight of Marshal Venerate Wuda from Tianyuan City, smashing Duke Wanlei's thunderfall with one punch. Law Realm? Sword Lord Lu Shi couldn't help but be astonished. A few months ago, he had sparred with this Wuda, seeing his potential, but he had never imagined such rapid progress. His surprise was just budding when he saw Marshal Venerate Wuda throw another punch, and under this punch, a crimson divine dragon roared, and Duke Wanlei was crushed to bone and blood, scattering across the azure sky. One punch defeated a Grand Duke. Sword Lord Lu Shi fell silent. The silence was the color of today's blood red. True Flame Principal was silent too, nearly popping his eyes out. This is one of Tianyuan City's strong people? Outrageous? But well done. It was inspiring news. Even if Marshal Venerate Wuda had clearly paid a huge price to obliterate Duke Wanlei, with his aura rapidly sliding. Even if there were still two Law Realm dukes as enemies. The mere existence of Wuda was enough to cause the remaining two dukes to be wary, thereby buying them some time for backup or other actions, opening up room for choice. The biggest trouble, however, is still that Duke Baoshi. Said Duke Yaoguang with complex emotions. This High Duke is exceptionally horrifying, capable of devouring even those in the Law Realm. If one's strength hasn't reached a certain threshold, numbers mean nothing in front of him. Can Marshal Venerate Wuda hold out? And can the Lord of Tianyuan City endure until Marshal Venerate Wuda arrives? He was unsure. The mix of emotions in his heart swayed back and forth like the tide. Yet, just as these complex emotions had yet to further ferment, the Lord of Tianyuan City stretched his arms wide, and from the vast, mighty conceptual power that even when seen from afar was observable, it surged forth mightily. Duke Yaoguang. This isn't right, is it? So you're a Law Realm entity too? The battle in the withered giant tree region had already been downgraded. There was no surging vast conceptual power, no repeatedly shattered heavens and earth, only gorgeous, brilliant, endlessly booming energy tides. Even on the periphery, the offensive of the High Hunting Dukes had unknowingly weakened. They were terrified. Besides, overrunning these few human lords, what could they do next? Charge over, then follow in the footsteps of Duke Wanlei and the Gemstone Grand Duke? Those two human powerhouses were incredibly brutal. Good, 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 True Flame Principal repeatedly exclaimed in excitement. Sword Lord Lushi, who had always kept a cold expression, also rarely showed a trace of a smile. But the joy and sorrow of people do not communicate. Duke Yaoguang only felt a sense of loss. General Wu Tai of Tianyuan City was a Law Realm powerhouse. He could still convince himself that it might be Lord of Tianyuan City's great opportunity, great heavenly destiny that attracted such a strong being. Although this was also just self-deception. Can great opportunity, great heavenly destiny simply attract a Law Realm being? What a joke. But when the Lord of Tianyuan City revealed his Law Realm and then killed the formidable and terrifying Gemstone Grand Duke in one fell swoop, Duke Yaoguang couldn't even muster his self-deceptive thoughts. %#. I'm truly useless. Losing to Sword Lord Lushi, he could deceive himself. Losing to the Lord of Tianyuan City, who had been building and cultivating for only 2 years, was pure nonsense. Had all his years been spent as a dog? Duke Yaoguang was already despondent. The powerhouses were full of fighting spirit, including the lords and generals of the Shenyao Empire. Quick! 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 Purify! Purify! Victory is right before our eyes. When we get back it's going to end. Why block my mouth? The new position, within the defensive circle constructed by 3 ruined war fortresses and numerous tactics of the Land of Starlight, the remaining powerhouses gathered. There were a dozen fewer than before. 12 Soul Realm powerhouses had unfortunately perished. Of course, they all had their own methods of resurrection, and this joint assault on all nations had provided various reimbursements. The treasures and weapons left by these fallen powerhouses were mostly reclaimed. The actual losses were not significant, but if the United Legion were to be annihilated, or if the battle reached a terribly fierce state, and they couldn't recover those epic treasures, the losses might be immeasurable. Boom! On the giant tree, filthy roots were activated once again, appearing like indestructible earth dragons materializing from concepts, roaring forth. But this time, the powerhouses were prepared. Mu Yuan also made preparations early and immediately arranged for the shifting of positions, not confronting these filthy roots head-on. They moved smoothly. The world-level monster powerhouses did not dare to disturb, not even to show their faces. Those that had just showed up were already taken down by 17. With early warnings, means of relocation, the capability to directly tear Thunderbolt, shatter Grand Dukes, sever the heavens and earth, and crush the universe, The powerhouses of Tianyuan City were both mighty and comprehensive, causing the monster dukes to despair. But Mu Yuan was not optimistic. He looked towards Hong Yi. Hong Yi closed her eyes to capture the thought illusions around, and after a while said, "Duke Blood Burning has been hiding nearby, about 1,000 kilometers away from us, and is constantly moving. Another powerful individual is quietly approaching, and he has joined forces with Duke Bloodburning. This is also a High Duke." Not much time had passed since the last two battles, yet another Law Realm monster had arrived. This was already discovered by Hong Yi. In secret, were there others that Hong Yi hadn't detected, or couldn't detect? As time passed, their situation would become increasingly dangerous. Mu Yuan inevitably felt a sense of urgency. Even with the ancient mage tower in his hands, he wasn't able to rampage through the enemy's territory. Once the ancient mage tower was exposed, it was uncertain if Dragon Sleep Valley could find a countermeasure. The real killer moves were those not exposed to the enemy's defenses. Mu Yuan looked up at the towering, giant tree that pierced the sky in front of him. Even the clouds could only cover 2/3 of the giant tree. The resplendent light of purification continuously rained down. The bark of the giant tree was shedding in large chunks, and the budding monster nests on it, looking like pus-filled sores, were gradually destroyed and dissipated in the blazing white light. Yet the main body of the giant tree still stood tall. Its tens and hundreds of thousands of meters long dry branches showed no sign of shattering yet. How much more time was needed, Mu Yuan was unsure. However, a third Law Realm monster duke discovered. Hong Yi communicated. Mu Yuan pondered, "Can we take the initiative to strike and take down these three Grand Dukes?" He quickly shook his head. "I'm afraid not. The enemy is too far from here, and always on guard." Duke Wanlei and the Gemstone Grand Duke were taken down instantly because they lacked intelligence. Otherwise, facing them in direct combat, Mu Yuan estimated that it would also take several moves to defeat a powerhouse like the Gemstone Grand Duke, and that was under the assumption that the opponent was willing to confront him directly. A Law Realm being fully focused on fleeing? Hard to chase? The current environment didn't allow it. Outside, there were not just 3 Law Realm Grand Dukes but a myriad of huge surges, myriads of legends, and all sorts of hidden dangers. Chasing a Law Realm Grand Duke under these circumstances? The likelihood of falling into a trap was even higher. "We've found the 4th Law Realm Duke," Hong Yi announced. Elsewhere, another powerhouse shouted, "The monster's assault has become more ferocious. They're probably mounting a real attack now." During the last assault, the 3 great Law Realm entities had attacked together. And this time, one after another, powerhouses desperately pressed their palms on the withered roots of the giant tree, their lords' seals and heroes' marks on the back of their hands nearly glowing hot enough to scald. Boom! A flesh giant dragon, 200 meters in length, burst through the techniques set to intercept it and exploded violently as its massive body neared the defense circle. Crack! One side of the enchantment cracked and shattered. A massive wave of monsters flooded in like a tide. Incinerate with raging fire. A powerhouse made a move. But in the next moment, several world-level monsters flew out of the flames, baring their ferocious teeth. Uda threw a punch. 17 shot an arrow. World-level monsters also perished like moths to a flame, but the entire defense circle was shaking from the monsters' relentless assault, on the verge of collapse. Law Realm monsters lurking in the shadows were closing in. From a distance, Sword Lord Lu Shi, True Flame Principal, and Duke Yaoguang were also retreating step by step in the thick of battle, covered in blood and heavily wounded. Notice. The polluted core is being purified. Notice. The polluted core is being purified. On the panel, the reminders from heaven and earth appeared like flashing notices, yet there was no percentage indicator of how much had been purified. Mu Yuan had already wielded the power of devouring, engaging the Law Realm Duke from afar. Various impacts and pressures surged over like a rising tide. Amidst this turmoil, Mu Yuan felt an imminent great danger, an overwhelming terror approaching. There was not much time left. Suddenly, ding, notice. You and your comrades have completed the purification of the polluted core. heaven and earth's gift will descend after you leave the Red Mist Land." The notification that rang in his ears was music to his ears. Accompanied by the voice of heaven and earth's reminder, the massive and supposedly indestructible polluted tree in front of Mu Yuan suddenly became as fragile as a collapsing sandcastle. Branches tens of thousands of meters in length snapped and fell from the sky, rapidly vanishing in the purifying light, leaving not even ashes behind. In just a few seconds, the giant polluted tree that had reached the heavens completely collapsed, leaving only a stump a few hundred meters tall on the ground, like a remnant left after purification, still standing defiantly. "We did it! We did it! We purified the polluted core. Have we foiled the grand scheme of Dragon Sleep Valley?" This was the crucial question. Although their calculations suggested that destroying the core would likely destroy other filth nodes as well, what if it didn't? A Qi-Cheng Federation powerhouse operating the equipment suddenly looked serious. "According to my detection, the filth veins of this land are still intact. At most, they have just become unstable." Sure enough, soon, news came from several squads led by Law Realm entities that had penetrated deep into the Red Mist Land. The filth columns in various regions still stood tall. They might have been unstable, with dark red clouds hissing out from them, but there was no doubt they had not collapsed.
Had they failed? Was their effort all in vain? Destroying the polluted core was indeed effective, just not as effective as we had anticipated, said a grim-faced veteran.
They had not wasted their efforts. If before they needed to destroy at least half of the filth nodes to disrupt the scheme of Dragon Sleep Valley, now they might only need to destroy 20% or even 10% of the nodes to cause the enemy's entire plan to fail. However, they just didn't have enough strength and time to destroy the filth nodes one by one, which was why they chose to risk an assault on the enemy's core.
But still, they had failed. Not only that, another experienced veteran added, "Look, even after purification, this polluted tree still has a stump left. This stump is most likely the Ace-Up Dragon Sleep Valley's sleeve, with their capability to quickly establish a new polluted core on it, stabilizing the nodes across the region."
That means the strategic gains they had achieved this time might be even less than they had hoped. Sword Lord Lu Shi, True Flame Principal, and the others could not help but feel disappointed. This was the result of their all-or-nothing gamble. "No matter what, we must retreat now, or there won't be a chance for escape left." True Flame Principal spoke out. Mu Yuan suddenly said, "Wait." Without waiting for the others to be puzzled, Mu Yuan performed a soaring 9 heavens and landed atop the tree stump. This stump appeared as if formed by the city walls of a giant city, hundreds of meters tall, enclosing the heavens and earth. Its interior was hollow, deep beyond mere hundreds of meters, possessing a profundity that seemed to swallow one's sight. Ominousness and fear filled the space, with a thick stench of corruption assaulting the senses. Mu Yuan gritted his teeth against the discomfort and concentrated his gaze. Indeed, within the depths of the stump, he saw the flowing, almost liquid-like, deep scarlet mist. The monstrous corruption had not been cleansed by the light of heaven and earth just now. Perhaps this was seen as a part separate from the polluted core? But regardless of what it was, here it comes. Duolai Biu flew up in an instant as well. One after another, the powerful beings followed suit. "What is this?" someone exclaimed in surprise. "It's condensed filth red mist." Mu Yuan said. This indeed was within his predicted scenario. From the moment they investigated the filth pillar and discovered it contained a large amount of fuel, Mu Yuan had faintly conceived a daring idea. Reports from various places had just confirmed, one by one, the many clues they had gathered along the way. The filth veins were already unstable. Dark red clouds were emerging from the filth pillar. Then, as long as they could shake the thick, rich, condensed filth red mist within the polluted core, they might have a chance to leverage that as a base point to shift the entire corrupt strategic arrangement. This was their contingency. If all went as expected, they just needed to destroy the core to achieve their strategic objective. But now that an unexpected turn had occurred, it was time to play their hand. This was also why he hadn't let Duolai make a move until now. He needed Duolai to maintain peak condition, allowing the devouring power to be maximized. The time had come. Outside, a deafening roar filled the air. One by one, the Law Realm Dukes revealed themselves, slowly encircling them. Duolai stepped forward, each step landing on the viscous scarlet tide. A terrifying blow of corruption hit them head-on. Even with various anti-corruption potions at full capacity, an ordinary legendary being would corrupt and fall within seconds in such a place. Even a Law Realm existence wouldn't dare come close. At that moment, Soul Realm Masters dared not venture down, intuition warning them of a great terror below. A desperate situation so fearsome that not even resurrection could reverse it. However, General Duolai of Tianyuan City descended fearlessly. And, devour heaven, earth, a deep, youthful voice came from Duolai. The next moment, it echoed like the bellows of heaven and earth, shaking the cosmos. From all sides, the 9 heavens, the 10 lands. The world before their eyes seemed to split open in a daze, as if a giant beast that devoured worlds had opened its gaping maw from a higher dimension. A fissure that spanned the heavens and the earth. Contained within was endless terror. Heaven and earth, the world itself seemed as though it would be devoured in one gulp. Compared to the massive void vortexes stirred by the Gemstone Grand Duke, affecting an entire region of the sky, this seemed like a gaping maw that could swallow worlds, making them seem as insignificant as dust mites. Boom! Inside the stump-like giant city, what was initially a gently rippling scarlet tide suddenly began to shake violently. Giant waves surged, swirling and concentrating, like a vast tornado. It rose to the sky and poured into the gaping maw above them that resembled a cosmic black hole. The red mist swirling throughout the heavens and earth, the monster-like tides, and the world-level beasts flying close by were all devoured in the blink of an eye. In the next blink, inside the tree stump city walls, the vast scarlet tide had dried up. The ground, no, the entire core region began to shake violently, and such trembling spread along invisible veins to various places and territories. Ding! Notification. Your hero, Duolai, has devoured a massive amount of monsters, slightly enhancing his basic three-dimensional attributes. Notification. Your hero, Duolai, has devoured a top Soul Realm character, slightly enhancing his affinity for the dark element. Notification. Your hero, Duolai, has devoured an enormous amount of corrupt red mist, greatly enhancing Duolai's resistance to corruption. At that moment, the act of consuming such a vast quantity of extremely corrupt red mist proved somewhat challenging for Duolai. His light blue hair turned crimson in the blink of an eye, with eyeball-like growths sprouting from the tips of his hair. The eyeballs swung around wildly along with the hair. This was a mutation due to corruption. The emergence of these symptoms indicated that Duolai's level of corruption had become quite severe. Normally, a strong individual corrupted to this extent would hardly be treatable quickly with medicine. They could only stay at a special sanatorium to recuperate and recover slowly. Recovery would take a considerable amount of time. But in the next moment, Duolai's wildly thrashing crimson hair returned swiftly to its original light blue, glossy state. It was as if the previous corruption mutation had been merely an illusion. In fact, it was after a significant enhancement to Duolai's resistance to corruption that the spread of corruption from devouring it was far surpassed by the speed at which Duolai himself could devour and digest the corruption. This internal eradication of corruptive pollution depended on Duolai's innate, top-level devouring talent. He was now employing this talent for his own defense mechanisms, his body functioning like a furnace in operation. Externally, by relying on the legendary power of devouring heaven and earth. With the help of legendary power, he could filter out the vast majority of corruption. Otherwise, solely relying on the top-level devouring talent, the consumption speed would not be so fast, nor would the resistance be so strong. Boom! At this moment, the ground within the walls of the tree trunk city had dried up, leaving behind only very sparse red mist. However, as Duolai continued to devour the earth, the red mist seemed endlessly squeezed out. The entire land began to tremor violently, suddenly. Above the azure sky, crimson blood burned, dark thunderbolt enveloped, and massive cyan wings stretched across the sky. One Law Realm Duke after another burst forth, They no longer slowly enclosed in but charged directly at us. Even using life and soul-consuming deadly moves, run away. No. The monster Duke is fighting desperately. Doesn't that tell us that what our Lord is doing is precisely what the enemy fears? The more the enemy wants to stop us, the more we need to continue. A young man spoke up, looking towards the distant, azure sky giant mouth, Duo Lai. He could not help but speak respectfully. After all, this was too astonishing. Whether it was the azure sky giant mouth that spanned the horizon, or the boldness of treating the corrupt red mist as nothing and devouring it instantly. To shake an entire corrupted region single-handedly was indeed shocking. What a great power! Awesome! Stop them! True Flame Principle also felt energized. He saw real hope this time. Lord of Tianyuan City and his followers had repeatedly surprised him. Such a huge surprise. When he returned, he definitely planned to establish more real and direct contact with Tianyuan City. Sword Lord Lu Shi continued to wield his sword, slashing down various sword lights. Even though he was bathed in blood and his wounds were vicious, because of the corruption that had manifested externally, he still felt his blood boiling endlessly. Duke Yaoguang fought as he retreated, slowly moving back to the front lines, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of Tianyuan City. He opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but couldn't express it. In the end, he closed his mouth, but his eyes involuntarily kept glancing towards the distant, azure sky giant mouth. Too powerful, too shocking. Even though he couldn't see much of the conceptual filaments, without a doubt, that blue-haired girl from Tianyuan City, who looked harmless, was also a law realm. And possibly, a potent law realm. The Lord of Tianyuan City as well. And that martial venerate Wuda as well. Damn! One city of Tianyuan, with 3 law realms, each a formidable warrior. In his bright city, there were in total only 4 law realms. He pondered, his 4 might not even be able to match the 3 warriors from Tianyuan City. Damn! So, am I the weakest law realm lord? Thinking this, Duke Yaoguang became emo again. The grand plan to destroy the enemy was close at hand. Even being uplifted was a great achievement for him. But why did he feel so sad? With sorrow, he struck continuously, fighting the law realm dukes and even unleashing even stronger powers. Suddenly, Duke Yaoguang's expression changed drastically, the hair on his body standing on end. It's a holy realm great power. Which one from Dragon Sleep Valley has made a move? Dragon Sleep Valley had not just one holy realm but also possessed unfathomably powerful rulers like Twilight King and Red King. However, these formidable holy realm monsters were even more deeply bound with the Red Mist. They not only couldn't step out of the Red Mist land, many times they also couldn't reach the outskirts of the Red Mist land. Here, for them, humans, it was the territory, the heartland of Dragon Sleep Valley. For the Holy Realm monsters, it didn't make much difference from the border areas. In the depths of the Red Mist land, there existed powers not inferior to Dragon Sleep Valley, even stronger ones. However, the monster overlords often battled each other and were not peaceful. But now, a Saint Realm terror had made its move. It's not the true body that has arrived. It's just that a Saint Realm being, wielding supreme power, can strike even across a vast domain. At this moment, facing a direct Saint Realm terror is hardly any different for us. Duke Yaoguang's forehead was beaded with sweat. His spirit was even trembling, unable to suppress the fear that was spreading in his heart. Mu Yuan's soul also trembled slightly, warning of the arrival of a great terror. A Saint Realm being, his expression grew grave. Although Duo Lai's devouring heaven and earth was powerful, its state of continuous devouring could be interrupted. Moreover, the Saint Realm terror that had come across domains didn't just want to disrupt Duo Lai's devouring. Rather, it wanted to obliterate all of them. How to block it? His intuition told him that no matter what he tried, he would crumble at the touch of the Saint Realm's great power. This was a disparity in the hierarchy of strength, a vast gap in power. It was difficult to compensate for this gap with skill or abilities. So, in Mu Yuan's palm, a golden-orange mysterious seal glimmered faintly. When the seal appeared, the invisible pressure and fear coming from all directions, which seemed to drown a person, dissipated into nothingness. Guardian Blessing. This was the highest ranking and only natal blessing that Angel King Lebis had placed upon him, a permanent blessing. It could dispel and purify all negative states, grant immunity to any negative effects, and at the same time, unfold a holy light shield that lasts a considerable time. And these purifying and protective abilities were equivalent to Lebis's personal presence. Lebis is the peak of Principal Realm, third-order conceptual stage, Holy Road Climber, crown-level legendary life Angel King. Whether she could withstand a Saint Realm terror, Mu Yuan was uncertain. After all, he had never witnessed the true force of a Saint Realm being. The gap between the Saint Realm and legendary skill realm was also very, very huge, even greater than the sky. Lord Shepard truly didn't have any confidence. But at present, the Saint Realm terror had not arrived in person, but rather, had gathered its killing move across the empty space. For a weaker Law Realm being, facing an attack across domains and facing a Saint Realm monster didn't make much difference. But for someone like Lebis, who even surpassed the extreme peak, an immense gap indeed existed. Could it be blocked? Mu Yuan still had some confidence. If he really couldn't block it, he would have to resort to the Ancient Mage Tower. They couldn't unleash the true power of the Ancient Mage Tower, but the tower itself was indestructible. Taking shelter within it to block a Saint Realm attack wasn't a problem. The thoughts flashed in an instant. Mu Yuan, Duke Yaoguang, sensed something was amiss. A little further away and not at the core of the strike zone, True Flame Principal and Sword Lord Lushi realized something was wrong in the next instant. Immediately after, several Divine Soul Realm experts in the core strike zone, who had just intuitively sensed a great terror approaching, grew pale and trembled as they saw. In the distance, perhaps hundreds of miles or even thousands of miles away, countless amounts of red mist gathered to form a hand as vast and expansive as the heavens and earth. A crimson gigantic palm. In its palm were crisscrossing lines resembling sprawling mountains. Even the mountains seemed minuscule, let alone people. It's here. The experts' faces were extremely grave. No, they were desperate. The crimson giant palm, like a heavenly millstone, came bearing down. As if the heavens themselves were tilting, seemingly slow but actually incredibly swift. Under this celestial pressure, the experts could hardly gather the strength to resist, much less flee. Besides, with the whole domain engulfed, where could one even escape to? Suddenly, Zheng, Tai-Zan, capital city. Low humming emanated from the 9-color tower, aglow with its radiance. One of the pillars, Lin Guju, gazed into the azure sky's farthest reaches, where the clouds were shifting unpredictably. His face was solemn. It's the disaster fear dominator from Dragon Sleep Valley. Suddenly, Lin Guju let out an "eh" as he saw the distant clouds returning to calm, the ominous clouds torn apart, and sunlight falling through. It seems the ancient sword god monarch has made a move. Good, good. With this, he no longer needed to take any drastic action. After all, there were too few Saint Realm beings in Tai-Zan. Once he intervened, perhaps some lurking Saint Realm monster would catch the flaw. However, similarly, when this disaster fear dominator made a move, it could also give Saint Realm beings a chance to seize on the vulnerabilities of Dragon Sleep Valley. Rip. The crimson hand, like a heavenly millstone, was cut into two by the black sword edge that slashed from the end of the sky. The remaining flesh and blood were thoroughly shredded by the vast sword light. Chunks of blood scattered across the azure sky. The crimson giant hand was thus pulverized. Faintly, one could hear roars emanating from the depths of the red mist land, shaking heaven and earth. But that terrifying oppressive force, like the sky tilting, and the great fear that surged like a tide, all vanished in the blink of an eye. Phew, phew. We survived? Some powerhouses gasped for air, their bodies drenched in sweat as if they had just been fished out of water. Duke Yaoguang's condition wasn't as bad, but his complexion also gradually stabilized from deathly white, with the joy of a close escape. He looked not far away. The Lord of Tianyuan City stood on the outer bark of a tree stump as high as a city wall, gazing up at the azure sky with a calm expression. Within that calmness, there was a hint of complexity, seemingly regretful, as if lamenting. Duke Yeoguang, do you still want to take a direct hit from a Saint Realm terrifying monster? Madman. Truly a madman. He seemed to understand a bit why he wasn't on par with Tianyuan, not on par with Lu Shi. Damn. When the strike of the disaster fear dominator from the Saint Realm failed and was shattered by the Black Sword light, the Law Realm dukes who were fiercely attacking and other monstrous powerhouses, all paused. But it was only a pause. The Black Sword edge that crossed realms, after splitting the Crimson Giant hand, also dissipated. The aura of the Saint Realm disappeared. The Law Realm dukes, without any reservation, or rather even more desperately than before, burst forth with their power. But at the same time, give it to me, devour. Duo Lai, after pausing for a moment, once again mustered all his strength to explode his power of devouring to the extreme. Crack. Boom. The solid ground within the deep tree stump, covered in reddish-brown lines, suddenly shattered. The red mist surged forth. The polluted fuel from various filth veins was being pulled out in reverse by Duo Lai's devouring great power. He devoured and devoured. Rumble. The tremors of the earth grew more severe. The monster duke's eyes widened. Afar, inside the core region, tens of thousands of miles away, one after another, the colossal polluted pillars that were clearly not under attack, began to collapse without warning. As if their foundation had been sucked away, outside the core region. Boom! One of the Law Realm dukes guarding an important node suddenly widened his eyes, filled with both horror and rage. But he couldn't find the enemy no matter what. He could only watch helplessly as the enormous nest, second only to the polluted great tree in importance within the king's layout, collapsed piece by piece. Eventually, it vanished completely, on the outskirts of the Filth Veins region. Lord Qing Shen was engaged in battle with the Law Realm Duke, but her mood was very heavy. Did we fail? The impossible feat of removing the polluted core was actually accomplished, but were we still unable to break through the grand scheme of Dragonsleep Valley? Are we destined to face great disaster? Her mood was heavy. Not far away, the Law Realm Duke laughed maliciously, the contrast between joy and sorrow starkly evident. Suddenly, rumble, afar, the enormous polluted pillars collapsed, returning to dust. The collapse was quite sudden, without the slightest premonition. Law Realm Duke. Lord Qing Shen suddenly smiled, so that's how it is. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humans and monsters do not coincide. Elsewhere, a Qi Chain Federation powerhouse looked concerned. I've said it earlier, such a rash assault plan is unreliable. Suddenly, the polluted pillars thunderously collapsed. Qi Chain Federation powerhouse. Didn't they say the plan had failed? Cough, I've said it earlier, such a decisive and precise strategic action. The principal and the others are truly heroes that saved the world. Filth Veins region. Core area. Reports from various locations had been successively arriving. They had shattered Dragonsleep Valley's grand scheme and broken the strategic objective of an entire Filth Veins. Their goal had been achieved. We've done it. We've succeeded. Ha 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 ha. After experiencing one unexpected event after another, the experts in dire straits couldn't help but let out hearty laughs at this moment. However, though the calamity was torn apart and the strategic objective was met, it did not mean that the battle was over. Quite the opposite, the major disaster and crisis they would have to face had only just begun. That's right, we have indeed shattered the great disaster and thoroughly angered the behemoth that is Dragonsleep Valley. Next, we'll inevitably face an even more terrible siege. Not only that, before this, Dragonsleep Valley might have had some High Dukes and the Duke of Hunting stationed across various Filth Veins territories. And now, these powerful beings are surely converging on us. It's not that simple either. Another mighty figure said, when we came here, we quietly traveled for 2 or 3 days, only being discovered when we stepped into this core region, but now. They now had to make a strategic retreat, naturally spurring on with full speed without holding back any of their formidable means. Leaving the Red Mist land did not take 2 or 3 nights. But at least it would take the better part of a day, a whole day's time. And that was the time needed to break through the encirclement under the siege of countless Law Realm dukes and monstrous powerhouses. To call it a survival rate of 1 in 10,000 would not be an exaggeration. However, what of it? A certain powerhouse proclaimed, if we can retreat, we will be the triumphant heroes. If we cannot get back and die in the Red Mist land, then we too will be heroes who have made a valiant sacrifice. Other powerhouses. Even if both outcomes make one a hero, who wants to sacrifice their life when they can live? Let's go, I'll carve us a path. Before the voice of Sword Lord Lushi had faded, he had already crashed into the monstrous tide, entering the encirclement of one Law Realm duke after another. Flesh and blood, sword light danced wildly, we're going to. Mu Yuan declared. At the same time, he communicated with Isloa through a mental link. Isloa shook her head slightly. No, it's very difficult to open the starry sky gate within the Red Mist land. It wasn't impossible. It was just that the construction of the starry sky gate would become extremely slow and unstable, and any interference during this process would lead to failure. In fact, the starry sky gate was not suitable for use in the midst of fierce battle. It was a logistical support skill. Mu Yuan wasn't surprised. He grabbed Duo Lai, who was still continually burping, and began to flee with the wind. Human. The figure of Duke Bloodburning appeared to the side. His body was only 300 meters long, having shrunk dozens of times, but his presence was still formidable. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying blood-colored flame dragon roared out. He had targeted the weak point of the team of living beings. Only the human Martial Venerate Wuda was guarding it. This Martial Venerate was indeed strong. But to annihilate Duke Wanlei with 2 punches, the human Martial Venerate had paid a great price. His body was cracked open, he was bleeding profusely, and his energy had plummeted to rock bottom. Duke Bloodburning had seen it all. Had it not been for the fact that, at the time, he was the only Law Realm Duke on the scene, and the Lord of Tianyuan City still had plenty of strength, he, Duke Bloodburning, would have attacked right there and then. Now was the time. He could hunt down an immensely powerful human among the top echelon who had already suffered severe injuries. Roar! In the pupils of Duke Bloodburning, the tiny, already severely injured, vulnerable human Martial Venerate Wuda, suddenly surged with blazing blood flames. His aura soared by 1, 2, 3 levels, rapidly swelling up, reaching the skies. Serious punch. The huge blood flame dragon was instantly shattered. The terrifying force of the punch came head-on, and Duke Bloodburning's pupils constricted sharply. Boom! His entire body exploded on the spot, leaving behind only a shrunken figure, 100 meters long and with a wilted aura, fleeing bloodily for hundreds of miles. He was deeply shaken. Damn, is this what a severely injured powerhouse is supposed to be? Watching the human Martial Venerate who, after a burst of aggression, began moving freely through the tide, throwing punches and kicks no beast could withstand, Duke Bloodburning fell silent. Soon, he saw in the distance, human Martial Venerate Wuda once again had his aura slip, his body gushing with blood, appearing severely wounded and wilted. Bloodburning. In act, he, Bloodburning, would not be fooled again. Fighting, truly exhilarating. Wuda expressed that he had never felt so exhilarated. He could recklessly unlock 6 or even 8 chains. He could confront face to face with mighty Law Realm adversaries. This was the exhilarating opportunity in battle that the Lord had talked about. It was indeed thrilling. Wuda exploded one monster after another, repelling one formidable enemy after another. When he could no longer maintain the state of broken chains, he would retreat back to the formation, where, aided by the madman armor for just a few breaths, he became as vigorous as a dragon. Soon, the combined team with remaining combat power from one powerhouse after another, burst out of the core region. Here, the red mist in the sky was not so dense, and the filth pervasion enveloping them slightly weakened. Just now, the encirclement of Law Realm dukes they were surrounded by had been torn apart. They had broken through the first wave of sniping. However, they were still an exceedingly long distance from rushing out of the red mist land. Moreover, 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, 4 waves. A dozen waves? Perhaps even more, These dreadful auras were approaching from afar, roaring in. Vaguely visible at the edge of the azure sky, the celestial phenomena were constantly shifting. Other Law Realm dukes have appeared, at least a dozen. You should know, just a moment ago, when Sword Lord Lushi, True Flame Principal, and Marshal Venerate Wuta, among others, tore through the enemy's encirclement, they all paid a huge price. Their conditions had seriously deteriorated. And now, more than a dozen high-hunting dukes at the peak of their combat power, accompanied by endless monsters, were approaching. Behind them, one Law Realm duke after another and other monster powerhouses were also relentlessly pursuing. They would next face the third, the fourth, the nth wave of assassinations until they perished. They could see no hope of escaping alive. A Divine Soul Realm expert smiled wryly. To have so many powerful monsters hold a grudge against us is worth it. But at this rate, we might not escape with our lives. We might as well sacrifice a limb to save our bodies. I am willing to stay and cover the retreat, but I will have to entrust you all with several important treasures I possess. I, too, will stay behind. I can stay too. One Divine Soul Realm expert after another spoke up. In this flight, they were almost of no help, and instead, hindered the Law Realm dukes, who had to hold back their full potential. To stay behind and buy time was the most rational, the most correct choice. Using some one-time burst of their foundational energy, they could hold off the Law Realm dukes for a brief time. The cost was merely their own lives. Yet, as easy as it was to say, making such a decision was not easy. Those who stood up were all beings of great courage, conviction, and determination. Revival wasn't equivalent to facing death without fear. That could damage the soul. Moreover, for a few Divine Soul Realm to intercept the Law Realm dukes, was it really as easy as just wishing for death? A slight mistake could lead to complete annihilation, with no chance of revival. Mu Yuan couldn't be so selfless, but he held great respect for such powerhouses. He could not bear to watch them gallantly head to their deaths. It's not completely hopeless yet. But General Liu is right. To increase the speed at which our team can break out, please first enter into the treasures akin to heaven and earth. By reducing the size of our team, we stand a better chance to break through the encirclement. Sword Lord Lushi, True Flame Principal, also rejected these generals' requests to go to their deaths. These powerhouses were all pillars of their countries. Most importantly, their facing the Law Realm dukes alone was indeed too perilous. It would be more horrors than just complete annihilation. Duke Yaoguang also had a complex expression. Having someone obstruct the Law Realm dukes did indeed increase the chances of escape. But he disdained needing someone to cover his retreat. He preferred to suggest that they scatter and flee independently. Although his combat power might not match that of Sword Lord Lushi, True Flame Principal, and possibly even the Lord of Tianyuan City in direct confrontation, his strength lay in his speed. He traveled through light, he was as fast as light. Even now, trapped in a desperate situation, Duke Yaoguang still had a shred of confidence that he could escape from the Red Mist Land. As long as the speed at which he transformed into light was fast enough, not even the extreme peak powers could catch up to him. At this time, one Divine Soul Realm expert after another swiftly entered the treasures akin to heaven and earth.
Mu Yuan also hastily took Hong Yi and 17 into the Epic Mage Tower. They could easily shake off the Law Realm dukes over short distances, with their quick teleporting abilities, but their endurance over long distances was inadequate.
For long-distance flight, it's decided. You're up, Jun. Mu Yuan looked at Jun. Sword Lord Lushi and others were puzzled why the Lord of Tianyuan City did not just collect this enormous, conspicuous pale blue bird. Being the most robust and noticeable individual in their group, it was not conducive to their escape. Mu Yuan spoke up, everyone, come aboard. Whether we can swiftly escape from the Red Mist Land or not will depend on its capabilities. At this time, the Red Mist drifted. The Law Realm dukes behind had just been obstructed. The many Law Realm dukes from afar had not yet arrived. This was the best moment for Jun to set sail. It was ultimately too frail. Taking off in front of the Law Realm dukes, Mu Yuan worried that the acceleration process would be interrupted. Despite some confusion, the top powerhouses still stepped aboard. Since the Lord of Tianyuan City had chosen to do this, he must have his reasons. Let's go. Mu Yuan spread his palm, launching 101 black Daris, shattering heaven and earth, like a forbidden river of time, blocking the pursuing Law Realm dukes. At the same time, he patted Jun's neck and shouted. Jun understands. Who? Jun is about to set sail. Jun has now launched. Jun's eyes blazed fiercely with the zeal of battle. In the previous battles, it seldom made a move, not because Jun lacked the capability to slay the Duke of Hunting, but because those were not its battlegrounds. Now it was, the above was from our respected and great lord. The king's attitude in the wind. Jun screeched and unleashed all the wind elemental energy within its body. Instantly, the world in its eyes appeared utterly different. Even though they were deep in the red mist land, even though there were energy clouds rising all around, causing utmost chaos in all the elements of the world. Even though the imposing Law Realm dukes were approaching menacingly, Mr. Falcon could still stand unrivaled in the sky, invincible amid the tempest. The concentration of wind elements between heaven and earth rapidly increased, as if infinite wind element particles were emerging from deeper layers of the world, swirling around Jun. A pale blue wind fell, turning into the robe of a king. Above soaring 9 heavens, the entire world lent its aid to Jun. Wind. Wind. Strong wind. Speed. Speed. Accelerate. It harnessed the wind to cut through brambles and thorns, facing the booming tidal waves of energy. Clusters of monster tide, resembling clouds, were separated by the invisible winds. Jun swept past. Space seemed to contract, and in the blink of an eye, it soared unimaginable distances, leaving countless monster tides beyond sight. So fast, True Flame Principle was incredibly astonished. Though some strong individuals possess unique talents that leave peers in the dust in certain areas, and there are instances where the Soul Realm surpasses the Law Realm, but this was too fast. This speed, Bright City Lord's eyes widened. He could indeed burst forth at such speed, but he was a dignified Law Realm being. Speed was his most proud capability. Today, could he only compare with this bird? But this azure bird of Tianyuan City, how long could it maintain such divine speed? How long? Jun had considerable endurance. In the Wind King state enhanced by soaring 9 heavens, it seemed to gain the cooperation of the universe, maintaining a flight akin to traversing space effortlessly. As long as it wasn't interrupted. Be careful, Sword Lord Lushi shouted. Ahead was a Law Realm Duke, who summoned a treasure, pulling out sprawling enchantments, arrayed like mountain ranges. It was an enchantment, but Jun's speed was too fast. Even as Sword Lord Lushi warned through spiritual communication, the very next moment his thought arose. The azure green bird directly crashed into the mountain range enchantment. And then, it passed through. Those of soaring 9 heavens, the universe cannot confine. Jun traveled through the enchantment, dancing in the fragmented spatial turmoil. Not only was it unimpeded, its flying speed increased more and more, further merging into the winds of the universe. The strong individuals riding on Jun's back, if not for seeing the filthy rivers and mountains vanish from view in a blink, would hardly feel the extreme speed. Here, not even strong winds assaulted their faces. They seemed to be floating on a calm lake in a small boat, yet this small boat covered thousands of miles in an instant. There was clearly no wind, yet Duke Yeoguang's hair was tousled by the wind, his eyes filled with doubt about life. Several Law Realm strong individuals still made several moves. Otherwise, relying solely on Jun's speed, fast as it might be, wouldn't allow breaking through the enemy's blockade repeatedly. Its advantage lay in long-distance raids, spurts of short-distance speed, speed of initiating moves, speed of deploying powerful moves. There were certainly others faster than it. Not to mention, Law Realm Dukes were not lacking concept-killing moves like lockdown, spatial teleportation. Breaking out was the result of everyone's collective effort. But Jun's speed, faster than lightning and light, undoubtedly greatly reduced the danger of breaking out. After bypassing several blockades, they even managed to leave the pursuing Law Realm Dukes far behind. Ahead, in the outer regions of the Filth Veins territory, even if other monstrous strong beings wanted to encircle and intercept, under the divine speed of the azure green divine bird, It was nearly impossible for them to surround. Does this mean we are safe? Could the forthcoming breakaway be smooth sailing? Whether it was several Law Realm lords or other strong individuals within the divine objects of the universe, all felt somewhat unreal. This great escape was too easy. They had all mentally prepared for a heroic sacrifice. Suddenly, several Law Realm strong individuals' expressions drastically changed. It's a Holy Realm Great Terror presence. They're still coming. How can there still be a Holy Realm from the Dragon Sleep Valley taking action? This was illogical. But perhaps the Holy Realm existence from Dragon Sleep Valley, harboring extreme hostility towards them, was willing to pay a huge price to keep them. This time, could a Holy Realm Great Power intervene to rescue? They did not know. Only the terrible oppression, the suffocating sensation of death, came rolling in like a tide. The distant world began vibrating, the red mist howling and gathering, forming an azure sky giant hand capable of covering the universe. The giant hand crossed space, traversed the great domain, and shrouded down. It turned dark, space seemed to stagnate, time seemed to freeze. Only the pitch-black giant hand covered half the sky, wanting to press downward. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the rolling oppressive force gradually began to dissipate. What's going on? Did a Holy Realm Great Power intervene? No, it's not that, it's just the Holy Realm's Great Terror method from Dragon Sleep Valley didn't catch up with our bird. Watching the gradually retreating, stubbornly uncatchable azure sky giant hand, the strong individuals who survived this ordeal, for a moment, all fell silent. The sky was high, leaving room for birds to fly, the expanse wide, leaving room for birds to leap. Jun chanted a song, the entire divine bird vibrant. Who else? Who else? Now, Mr. Falcon was a mighty one who had fully retreated from the terrifying creatures of the Saint Realm. Who else could accomplish this? Truly, Mr. Falcon was immensely powerful. At the pinnacle of speed, above the world, with me, Falcon, there lies the peak. I, Falcon, am the world's ultimate speed. Jun appeared very proud, and indeed, he wasn't modest at all. But, even the mighty ones could not find words to refute. Escape with a divine soul body from the terrifying beings of the Saint Realm. Was there a precedent to follow? They were not sure, but achieving this was no different from a miracle. This azure bird was still merely in the soul realm. If it stepped into the law realm and wielded the immense conceptual powers like divine speed and transcend, it would be unstoppable.
Calling it the world's ultimate speed might not be entirely inaccurate. Yet, such an adjective placed on this divine bird seemed not the least exaggerated.
Such an honor it deserved to have. In the following time, there were attempts by Law Realm dukes to intercept. But if the Law Realm monsters were not in sufficient numbers, unable to establish a massive interception net, Jun hardly needed to directly break through the enemy's resistance. It flew a curved trajectory, whooshing away, leaving the Law Realm Duke bewildered in the wind. Jun kept flying, the Law Realm Duke kept chasing, but could never catch up. In the meantime, besides a single frightening but manageable interception by several Grand Dukes, the rest of their journey saw no other perils. As time went by, the number of monstrous powerhouses they encountered gradually decreased. Jun made no attempt to disguise. But except for the Law Realm Duke, other powerhouses, even the world-level combat power Duke of Hunting holding conceptual artifacts, posed no threat to Jun, who had entered the state of Wind King state ultra-dimensional extreme speed. At this time, in Red Mist Land, near the peripheral region of the Dragonman battle zone. 1, 2, 3. Several Law Realms strong from various countries and great powers stepped into this region. They looked around, a serious expression in their eyes. The battle zone has now entered the highest level of preparedness, and all the measures to deal with Law Realm beings are already in place. Now, we are here to guard against the Law Realm Dukes and welcome our returning heroes. The task of these top-tier powerhouses was to welcome. However, although they said so, they could not venture too deeply into the Red Mist Land. They could only pray that the strong ones breaking the catastrophe and saving the world would be able to break out from one encirclement after another, reaching this peripheral area. Even if they knew in their hearts that it was difficult, as hard as reaching the sky. Seems like something is coming, a familiar presence? Yes, it's True Flame Principle, Sword Lord Lushi. Wait, speaking of which, where is the enemy? Where is the monstrous Duke? The Law Realm Strong murmured. In their expectation, even if Sword Lord Lushi and others managed to break through here, they should have been closely followed by one Law Realm Duke after another. There would have been 10 or dozens of terribly terrifying presences stirring heaven and earth, bearing down upon them. The top-tier powerhouses were mentally prepared for a bloody battle. But now, where's the enemy? Such a formidable group of enemies? Apart from the aura of Sword Lord Lushi and others, they could not even detect any monstrous terrifying presence. Wait, a top-tier powerhouse suddenly realized an oversight. Didn't the United Team just start breaking out not long ago? Logically, they should still have half a day before they could break out, right? Before the words fell, the aura of Sword Lord Lushi and others, along with a streak of azure blue brilliance, flew over their heads and disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. The aura was undetectable. What had happened? Were they hallucinating? Several top-tier powerhouses blinked, unclear what had just transpired. Next moment, shriek. A piercing shriek sounded. The next moment, a figure wrapped in an azure blue storm halted abruptly before them. It was Sword Lord Lushi, True Flame Principle, and a few others, familiar beyond doubt. The group looked well, showing no signs of having just been in a fierce battle. What was going on? Those who came to receive them, prepared for a death battle, listened to the description and glanced at that divinely handsome azure bird, then fell into silence. Before long, no further incidents occurred, nor did any Saint Realm great terrifying beings intercept, and Jun smoothly flew out of the red mist land.
The long mist sunshine sprinkled down. The vibrant greenery of the elongated mountains, the azure rivers, the clear skies.
These familiar sights, which they had grown used to seeing daily, now brought tears to their eyes. Shriek! Jun cried out longingly to the sky. Mu Yuan and the others felt as if they had been reborn, their hearts filled with joy, relief, and safety. The tightly strung bow could finally be relaxed. Even if Lord Shepherd had prepared multiple last resort methods, Lapis's Blessing, Ancient Mage Tower, General Dead Bone, Lord True Body, Power of National Fortune, and even if he was far from being pushed to the edge, the pressure was still immense. A trump card is a trump card, being alive is being alive. His mind was tensed the entire time, not daring to be careless or hesitant for a second. He feared that a moment's hesitation might bring about an irrevocable catastrophe. The environment of the Red Mist Land, with all sorts of contamination constantly assaulting his mind and spirit, was harrowing. Even though he could use devouring talent to digest the contamination, the sensation of being eroded was far from pleasant. No wonder the top powerhouses, unless necessary, never step into the Red Mist Land. The outer perimeter of the Red Mist Land wasn't that dangerous for beings in the Law Realm, provided one didn't recklessly expose their whereabouts. But such a region, such an environment, was naturally repulsive to all living beings. Mu Yuan didn't want to make another trip, crossing billions of miles into the depths of the Red Mist Land, especially with the trepidation of navigating and breaking through. He hoped that next time, he could traverse the Red Mist Land without any inhibitions. Everyone soon returned to the rear base of the Dragon Man battle zone, beginning to recover their weary bodies and minds. One by one, the strong individuals, who had entered treasures akin to those of heaven and earth, emerged. They had started with over 100 people. Upon returning, there were less than 70. But this was still more than what the powerhouses had estimated. They had launched a domain-crossing raid on Dragon Sleep Valley, destroyed the polluted core and filth veins amidst the siege of dozens of Law Realm dukes, and retreated with ease. Only 20 or 30 of the strong had perished in battle. Those who had fallen in the Soul Realm, some had already been revived. The losses were minimal. It was a great victory. A victory that could be recorded in the history books, a textbook victory. Of course, the key contributor to this triumph was the Lord of Tianyuan City. Whether it was intelligence, the devouring and removal of the filth veins, or the divine speed breakout, the strong people of Tianyuan City played critical roles at every important juncture. Having a comrade like the Lord of Tianyuan City was indeed a great fortune. At this moment, Mu Yuan was assessing the status of his division generals. Jun was brimming with vigor, although a bit overexerted, and the wind element within was nearly exhausted, unable to activate the Wind King state for a short time. 17 and Hong Yi had suffered some minor injuries. These were sustained during the battle near the corrupted giant tree, affected by the ripples. After all, both were vulnerable. Uda had also suffered minor foundational damage. This was the result of repeatedly severing chains, being gravely injured on the brink of death, and then recovering through battle using the Madman armor, in a cycle. The Madman armor could heal wounds, but severing chains was a means of squeezing potential. Uda had squeezed his body's potential over and over. Even though his body's potential was nearly inexhaustible, it inevitably led to some damage. Just as the powerhouses had seen, he paid a huge price. However, reaping what you sow plus body universe, Uda can heal all bodily injuries, including foundational damage, through training. Besides, there was Duo Lai. Duo Lai's, devouring heaven and earth, great power had an upper limit for digestion in a short period. And the red mist was extremely difficult to digest. At this time, Duo Lai was still, laboriously, evolving and refining this red mist. Suddenly, ding! Alert! Your hero, Duo Lai, has devoured and digested a massive amount of the contaminated red mist, reaching a critical point, awakening a special branch ability, Body of Contamination. Description: Duo Lai can temporarily transform his body into the Body of Contamination. Superficial, this transformation won't be affected by the contamination, but once transformed, Duo Lai will have a completely authentic aura of contamination, 100% identical to a contaminated life form. Moreover, in this state, Duo Lai will be unaffected by any contamination erosion. Is this ability somewhat interesting? After all, the essence of living beings, the aura of monsters, these are fundamental. Some powerhouses have the ability to conceal their essence, turning their living being scent into nothingness, but they can't masquerade as a contaminated life form. A living being is a living being, a monster is a monster. This is something anyone can distinguish at a glance, two distinctly different forms of life. And now, it seemed Duo Lai had the ability to cross that boundary? Lost in thought, Mu Yuan suddenly looked up towards the sky. Above the base city, streams of heaven and earth's gift flickered, followed by celebratory sounds, and finally, the long-delayed reward light beams began to descend. Dozens of these light beams accurately fell upon the various miracle lords and independent heroes. These beams were bright and grand, highlighting the opulence of this round of heaven and earth's gifts. And indeed they were. The joint team had conducted an interdimensional raid and destroyed an entire vast network of filth veins. Compared to cleansing the heart of corruption, their contribution was tantamount to purifying many more such entities. Envying the glorious light beams, lords within the base city watched. But it was only envy, without any jealousy. These were the rewards the raid team's powerful individuals had earned with their lives, and they deserved them. One by one, the radiant light transformed into tangible treasures. Old man here got an upper epic treasure of the heaven and earth category. Not bad at all. I've wanted to get my hands on one for a while. It's the miracle blueprints for the epic mage tower? That's the jackpot? Praise the eternal world, praise the Lord of Tianyuan City? As for me, I've received some epic materials. After a look, we from the soul realm can use them to refine our bloodlines. Maybe even advance our bloodline ranks a step further. Not bad either. After all, the gifts were distributed among dozens of people, so not all strong individuals got the treasures they desired. But those who ventured deep into the red mist land were not out for heaven and earth's gifts. Defeating the great calamity was their goal. Besides, on returning from their victory, their respective families and forces would grant them various honors and rewards. The heaven and earth's gifts were not the only rewards. However, there were also quite a few individuals who were satisfied with the epic treasures they received. At this moment, in a vast stronghold, in the core area of the support base city, the Tianyuan City temporary camp, Mu Yuan stood in front of the tower window, watching the continuous descent of heaven and earth's gift, materializing in his hand as one after another, treasure light balls haloing with dazzling glows. Ding! Reminder. You have obtained the epic treasure, projection of heaven and earth. Description. This epic treasure can be used with spiritual power to project an overlay that encompasses a vast area, possessing strong sealing and suppressing abilities. This was akin to the user having a type of territory-based projection ability skill. However, compared to a genuine epic skill, this projection of heaven and earth lacked special abilities and was not as smooth and natural to use as a skill awakened from within oneself. But, at the same time, this treasure can be integrated into one's territory-based projection ability skills, significantly enhancing the coverage, stability, sealing ability, etc. of that skill. Reading this, Mu Yuan's eyes lit up. That was indeed a good point. The skeleton's death remains territory, Isloa's River of Stars, and Hong Yi's underworld ghost market. There were numerous strong people in Tianyuan City that possessed such epic skills. Deathbone's Wraith Sacred Mountain was already incredibly vast and did not need such a treasure for enhancement. But for something like Hong Yi's underworld ghost market, which was a bit behind the times. If her ghost market were sturdy enough to trap the Four Duke of Hunting for longer periods, she could calmly execute these world-level monsters one by one. Reminder. You have obtained the epic treasure, projection of heaven and earth, ×2. Mu Yuan. To get two identical treasures again. It was like wholesale. However, his Tianyuan city could indeed make use of such a treasure, which could notably enhance the combat power of strong individuals like Hong Yi, Isloa, and Bone 2. That was also good. The divine radiance of heaven and earth continued to fall. The reward light beam falling upon Mu Yuan was especially large, and one treasure light ball after another was slowly being born. Reminder. You have obtained the epic treasure, Principal Tablet Dark. Reminder. You have obtained the upper epic treasure, Gale Core. Gale Core. The holder of this treasure can command the conceptual power of the gale, significantly increasing their elemental affinity with the wind element. Furthermore, the treasure can be integrated into one's body, serving as an auxiliary energy reserve for a vast amount of wind element energy, including high-rank wind element force. Ding! 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 Next to his ear, the sound notifications of heaven and earth rang continuously. In front of him, streaks of dazzling purple brilliance bloomed one after another. What were usually invaluable and rarely seen epic treasures were now being wholesaled like ordinary goods. Notification. Acquired item, top-level troop recruitment order, epic. Notification. Acquired complete miracle building, arcane library, epic. A miniature building model, emanating a dense purple glow, appeared in Mu Yuan's hand. The rarity of an epic building was unquestionable. Even the most common epic building possessed the formidable capability to support a top-level domain, let alone this library, from which a treasure's aura, dense and dazzling, seemed to signify it as one of the most top-tier epic buildings. Arcane Library, Epic, Category, Cultivation and Functional Building. Description. Housing tens of thousands of volumes, Arcane spontaneously manifests. Ability 1,000s of volumes. Upon establishment, the Arcane Library will randomly produce 10,000 volumes covering humanities, geography, moral thoughts, combat skills, and various crafts. The more widely distributed a book is, including historical periods, the easier it is to be drawn. Ability 2 General Knowledge and Crafts. The Arcane Library is also a profound cultivation holy land. Studying various academic and combat skills here can greatly increase efficiency. Learning technique-related knowledge and skills here will also gain additional benefits. At the same time, high-level scholars and mages in the library can gain more inspiration for their spells. Ability 3 Craft Imprinting. High-level professionals can use the capability of the Arcane Library to imprint universal books containing their own crafts and knowledge at this time, capable of inscribing books that grant users immediate inheritance of skills. Note. Whether a skill book can be imprinted depends on the professional's own skill mastery. Also, the number of blank skill books in the Arcane Library is limited and will slowly be produced over time. Current blank skill book count, 10-100s. Ability 4 Scholarly Spirit. A special life form born with the establishment of the arcane library, possessing abilities to record, analyze, deduce, manage, and also has certain combat capabilities with the epic skill, Scholastic Bombardment. The level of ability of the scholarly spirit is closely related to the collection status of books in the arcane library. Niu Yuan stroked his chin. The arcane library didn't bring a significant immediate increase to the combat power limit of a domain, but it brought depth to the domain. It seems the Qi Chain Federation owns several buildings similar to the arcane library, and cities possessing these buildings are without exception the Federation's core main cities. It appears the top colleges of the Qi Chain Federation are built around such buildings as their core. Indeed, the enhancements the arcane library provided for magical study and academic instruction were immensely substantial. Holding lectures inside the arcane library was more effective than in any cultivation building. The reason Qi Chain Federation was renowned for its academia and magic was closely related to their possession of multiple such miracle buildings. Having many techniques and constantly creating more new styles of magic can make a domain's magic army stronger and provide more tactical and strategic space. For powerhouses, ample foundational spells can also stack up to top-level spells, and even assist the top-tier powerhouses on their path to ascension. Niu Yuan had researched and explored the path to ascension for a while. Top-tier powerhouses never disclosed their own paths to ascension, but through observations and analyses of various powerhouses, the general requirements of some paths to ascension were not hard to guess. For instance, the path to ascension for a certain extreme peak powerhouse from the Qi Chain Federation involved creating an unprecedented and super-united spell that aimed to reach legendary power. This path to ascension had especially high requirements. The ambition of that extreme peak powerhouse was also vast. But precisely because of this, the powerhouse, who had been ranked in the extreme peak realm for many years, slain many creatures from the law realm, and recognized as possessing the Saint Realm's appearance many years ago, still remained stuck in this heavenly chasm of ascension and had yet to break through. To embark on such a path to ascension, an epic miracle building similar to the arcane library was essential. After establishing the arcane library, over time, Tianyuan City's collection of spells and various crafts will also increase, attracting countless talents. Perhaps, should we just establish a top-level cultivation academy in Tianyuan City? Niu Yuan pondered. The more he thought, the more feasible it seemed. The Alliance provided strong policy support for the establishment of a top-level academy, and the supplies and miracle blueprints provided were countless. Of course, Lord Shepard wasn't doing this for Alliance funding. The Alliance's funding approval was also very strict, with clear standards for the school's site, core competitiveness, teaching team, and even geographic location and transportation convenience. These standards, Tianyuan City fit perfectly. Powerhouse team? If Tianyuan City didn't qualify, then no top-level academy did. Craft instructors? Tianyuan City was slightly lacking in this area. But Irene, Master Li, Master Chef, and Xie Yi were all top experts in their respective fields. If he really wanted to establish a top-tier academy, he could use this as a pretext to recruit many experts from various fields. Stop. If I keep thinking, I'll end up designing the entire framework of Tianyuan Academy. But the benefits of the arcane library don't stop there. With this library, some of the warriors in the legendary realm in my Tianyuan City could master the techniques faster. Thus, the second layer of great force in the ancient mage tower could be activated earlier. And this would benefit the upper limit of Tianyuan City's combat power. Niu Yuan was very pleased with the arcane library, this epic building that could significantly improve the cultural literacy of the entire city. The people of Tianyuan City were not just warriors who knew only how to fight and kill. At this time, the splendid light bestowed by heaven and earth was still continuing. To be precise, the other mighty beings, the miracle lords, had already received their gifts from heaven and earth, all except for the Lord of Tianyuan City. The brilliant light continued to fall. It fell within the domain of Tianyuan City. Such a bright and heavenly pillar of light was exceptionally conspicuous even within the vast base city. Heaven and Earth's gift is still continuing. The light gifts of the true flame principle, Sword Lord Lushi, have they not already ended? How come there is still a beam of light pouring down? And it's becoming more and more brilliant. Inside the base city, a figure in the legendary realm muttered in confusion. At this moment, a knowledgeable passerby raised an eyebrow and spoke. You don't understand, do you? The one still receiving the light from heaven and earth's gift can only be he, the Lord of Tianyuan City. Lord of Tianyuan City? This name, of course, was known to all. Especially since not long ago, the Lord of Tianyuan City, along with his generals, had repelled the projection of the Gemstone Grand Duke and earned a great reputation. But, regardless of how famous or astonishing the Lord of Tianyuan City was, he was still a newcomer among the strong. Even if he was somewhat extraordinary among the new generation of lords, he couldn't be compared to the old generation standing at the pinnacle of the world, right? Everyone knew the main force of this joint surprise attack team were the True Flame Principal, Sword Lord Lushi, and Duke Yeoguang. The victory they achieved must also have been. The knowledgeable man shook his head. That's why you don't understand why the Lord of Tianyuan City is great. Even the True Flame Principal, Sword Lord Lushi have already mentioned that this battle was won largely due to the Lord of Tianyuan City. Yes, this is what my cousin's neighbor's grand uncle said, who is one of the strong selected for the joint team. Mu Yuan also greatly anticipated this final heaven and earth's gift. The top treasures always appear last, but what could it be? Could it be a legendary treasure? He had personally experienced the immense power of the ancient Mage Tower, the Observatory Hall, and the World Vine, one legendary building after another.
Lord Shepherd never complained about having too many legendary treasures.
Alas, unfortunately, when the light of heaven and earth's gift slowly converged and presented itself before him, it did not contain the expected orange-gold radiance. No legends. Indeed, it's not so easy to obtain a legendary item. My Tianyuan City is not lacking in legendary lives, legendary buildings, but most of these legends have been obtained through miraculous evolution. The only truly cheat-free legendary item, the ancient Mage Tower,
was actually a shortcut. The appearance of the world's secret realm was an accident, and being able to surpass numerous obstacles with the divine soul body to obtain the ancient Mage Tower was an unforeseen surprise among surprises.
This was still not obtained through regular means. If we hadn't preemptively stopped the grand scheme of Dragonsleep Valley, and faced, stopped, defeated, and purified the disaster that could devastate nations during their uprising, maybe we could have obtained a legend, or maybe not. He had no way of knowing. And now, this slightly disappointing, epic treasure was slowly materializing. A notification sound followed. Mu Yuan suddenly widened his eyes. Huh? Ding! Notice. You achieved an extraordinary contribution in the war against the polluted core, earning a vast amount of gifts from heaven and earth. Notice. You have received a special gift, a 6th-order troop building, Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool. The territories of Dragon Court, which Tai Zan and Shen Yao desperately competed for, consisted of several sub-dragon species troop recruitment buildings. It gave rise to the Dragon Court competition. The Dragon Court competition had indeed become the premier competition for the younger generation of various nations. A young lord representing his nation was often hailed as a rising star prodigy. Does Tianyuan City now possess a 6th-order troop building too? However, what truly astonished Mu Yuan was not just that. Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool. Rank: 6th-order troop building.
Description: this building can nurture the special troop, heavenly spirits, born from light and favored by the light. Moreover, after undergoing a series of growth and transformation, there's a small probability that a heavenly spirit can pass through heaven's gate and evolve into a real angel. Thus, heavenly spirits are also known as juvenile angels.
Heavenly spirits themselves were not strong. But given the chance, even if it's just a small probability of transformation and evolution, these heavenly spirits could be considered the pinnacle of superior troops, the most special. Claiming that the Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool was almost a 7th-order building wouldn't be an exaggeration. Stronger than any of the sub-dragon species recruitment buildings in Dragon Court. Effect 1. At intervals, you can recruit a certain number of heavenly spirits, superior 3 stars, from the heavenly spirit rebirth pool, and there's a probability of recruiting 2 winged angels, epic 1 star, and an extremely small probability of recruiting 4 winged angels, epic 2 stars. Current recruitment quota, 3100s. Note: using top-tier recruitment items or high-order light-based treasures can accelerate the nurturing of heavenly spirits in the rebirth pool. Effect 2. Within the range of the heavenly spirit rebirth pool, the level of heavenly spirits and angel series troops can slowly upgrade, with a slightly increased breakthrough probability. Effect 3. Within the range of the heavenly spirit rebirth pool, the power of holy light is greatly enhanced, constantly producing high, medium, and low-rank light-based treasures. Effect 4. The heavenly spirit rebirth pool has a baptism effect, which can significantly increase the affinity of light for the baptized, slightly enhance their potential. It can also enable heavenly spirits to slowly transform, slightly increasing the probability of passing through heaven's gate. It also has a significant effect on the transformation of angels. The heavenly spirit rebirth pool, deserving of being a 6th-order troop building, was undeniably powerful. Of course, for Mu Yuan, he looked over these effects briefly. What truly delighted him, the aspect that captured his attention the most, were just 2 words. Angels. Possessing the heavenly spirit rebirth pool was equivalent to possessing angels. Admittedly, for heavenly spirits to transform and evolve into angels, it required relentless effort and a long passage of time to barely cross heaven's gate. The probability was not low, but this not low was only relative to the normal chances of transformation from a superior 3-star life to an epic rank. For the Great Lord, it was straightforward: just evolve. By recruiting a heavenly spirit, he was essentially acquiring an angel. And the path to ascension that Lapis struggled with and deemed most worthy seemed not so far away anymore. Mu Yuan did not linger long in the Dragon Man battle zone. After attending a celebration feast, he hastily returned to his own territory. Soon, ding, notice. Would you like to install the 6th-order troop building, Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool? Notice. The Tianyuan territory holds special rules. The Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool will unlock a semi-mystic realm. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. At the next moment, the model of the Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool, wrapped in holy white light in Mu Yuan's hand, transformed into a blazing white light and shot upwards into the sky at the targeted construction location. Thunderous roar. The mystic realm was unlocked. A vast space was being born and spread rapidly into the depths. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 100 miles. Further, the semi-mystic realm opened by the construction of the Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool was immensely vast, much larger compared to places like the Skeleton Cemetery or the Treeman Forest. Mu Yuan could distinctly feel that the territorial power, accumulating above this piece of territory and under his command, was rapidly increasing. At that time, Tianyuan City was bustling with people coming and going, and the noise was incessant. Many professionals who had come to Tianyuan territory for the first time were extremely curious about this city, which often appeared in rumors but had never been seen before. Is this Tianyuan City? I've wanted to come and see it for 2 years now. Grandpa, the dream of your youth to visit Tianyuan City has finally come true. But to be honest, is this really a city that was built in just a short 2 years? If you told me this place took 20 years to build, I wouldn't find it exaggerated at all. Indeed, it's not exaggerated. As a top-level lord, I think the Han Yu city established by the younger generation of leaders doesn't compare to Tianyuan City. Shish. However, how exactly did the lord of Tianyuan City build his territory? It is said that the main peak rose up later. Is he using some kind of cheat? A certain powerhouse murmured. As soon as these words fell, a rumbling sound came faintly from the sky, followed by a burst of intense light. A white and holy glow enveloped a large area of the azure sky. Loud chanting and musical tones echoed through the heavens. It seemed as if figures with wings on their backs were wandering within the white glow of the sky domain. Boom! The roaring sound grew louder. The azure sky seemed to split open, revealing a gateway to another dimension. The gate was vast and extended like a long line across the sky. Behind the half-hidden veil of holy light, one majestic and holy white palace building after another rose from the ground, making the entire sky domain incredibly magnificent and divine. This was a sacred land, a pure land, that people yearned for immensely. It had just been opened, it continued to extend. It really was like it had been cheated into existence. Life Rebirth Pool Sky Domain. The ground seemed like it was spread with white fine sand, and from it rose palaces, tall towers, sacred trees, and divine mountains. These many splendid spectacles were far more magnificent than what could be seen from the outside. Herein, there were also miracle buildings of rare level and even superior level. And all these were a bonus that came with the construction of the Life Rebirth Pool. Mu Yuan strode into the center of the sky domain. Here, a milky white lake gently rippled under the breeze, with figures like translucent angels intermittently appearing above the lake. Mu Yuan brought Lapis here. He took a deep breath. Recruit. Ding. Notice. The Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool initially had 30 spots, and for top-notch superior 3-star level soldiers, this recruitment number was quite substantial. Soon, following Mu Yuan's use of all the recruitment spots, a tide-like luster rippled across the vast lake like reincarnation pool. One after another, heavenly spirits were sculpted from the light, born, and slowly flew out. These were beings that looked like angels but were much smaller in size, their whole bodies wrapped in a faint halo of light. No wonder they could be called juvenile forms of angels. The first recruitment is always rather lucky. Soon. Ding. Notice. You've achieved a critical hit upon recruiting heavenly spirits, resulting in the recruitment of the dual wing angel of the epic 1-star position soldiers, ×2. Notice. Owing to your first recruitment from the Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool, the probability increased, and you have recruited the epic 2-star life, 4-winged angel Tira. This was an angel with golden blonde hair who held her neck high with a slight upwards tilt. She not only had awakened self-consciousness but also seemed to have complete heritage and historical memory. Tira indeed possessed quite complete heritage, as well as many memory fragments. On her birth, she possessed a realm that was not weak, able to perfectly exert her strength, and also had tremendous potential. Depending on this Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool and using many holy light treasures for purification, she even had a certain chance to transform herself and ascend to a 6-wing angel. How lucky for this lord to have recruited her, surprise, joy, and then, present to this angel your most precious resources. It was only natural. In the fragments of memory she received, this was the treatment the angels ought to have. Any lord would hold them as honored guests. The angels were to be more noble than other epic life. Tira slightly curled her lips, treading lightly on the rippling lake surface, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She gradually approached the young lord, and then she knelt down with a plop. Praise be to the Lord, Tira is willing to offer to you the utmost loyalty. Her soul was trembling. It was as if she saw heaven upon heaven, the Angel King. Even the Angel King was a follower of this lord, and how fortunate she was to be born in this territory. While Mu Yuan was busy constructing the angel reincarnation pool and planning Lapis's ascension path, the Dragon Man battle zone also erupted in several Law Realm battles. However, these wars were without surprises or dangers. The number of powerhouses stationed in the Dragon Man battle zone was at an all-time high. In order to meet the assault from Dragon Sleep Valley, the battle zone had long been prepared with numerous strategies to deal with Law Realm dukes. Meanwhile, in Dragon Sleep Valley, the number of Law Realm dukes that could break out from Red Mist Land was only a few. The attack from Dragon Sleep Valley not only failed to achieve success but also resulted in the loss of a duke. Naturally, the credit went to the big victory in this battle. Not merely did it shatter the grand scheme of Dragon Sleep Valley, for a long time to come, the pressure on each battle zone facing Dragon Sleep Valley would be significantly reduced. At the same time, Tai Zan, Shen Yao, Qi Cheng Federation, the 3 great powers, and all other great powers that participated in this battle, their powerful internal lords successively received the news. The joint team has returned victorious, just with hundreds of strongmen, They annihilated several Law Realm dukes and shattered the enemy's polluted core amidst countless monster overlords in the heart of Dragon Sleep Valley. Holy shit. Many top-level lords were aware of this great battle. After all, it was a battle concerning the fate of the nation, and anyone who had even a bit of news paid great attention. Some top-level lords had personally participated in this great battle, not by entering the joint team but by fighting on the periphery of the Red Mist land to provide support. They were also among the first lords to receive precise news. Indeed, it was a victory, and a grand one at that. And the reason we could achieve such a brilliant victory, the story, starts with each of the famous strong people from Tianyuan City. At that time, the shattered star arrow master from Tianyuan City had fired an arrow that pierced through the stars, collapsing the entire space and erasing the great paths. Facing several Law Realm dukes coming at her from all directions, this arrow master was utterly fearless. Just watching her chant, "My heart is as an arrow," she transformed into a divine arrow of light, effortlessly escaping from the mouths of those formidable, terrifying high-hunting dukes, leaving them grinding their teeth in frustration. In a certain public secret realm, an old man in a blue robe vividly recounted one after another of those legendary and extremely thrilling battles. At this moment, the protagonist of this story was none other than the Tianyuan City's strong person, who held the honored title of Shattered Star Arrow Master, 17. One listener couldn't help but ask, "I say, old man Yao, that 17 from Tianyuan City, Lord 17. Was he really moving freely amidst the encirclement of several Law Realm dukes with just his divine soul body? Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" He was somewhat rather skeptical. Old man Yao's face turned angry. "I've got connections inside the one-handed Chamber of Commerce. You might doubt my character, but don't doubt the authenticity of my stories. Do you even know what first-hand information is?" Following that, the storyteller continued fluently, leaving that listener speechless. But it was only the new listeners who would doubt the truth of the story. Those who were regular clients of Old Man Yao had long understood. This was just a story. Just listen to it for what it is. Whether it's real or not isn't that important, of course, even if 99% of Old Man Yao's stories were artistically fabricated. At least 1% of the core information came from genuine intelligence. 17 from Tianyuan City, acknowledged as the Shattered Star Arrow Master, that was a fact. They had also vaguely heard that this Arrow Master was indeed an unbelievably powerful individual, a world-class strongman who could retreat unscathed even in the presence of Law Realm entities. Not just the Shattered Star Arrow Master, but also the Shadow Lord made great gains this time, reportedly even annihilating several world-level Duke of Huntington. Shadow Lord? I know him. I even attended one of this strongman's public lectures back in the day. Compared to 17 and others, Hong Yi had once held the position of a special grade instructor at Lakehaven Academy, and her reputation was quite noteworthy among ordinary to high-level professionals. The majority of professionals had no real sense of Hong Yi and 17's achievements of slaying a Duke of Hunting and retreating unscathed from the presence of Law Realm entities. It sounded incredibly badass, astonishingly badass. But they didn't really understand where the badassery lay. For most professionals, the legendary realm was the limit. The differences within the legendary realm, heaven and earth realm, soul realm, world level, and law realm, were just titles. But for legendary strongmen, the more they knew, the more amazed they were. Shadow Lord stepped into the legendary realm not long ago, and he's already a top-tier world-class strongman? Holy shit. With a divine soul body, retreating unscathed from the face of Law Realm dukes, such outrageous achievements I thought were just boastful, but they actually exist. Actually, the most famous world-class strongman from Tianyuan City in this battle wasn't the Shadow Lord or the Shattered Star Arrow Master. An informed insider slightly lifted his chin and said, but a previously unknown entity who became famous and deified in one battle, causing even the Sword Lord Lu Shi and other big shots to be astonished. Who was it? Could it be someone who slaughters world-class strongmen as if slaughtering chickens? A legendary realm couldn't help but ask. The insider slightly shook his head, too small, too narrow in scope. He paused once more and said, this being, by his sheer force alone, broke free from the siege of dozens of Law Realm dukes. This being, by his sheer force alone, traversed the vast red mist land in an instant. This being enraged a terrifying existence in Dragonsleep Valley. He is the ruler of Azure Sky, the king who commands the storm, the fastest being in the world, king of Conching, Falcon Venerate. In addition, there was Absolute Heaven Marshal Venerate Wuda, Lord of Swallowing Heaven Duolai. The joint team, after all, was a top-level assault troop formed by strongmen from 3 nations and several great powers, and the impressive achievements of Tianyuan City's strong people quickly spread throughout various countries. At the same time, various monster overlord powers also received this information. The Dragonsleep Valley has actually fallen this time, fallen to a few mere humans? There are some living beings, strongmen, not to be underestimated, definitely not. Absolute Heaven Marshal Venerate, Shattered Star Arrow Master, Shadow Lord, Lord of Swallowing Heaven. Pass my command. If these Tianyuan City strongmen are encountered in the wilderness, avoid combat, and the power shall impose no punishments. In Shadow City, a Shadow Duke dominating many monstrous strongmen, issued such an order. It meant that in the future, even the legendary realm or world-level strongmen of Shadow City could retreat without fighting upon encountering these few. This was not cowardice, but a move to avoid unnecessary losses. Even if the Shattered Star Arrow Master and Shadow Lord were still only in the Soul Realm, they were almost insignificant before these world-class strongmen. Such was the terrifying deterrent power of these strongmen from Tianyuan City, who had just stepped onto the world stage and already resounded throughout the entire world. Firmament's Hand, Chomping Insect Swarm, one after another, top-level lords with Law Realm strongmen spoke. The other monster overlords were even more wary of these rising living beings, strongmen. My lord, that King of Conching, then? The title of King of Conching even outshines Absolute Heaven Marshal Venerate and Master of Star Swallowing. Reportedly it even enraged a Holy Realm great power from Dragonsleep Valley. Should we avoid him even more? A world-level monster questioned. His eyes filled with caution towards Jun. Such was the formidable enemy that was problematic even for many Law Realm dukes. Especially since Jun was reportedly just a divine Soul Realm expert, making him even more terrifying. The Duke, gazing at the information about the King of Conching, paused briefly and said, "No, if we encounter the King of Conching in the wilds, before he has a chance to escalate, then spare no expense to eliminate this praised living being." Deep within Dragonsleep Valley, the dusk surged like a tide, vaguely forming a massive silhouette. 2 bright yellow suns hung high amidst this dusky twilight. In the twilight, a voice laden with great authority and terror resounded between heaven and earth. The day the red moon descends is the day Tianyuan City shall be annihilated. Before that day, if the azure-colored large bird of Tianyuan City is encountered, report it, execute it. Ah Chu, Jun, soaring in the sky, suddenly shivered, nearly unable to maintain his handsome and suave posture. How strange, who's mentioning your Mr. Falcon? Oh right, I, Mr. Falcon, am now a world-renowned strongman, revered by countless people. It's only normal for someone to be talking about me. Truly fits being Mr. Falcon. Tianyuan City. Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool, Heavenly Domain. 38 angels stood in line, arrayed before Mu Yuan and Lapis. Among them, 27 angels had just evolved, while the other 8 were the guardian angels of the observatory hall. The latter were all at the peak of the heaven and earth realm, possessing domains of 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters. However, these 8 angels were not true life forms. They were more like upgradable automatons, devoid of self-awareness. But it seems that these 8 great angels can meet some of the needs during Lapis's process on the Angel King Road, Mu Yuan thought. Lapis dominates the angels, cultivates, and enhances her own angelic forces until she achieves 9 6-wing angels, 49 4-wing angels, and 199 dual-wing angels. Only then can she carry the Angel King Road to the perfect realm and push open the Holy Realm Gate. Ever since Lapis found her path to ascension, Mu Yuan had been thinking of ways to help her proceed. Lapis, possessing a heroic status, had immediately incorporated the 8 guardian angels into her ranks that very day. This was the standard of domination under the heaven and earth rules. Of course, if one could, like Dead Bone, give birth to all sorts of undead from their own hands, then even without the hero's authority to integrate these forces into her own ranks, it would still count as domination. However, after Lapis had taken the 8 great angels under her command, there was still no change in her journey on the Angel King Road. Progress was at 0%. At the peak of the Law Realm, pursuing the path to ascension, one could not precisely gauge how much distance they had covered or how much was left. However, whether or not one had taken a few steps forward was something a strong person could sense. Lapis innocently stated that she hadn't been able to move forward at all. But this was not her fault. She knew nothing, understood nothing. However, today, after Lapis had incorporated many angels into her own army, she felt that she had taken several steps forward on the grand road of the Angel King. Possibly 1 or 2 steps aided by the 8 great angels. Probably like this, then like this, and then it turns into this. Lapis weakly described. Mu Yuan somewhat understood. It's probably related to proportion. The 8 great angels, lacking self-awareness and not being living beings, cannot make up the entire angel army, but they can be a part of it. This could be 1/2, possibly 1/3, or even less. This point was not important. After all, Tianyuan City didn't have that many non-living angels. As Lapis began to pursue this path to ascension, her requirements for the ascension process became clearer. 9 6-wing angels and 49 4-wing angels must evolve under Lapis's dominion during her process. The 8 guardian angels, unable to evolve further, thus, cannot be included in the 9 and 49 core conditions, however. Their presence still provided Lapis with a kind of motivation to climb higher. This motivation was an inference made by Mu Yuan combining Lapis's climbing experience. Such secrets were only known to those actively pursuing the path to ascension. If the path to ascension were quantified and stratified, the practitioner would encounter one obstacle after another during their journey. At certain stages, Lapis might need to have evolved 10 4-wing angels before she can continue. At the next stage, she might need 2 6-wing angels and 24-wing angels to cross another severe threshold. But even if Mu Yuan were to immediately recruit over 200 angels and quickly evolve 9 6-wing angels and 49 4-wing angels to clear all the checkpoints of the ascension path, it would only mean that Lapis's path ahead was unobstructed, not that she could climb to the end of the road right away. The power of the journey comes from the angel army under Lapis's domination. The stronger the members of the angel army, the greater their number and realm, and the more they progress under Lapis's dominion, the greater the feedback power she will receive. The latter, the proportion of progress, is more significant. Lapis, wanting to fully complete the Angel King Road, Mu Yuan estimated that at the very least, he needs to cultivate these 200+ angels to the legendary realm on top of their evolution. This was not difficult, it could even be said to be easy. Being of epic life status, angels inherently possessed the potential to reach the legendary realm. But for Mu Yuan, it was easier to cultivate 9 6-wing angels and 49 4-wing angels, just over 1 million miracle power. The challenge lay in recruiting and cultivating angels. Recruiting angels is not a big issue either. I can invest in high-order luminary artifacts to accelerate the cultivation of spirits in Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool. This was just a matter of money. Artifacts obtainable through soul crystals or even ordinary contribution points were not difficult to acquire. If worst comes to worst, I can obtain top-tier recruitment items from the mysterious Merchant Alliance. As long as I'm willing to invest, within 1 or 2 months, these 200+ spirits can all be recruited. And cultivating angels. Normally, epic life forms need at least 2 to 3 years to cultivate to the 4-order peak. The time it takes to step into the legendary realm from the 4-order peak is unpredictable. The average time it took for the young officers of Tianyuan City to reach the 4th-order peak in their cultivation was 1.5 years. After all, they had opportunities. The gifts from heaven and earth that fell down with each upgrade of the territory, along with the evolution glow, saved a great deal of cultivation time for the young officers and the elites. Now the level of Tianyuan City's territory is 7. If we invest more financial resources in this area, perhaps we can touch the threshold of level 8 within half a year? By then, we could use the opportunity of the territory upgrade to train this batch of angels. Besides, the current cultivation environment and conditions in Tianyuan City are much higher than before. It took an average of 1.5 years for Tianyuan City's elites to cultivate to 4th order peak, but within this 1.5 years, there were about 1 year's time when the conditions were especially difficult. The birth of the first legendary realm in Tianyuan City occurred in the 10th month after the establishment of the territory.
Earlier on, the life ranks of the elites were not even at epic level, so their cultivation speed was not that fast.
The angels really caught up at the right time. Mu Yuan planned to allocate a large amount of cultivation resources to the angel army, adopting interest-free loans of contribution points, and a priority evolution mode. After all, this related to the territory's grand strategy and the most cutting-edge power of the territory. After obtaining the Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool, Lapis had become the person in Tianyuan City most likely, and able to hold great power of the Saint Realm the fastest. There's not much time left, although this time the grand scheme of Dragon Sleep Valley was destroyed, causing it significant damage. It also drew the attention of Dragon Sleep Valley, and perhaps a lot of their hatred is now locked on us. When the Red Fog disaster moon comes, Dragon Sleep Valley might not be able to cause a massive catastrophe, but it doesn't rule out the possibility that they will attack the 10 Directions Island domain at any cost. He needed stronger power. If Lapis could step into the Saint Realm, wouldn't Tianyuan territory be pretty much secure with a Saint Realm Angel King guarding it? The practice of the Angel King Road and the training of the Angel Army naturally became the core of Tianyuan City at the current stage. The territory will give you the top-tier cultivation conditions, but your own efforts and cultivation must not slack off, Mu Yuan said to the 30 angels in front of him, who had already awakened their self-consciousness. Especially the four-winged angel, Tira. You never know if the Angel King Road might have some more specific realm requirements, needing a certain number of angels to cultivate to higher realms. He had high hopes for Tira. Yes, Tira knelt on one knee, trembling with excitement throughout her feathers. At first, she thought that recruiting her was an honor for the lord of this place. Then she saw the Angel King, and felt it was an honor for herself. After that, she witnessed her own lord's great force and deeply understood why even the great Angel King followed the Lord closely. And now, the Lord saw potential in her. Cultivate like there's no tomorrow. The angels, can be resurrected anyway, so even dying in cultivation isn't a big problem. Cultivate. Mu Yuan just gave a few words of admonishment and left it to Lapis to watch over them. Tianyuan City had already formed an incredibly competitive cultivation atmosphere. He was not worried that the angels would slack off. It's said that angels are very proud. Although angels' strategic and tactical capabilities are very strong, ranking high among many epic creatures, their pride is also at the forefront among epic lives. Some lords who were fortunate enough to recruit angels expressed that they are difficult to manage and to keep them obedient. Even the princes and princesses of the Holy Griffin Empire, the great nobles, were somewhat courteous to the angels under their command. Mu Yuan didn't feel that his own angels were proud in any way. Perhaps it was because Lapis was present, or possibly because he, Lord Shepherd, had an extremely charismatic personality. That probability was higher. While Mu Yuan was busy transforming the gains from the trip into actual combat power, Sword Lord Lushi, True Flame Principal, and Duke Yaoguang, these top-tier lords, also returned to their respective territories. They began to tally their gains, rest and recuperation. But at the same time, it also welcomed inquiries from a number of friends, powerful lords. Compared to the rumors circulating outside, which may not be reliable, the truth came from the mouths of these few. The Lord of Tianyuan City from the Taizan Alliance, is he really as strong as a number of great generals? How much of the intelligence we have received from the Eye of Shen Yao has been exaggerated? The Lord responsible for ruling over the vast intelligence agency, the Eye of Shen Yao, known as the One-Eyed Prince with titles such as the Golden Eagle, Imperial Inspector, and so on, is truly a heavyweight in the Shen Yao Empire, his status firm within the top 10 of the Grand Empire. But the one-eyed prince was also clear about the caliber of his intelligence personnel of the Eye of Shen Yao. It was common for them to exaggerate. He had grown accustomed to extracting the essence from inflated intelligence. This operation was after all of great significance. As soon as Duke Yaoguang returned to his home country, he immediately visited to obtain more accurate news. Hearing the prince's question, Duke Yaoguang Garcia had a complex look on his face, his mouth opening and closing as myriad thoughts flashed through his mind. After a long moment, he still couldn't say, "The various rumors about the strong people from Tianyuan City have indeed been greatly exaggerated." His pride did not allow it. He had already lost in terms of strength. His heart of a strong man could not crumble as well. The great generals of Tianyuan City are indeed as strong as the rumors suggest. This intelligence. There is not a bit of exaggeration. No exaggeration? The one-eyed prince widened his eyes. After scanning through the information in hand, Yaoguang continued, "Not only is there no exaggeration, there's also some information missing. For example, Tianyuan City's divine bird, the king of Kanqing, Sun Tianjun. It did not just leave countless Law Realm dukes behind, but even, it eluded the strike of a Saint Realm terror in one move, who couldn't even catch up. Even if there were all sorts of coincidences present, and such an escape can't be replicated again, the fact that the king of Kanqing evaded the blow from the Saint Realm terror remains beyond doubt. And the lord of Tianyuan City, the absolute heaven marshal venerable, the lord of swallowing heaven. The first two are undoubtedly in the Law Realm, even powerful within the Law Realm, and that lord of swallowing heaven is highly likely to be in the Law Realm too. And I surmise she is the devouring slime mentioned in rumors, that out of billions and billions of slimes, possibly only one appears, an epic-level rarity that can even rival legendary life. The devouring slime with unlimited potential. The devouring slime was certainly rare, but the lord of Tianyuan City's rate of progression caused the one-eyed prince to take a sharp breath. This youngster indeed. He had noticed this rising star of the Taizan Alliance, a young generation leader, quite early on. He realized the Lord Tianyuan possessed extraordinary potential. Just not to such a remarkable extent. This was no longer just a young generation leader but a bona fide top-tier lord. He was no longer a heavenly pride lord. He was a peak lord who had realized his potential. The one-eyed prince took a deep breath. This youngster indeed must be befriended. Yaoguang, since you have experience fighting alongside the lord of Tianyuan City, why not take on this important task yourself? It's better than letting some old fogies in the empire mess things up. Soon, the Shen Yao Empire convened a meeting to discuss their stance towards Tianyuan City. At the meeting, Duke Mika's face was displeased. Just a few months ago, he had tried to recruit the lord of Tianyuan City with a condescending attitude. At that time, this lord of Taizan was still just a young generation leader. He disagreed with the empire's large bet to win over this lord. With only so many resources, spending big to woo the lord Tianyuan meant less money in their own pockets. I absolutely disagree, but no one paid attention to Duke Mika. The old man couldn't see the situation clearly. Tianyuan City was no longer just a potential force worth courting. It was a top-tier great power with the strength of a Law Realm duke capable of destruction, with a host of world-class and top-tier strongmen. One city was enough to rival many nations. They had no choice but to form ties, or at the very least, maintain good relations. Around the same time, in the Qicheng Federation, we shall, in the name of the Federation, make an official visit to Tianyuan City, and I shall lead the delegation myself, said True Flame Principal during the meeting. Such visits were not exceptional. After all, great powers like Taizan, Qicheng, and Shen Yao were composed of various territorial powers. Strong territories were formidable enough to be considered nations in their own right, and could be viewed as large powers. However, usually, the scale of such visits was not this grand. True Flame Principal is a crucial figure in our federation. It would be inappropriate for you to personally lead the delegation, a certain elder said. His point was not without reason. True Flame Principal himself began to waver. The next moment, the elder said, I don't hold such high status, so let me go in your stead. True Flame Principal. He stared at this, lower status, elder from the law realm with wide eyes. Such audacious shamelessness existed in this world? Thus, in the Chi Chain Federation, the debate over this matter went on for a long time. All the influential figures wanted to lead this delegation. The less powerful elite characters and lords also wanted to secure a spot in the entourage. Everyone was no fool. Though the visit was under the guise of the Federation to Tianyuan City, a city-state was equivalent to a country, a great power, and Tianyuan City was merely a territory. Specific collaborations would usually be conducted on a territorial basis. Moreover, the Lord of Tianyuan City, along with the famous strongmen of Tianyuan City that had made their names known far and wide, were definitely the rising stars in the current international community. For the Federation, establishing amicable ties with the territories of Tianyuan City was an official affair. But for myself, the question of whether or not I could get acquainted with the Lord of Tianyuan City and befriend these powerful individuals was a personal matter. This was where the actual interests lay. When it came down to matters of interest, no one was willing to give ground. If that's the case, then, let's go together. If we are to go, let's go together, HMPH, in another place. At Ancient Sword Mountain, a mysterious region shrouded in clouds and fog all year round, where neither human nor monster tracks were easily visible, Wu Ming and Golden Elephant, two young prodigies, had returned. At the moment, they were training and cultivating with all their might in the mountains, striving to improve themselves more seriously than ever before. A streak of light came flying from beyond the azure sky, silently entering Ancient Sword God Mountain. Ancient Sword God Monarch, just having bid farewell to an old friend, saw his two ever more diligent disciples and felt immensely gratified. He gave a slight nod, his figure appeared and he flew downward. Indeed, by letting you participate in the great battle and witness real strongmen, you now have a sense of crisis and are motivated to cultivate more diligently. The Ancient Sword God Monarch felt utterly justified in his decision to throw his disciples directly onto the battlefield. The outcome, after all, was evident. He had not acted without a backup plan. That sword strike he had unleashed was proof. However, upon hearing their master's words, Wu Ming and Golden Elephant had complex expressions on their faces. They had indeed witnessed the strength of powerful individuals and felt a sense of crisis. But they had always been well aware of the gap between themselves and those in the law realm. Expecting defeat was not surprising, nor would it induce a strong sense of crisis or urgency. Except, Master, do you think there's a possibility? There is a strong man who was only in the soul realm a little over a month ago, slightly stronger than me, by a narrow margin, yet now possesses the power to obliterate law realm dukes. In just over a month, he has made tremendous progress, with the ability to subdue countless enemies with a single punch. Wu Ming said as much. The Ancient Sword God Monarch immediately waved his hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a legendary life doesn't have such an unmysterious rate of progression. Where did you hear such a tall tale? Wu Ming paused, then asked, Then, Master, is there a possibility that a strong man with a divine soul body could retreat unscathed in front of a being from the Saint Realm? No way. Absolutely impossible. Is there such a possibility? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Ancient Sword God Monarch did not know the specifics of the battle within the Red Mist Land. Being able to strike across realms and into the Red Mist Land was already a display of his great power. But his two disciples insisted so firmly, even swearing on their sword hearts that they had not spoken a word of falsehood. Of course, the Ancient Sword God Monarch still trusted them. Even if they didn't swear on their sword hearts, he knew well that his two disciples would not joke about something truly significant. A world-class strongman capable of playing with those in the law realm, and withdrawing at will before a law realm duke? A world-class strongman who slays world-level monsters as if cleaving through chickens. A world-class strongman who can dodge a terrifying strike from the Saint Realm. 1, 2, 3. Are these still world-class strongmen? And all emerging in the same era? In a moment of reverie, the Ancient Sword God Monarch recalled a question his disciple had once asked. Master, is this world really that vast? He had previously said that the world wasn't so vast. But now that he thought about it, the world changes so rapidly, with great powers and strongmen emerging in succession. Could it be that I, the divine monarch, am falling behind the times? Lost in thought, the ancient sword god monarch murmured, Taizan, Tianyuan City? Perhaps there was a need to take a look someday. An official visit was different from a few strongmen traveling. The entourage often consisted of many people. It took a lot of time to overcome many difficulties when nations traveled across realms. But even so, led by powerhouses of the law realm, the delegation crossed one great domain after another at an incredible speed, gradually making their way to the Ten Directions Island domain. At the time, outside the Ten Directions Island domain, among the boundless voids between domains, a platinum arc sailed through the raging space currents as naturally as swimming in water. This was the arc of the Shen Yao Empire. The arc was enormous, easily capable of accommodating hundreds of people. On the deck of the ark, several young men and women, either handsome or beautiful, were standing, holding wineglasses as if on a vacation, yet their expressions were somewhat complex. Tianyuan City. Someone murmured. This visiting group was extremely lavish. 3 of the 7 most famous superhero lords of the Shen Yao Empire had come. Yeoguang Garcia, Diamond Queen Vivian, Fiery Blaze Hale. Apart from Duke Yeoguang, both the Diamond Queen and Fiery Blaze were familiar with the Lord of Tianyuan City. Fiery Blaze had met the Lord of Tianyuan City in the Apocalypse Secret Realm and was deeply shocked by the natural talent of the Tianyuan powerhouse. The Diamond Queen had even personally visited Tianyuan City, and although there had been some unpleasantness between Duke Mika and the Lord of Tianyuan City at the time, fortunately, she had skillfully made amends. However, she had never imagined that in just a few months, the Lord of Tianyuan City, once on par with them, somewhat on par, had in the blink of an eye ascended to the ranks of the world's top lords. Even an older generation, like Yeoguang, had admitted that he was temporarily falling behind. Duke Yeoguang had already adjusted his mindset. The eternal world never lacked miracles, and even though the Lord of Tianyuan City was advancing rapidly now, it was not impossible for him, Yeoguang, to catch up. Moreover, he still possessed the magnificent Radiant City. His Radiant City had invested a huge amount of capital, a large workforce, and time into its construction. It was a famously large city within the entire Shen Yao Empire. Surely it couldn't be outdone by the Tianyuan City that was established just over 2 years ago, could it? Absolutely impossible. One after another, powerful lords of the Shen Yao Empire, each with their own complex thoughts, traveled on the Platinum Arc through the vast spatial currents. Occasionally, they would encounter 1 or 2 powerful monsters roaming the space rifts, but these monsters were reduced to ashes as soon as they appeared in front of the mighty combat power of the visiting group. Before long, Your Grace, we will soon arrive at our destination, the Ten Directions Island domain, said the captain. Soon, the Platinum Arc emerged from the shattered space. Before them, the broken space was slowly receding, revealing mountains, rivers, and the land, one after another, in their field of vision. It was a vast and vibrant land, with ancient trees, mountain ranges stretching far and wide, and massive lakes shimmering. However, on this vast land, there were monsters galloping and howling. Between the mountains and the land, red mist visibly drifted. The density of this red mist was almost comparable to that of the major frontline battle zones. It's rumored that Tianyuan City is adjacent to the red mist land, directly facing many monster overlords. It seems these rumors are not false, murmured Fiery Blaze Hale. He only needed a few glances to determine that such an environment would breed one overlord power after another, and several monster legends would emerge. Of course, he was confident in dealing with ordinary overlord powers. But the rumors stated that Tianyuan City had accidentally fallen into this domain during the Langsing calamity. At that time, how many powerhouses did the entire Tianyuan City have? Yet the Lord of Tianyuan City was still able to survive in an environment besieged by overlords and lead the entire region to break through encirclements and grow stronger. He couldn't help but admire. We have arrived, someone spoke. In the distance, the magnificent Tianyuan City had now appeared at the edge of the horizon. Faintly visible were several small towns built around this vast city with networks of railroads intersecting and flying ships cruising. A bustling, prosperous scene. Duke Yeoguang's face was serious. Is this Tianyuan City? It is so magnificent. He then looked towards Diamond Queen Vivian. He vaguely remembered that Tianyuan City was different from what Vivian had described. What was going on, however? Vivian, who had come once before and was ready to act as a tour guide, was now staring with even wider eyes. Is this Tianyuan City? She saw dozens of winding train tracks sprawling across the land, with steel trains whistling into the distance. She saw villages and camps strategically arranged across the domain. She saw grand buildings erected on the land, circles of treasure light and divine aura radiating, incredibly extraordinary. If it weren't for the distant city walls of Tianyuan City and some defensive buildings and weapons nearby, which were similar to those in her memory, she might have thought they had come to the wrong place. This indeed is Tianyuan City, she swallowed and said. The arc drew closer, and the full view of Tianyuan City slowly unfolded before them. That area, is it the rumored World Tunnel? Duke Yeoguang had heard of such magical technology and they hoped to introduce 1 or 2 world tunnels this time. But other than that, most affairs of Tianyuan City were completely foreign to him. For instance, the waterfall in the distance pouring down like the Milky Way from the sky. What is that? He asked. The one he asked was Diamond Queen Vivian, who had been to Tianyuan City before. Vivian was silent for a moment. I'm not quite sure either. Duke Yeoguang thought for a moment, then pointed to a distant mountain and asked, is that the core area of Tianyuan City? That mountain seems to hold mysteries? Vivian was silent for a moment. I'm not quite sure either. Duke Yeoguang paused, then looking towards the horizon, laid out above the azure sky, conspicuously radiant, with vague silhouettes of buildings visible, akin to a domain from the heavens, he could not help but ask, and what about that sky domain? Vivian was silent for a moment. I'm still not quite sure. Duke Yeoguang also fell silent. He wanted to say something but realized, even with his knowledge, he could not entirely discern the secrets of these areas and marvels. And within Tianyuan City, there were more than just 1 or 2 mysterious places. Perhaps they are epic buildings. With the power possessed by the Lord of Tianyuan City, it's not too surprising that there are a few epic buildings within the city. However, Tianyuan City had more than just a few high-end buildings. Here, the roads were wide and straight, and the buildings on either side were well planned. Here, the trees were lush, the rivers roared, and city parks and recreational places were everywhere. Here, the streets were bustling with people, some hawking their goods, others stopping to chat. Completely different from what he had imagined, where due to its location in the depth of the wilderness, the city had to arm itself to the teeth, turning the entire city into a war fortress. There was hardly any scent of war here. Oh no, far off, one could still see areas marked, War Museum, where traces of past wars seemed to have lingered. Is this the real Tianyuan City? A city that, even situated next to Red Mist Land and directly facing Dragon Sleep Valley, had the confidence to develop comprehensively. No less formidable than his own Yeoguang City, Duke Yeoguang fell silent. The ark from the Shen Yao Empire landed at Tianyuan City's airport. Led by Duke Yeoguang, Diamond Queen Vivian, and Fiery Blaze, the Shen Yao delegation slowly disembarked from the ark. A corps, drawn from the Empire's Guard Corps and comprised entirely of outstanding 3-star rank, Divine Radiance swordsmen, marched in formation, demonstrating the might of the Shen Yao Empire. No wonder it's a ceremonial guard of a great nation. All are at 4th order peak, and the troop is of the same kind. A journalist, who had been waiting, exclaimed, it's usually hard to recruit even 1 or 2 outstanding 3-star troops, let alone form a squad or corps. Another journalist said, but the welcome lineup of Tianyuan City is not lacking, no, perhaps even stronger. Those were the archers standing rigidly. From their appearance, they weren't as easily recognizable as the Divine Radiance swordsmen, but the aura emanating from them was not any less intense. All at 4th order peak. Their collective aura clearly, and notably, outmatched that of the Shen Yao ceremonial guard. This is the welcoming lineup of Tianyuan City. These are the Guard Corps of Tianyuan City? whispered Duke Yaoguang. Typically, a territory's guard team is drawn from attractive, high-quality troop types and is not deliberately assembled. Only great nations like the Shenyao Empire, with multiple ceremonial demands, would specifically form a guard corps thousands strong. Even so, this Divine Radiance Knight Corps also possesses the capability to fight in battle on the front lines, not merely performing ceremonial duties. The appearance of the Divine Radiance Knight Corps is undoubtedly impressive. Yet the welcoming squad of Tianyuan City is also an assembly of super elite, all at the four-order peak, uniformly dressed and adorned, seemingly from the same troop type? The same troop type, 200 members at four-order peak? Duke Yaoguang himself certainly has more than 200 four-order peak elites. After all, he is a distinguished duke of the Shenyao Empire, a top figure in the law realm, standing at the pinnacle of the eternal world. His subordinates include numerous legendary realm-strong people, let alone those at four-order peak. But he knows his own affairs best. Despite having far more than 200 four-order peak elites in Yaoguang City, pulling out 200 of the same job rank in four-order peak troop type, he couldn't do it. Not to mention 200, even 100 would be difficult. Yet, the young lord of Tianyuan City easily dispatched 200 four-order peak archers. Perhaps it wasn't easy, but being able to present such an array was an undeniable fact. And likely, these 200 archers, battle-hardened from numerous wars, exuded an aura even stronger than his own divine radiance swordsman. Duke Yaoguang felt a notch of defeat. What he didn't know was that the archers had already restrained much of their aura. After all, the visitor is a guest. He scrutinized these archers and faintly discerned the subtle flow of starlight. Indeed, they are likely constellation leaders of the outstanding 3-star rank, and at the end of this path lies the epic life arrow of Polar Star. With the potential to produce a top-notch world-class strongman like the Shattered Star Arrow Master, Tianyuan City is likely a recruitment and training ground for constellation leaders, nurturing mystery skills.
What ingenuity! Yet he also knew that normally, even 1,000 constellation leaders couldn't give rise to an existence like the Shattered Star Arrow Master.
Though the Shattered Star Arrow Master isn't a law realm being, far below him. Just with the Arrow Master's archery expertise, talent, and techniques, once she steps into the law realm, it won't take long for her to become one of the strong in the law realm. The Shenyao visiting delegation was received by the Tianyuan City side and boarded a special vehicle for guests, driving into the city. At that moment, Duke Yaoguang seemed to sense something, looking out the car window. His gaze, like a beam of light, pierced through the layers of obstruction, gazing far into the azure sky. There, among the churning clouds, a massive structure slowly emerged. It appeared like a city among the clouds. Sky Tower? It's the Qi-Cheng Federation coming, and they're using the Sky Tower as their chariot. Duke Yaoguang was not surprised that a lord from the Qi-Cheng Federation was visiting. What surprised him was how quickly the Qi-Cheng lord arrived. After all, traveling from Qi-Cheng Federation to Taizan was much farther than their journey from the Shenyao Empire. At least several times the distance. They had just arrived, and the Qi-Cheng Federation's lord was hot on their heels. This demonstrates the Qi-Cheng Federation's importance to Tianyuan City. The use of a sky tower was a clear indication. Atop the sky tower, True Flame Principal and another refined elder stood side by side. This refined elder, also a law realm lord, was a prominent figure within the Qi-Cheng Federation, overseeing the largest magic museum in the Federation, and commanded thousands of techniques. He held a respected title recognized by many strong beings, Sage of Vast Knowledge. This Sage of Vast Knowledge was also a representative of the Federation's practical faction. The Shenyao Empire's visiting delegation seems to have arrived. That's not surprising. Oh, it's just Yaoguang, that young one coming? I thought I might meet some old friend. Chuckled the Sage of Vast Knowledge. True Flame Principal responded, for us, this is a good thing. Both are vying to win over the Lord of Tianyuan City, as is the Shenyao Empire. To say win over might be too much. After all, the Lord of Tianyuan City is a Lord of Taizan. On a national level, it's also about cooperation between Qi-Cheng, Shenyao, and Taizan. However, even if Qi Cheng Federation and Taizan Alliance cooperate in such strategic joint actions, it boils down to cooperation between the lords of Qi Cheng and Taizan. The support for the entire operation from Taizan also depends on how many top-level lords are willing to contribute. Willing lords can make a slight indication or fight with all their might, and the results are significantly different. And the Lord of Tianyuan City, already being a top-level lord of Taizan Alliance, possesses the ability to influence significant decisions in Taizan. If an event similar to this venture into the Red Mist Land is initiated, whether it can garner the support of the Lord of Tianyuan City is crucial. The strong people of Tianyuan City are not only powerful, some excel uniquely in the Red Mist Land. The abilities of the Lord of Swallowing Heaven and the King of Kanqing are irreplaceable, even by several more Law Realm beings. However, the Lord of Swallowing Heaven and the King of Kanqing are just one person and one bird. They are limited in their capacities. They of Qi Cheng Federation hoped that when the critical moment came, they could summon such external support, and Shen Yao or other great powers surely wished for the same. It was therefore especially important to establish early connections. Shen Yao did not attach sufficient importance to it, while they, Qi Cheng Federation, highly valued it, which was all the more important. Who would have thought, True Flame, that you would place such importance on a young man, to even convince the council to lend us the Sky Tower for travel? Tisk tisk tisk. The Grey Wind Sage shook his head slightly. True Flame did not indulge him. If you did not value this highly as well, would you be shamelessly insisting on following this old man here? HMPH. Soon, the Sky Tower of the Qi Cheng Federation slowly descended at the airport outside the city. Buzz. The tall tower landed, standing tall and majestic like a grand palace on the open and flat ground. This tower was even larger and more magnificent than the epic Mage Tower. So much so that even professionals at a great distance could see it clearly. Those professionals with a slight understanding of the great powers immediately realized. It seems that some big shots from the Qi Cheng Federation have arrived? The big shots of Qi Cheng Federation are paying a personal visit to Tianyuan City? Some murmured, others puzzled. They certainly knew that the achievements of the Lord of Tianyuan City were glorious and unmatched, but after all, wasn't the city lord still just a young lord of Taizan? Qi Cheng Federation, that's a superpower even older than Taizan. Not just Qi Cheng Federation, it seems, some high-profile figures from the Shenyao Empire have also come specifically. Ordinary professionals had no idea what was happening. They were clueless about information such as the combined team operations deep within the Red Mist Land. However, those who understood the situation a bit better knew that the inside story was even more exaggerated than they had imagined. What on earth had the Lord of Tianyuan City done? Led by True Flame Principal and the Grey Wind Sage, the visiting delegation from the Qi Cheng Federation descended on the carpet of light spread by the Sky Tower. To greet them was a guard corps of exactly 200 members, each at the Fourth Order peak. At this moment they were not wearing black armor but instead donned the early bright golden armor of the Imperial Guard series. With shields in one hand and spears in the other, their golden full-body armor glistened dazzlingly in the sunlight, looking quite splendid. Mu Yuan was currently greeting True Flame Principal and others, along with Duo Lion Lulu, skillfully splitting his attention to do so personally. He had just also welcomed Duke Yaoguang and his party. Lord Shepherd and True Flame Principal, along with the Grey Wind Sage, quickly shook hands and exchanged a few words before getting into a car and heading towards the city. My Tianyuan City is finally looking up. Naturally, Mu Yuan was very welcoming of the arrival of True Flame Principal and the others. After a while, they too, Tianyuan City, needed to organize a team to visit each top-tier domain for exchange. True Flame Principal and the others wanted to get external strong support, like that of his Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan was no different. Like this time, if it weren't for the pressure being shared by the forces from various countries and great powers, the pressure and risk faced solely by Taizan or even by his Tianyuan City alone would be too great. It would have been impossible to purify the core. Maintaining friendly contacts with high-level lords like True Flame Principal. If there were any wars in the future in need of cooperation, it would also be easier to initiate. With mutual goals, the two parties conversed very amicably. During this process, True Flame Principle also continuously observed Tianyuan City. The architecture, culture, and environment here all surprised him. What surprised him the most, however, were the officers from the arrival procession. Many lords thought that these ceremonial soldiers were high-ranking troops of the Imperial Guard series, fearless knights or fearless generals. But True Flame Principle was different. With his wide range of knowledge and even having several fearless generals under his command, he immediately recognized the exceptional qualities hidden beneath the surface of this ceremony team. All members are fearless generals of the outstanding 3-star rank, but some officers are not just fearless generals, they might be fearless war commanders. True Flame Principle's gaze fell on an unremarkable-looking guardsman. To him, the guardsman shone with a brilliant light of will. He seemed to see a grand figure looming over the guardsman. Obviously, it was the epic life, fearless war commander. With two fearless war commanders under his command and being a scholar by profession, how could he not recognize them? His gaze moved successively from one seemingly ordinary guardsman to another. Epic, epic, epic. He dared not claim his judgment to be completely accurate, but even if only half of those suspected to be super elite fearless war commanders were correctly identified, there was still a considerable number of epic lives among them. The Grey Wind Sage also saw the subtlety. It's good that our visiting group is also very impressive, otherwise it would have been somewhat embarrassing. Of course, this visit would not be complete without some exchanges and academic interaction. There was no explicit need to determine who was superior, most of it was for show. But representing Qi Cheng Federation, they certainly couldn't afford to be obviously outperformed. Thankfully, the visit and exchange by the Qi Cheng Federation included many core powerhouses and elite officers. Among them were their famous Qi Cheng troops, great arcanists, as well as their more advanced troops, the Epic Life, Arcane Sages. Also present were the Saint of Holy Light, Fiery Flame Sage, Frost Cold Sage, and Grey Wind Sage, one epic core powerhouse after another. They had also deliberately selected a few epics that had not yet reached the legendary realm. Such epic officers were top-notch powerhouses just below the legendary realm, suitable for external exchanges. Furthermore, among the convoy of the Qi Cheng Federation, there were tall and handsome men and women dressed in platinum armor emanating a mighty holy light power, with wings faintly visible as they emerged from behind their backs. They were angels, although angels were not the hallmark troops of the Qi Cheng Federation, and the entire Federation could hardly assemble many angel squads. The lords of Qi Cheng had to admit that angels were synonymous with nobility and strength. Capable both in combat and support, they also had an extremely good appearance. Just this ability, resurrection technique, alone gave angels a tactical value that could even surpass that of many epic 2-stars and 3-star lives. The angelic troops were also among the top choices for a show of force when representing one's territory outside the home. They have angels, victory. At this moment, within the ranks of angels, a 4-winged angel seemed to sense something and looked toward the distance, at the heavenly realm spanning the azure sky. This sky domain was mysterious and profound, so much so that even the True Flame Principle and the learned sage could not be certain of what that place was. But now, this legendary realm angel faintly sensed the presence of other angels above the sky domain. It was the resonance between angels. Tianyuan City also has angels, and this 4-winged angel exerted effort to capture the elusive aura of his kin in the distance, when suddenly, his body trembled slightly, unable to suppress the shivering. It seemed that within the heavenly realm, there was more than just angels. True Flame Principle. What more could there be than angels? Why did he feel as if he couldn't read anymore? At the same time, outside Tianyuan City, atop a nameless barren mountain thousands of miles away, a streak of sword light descended, manifesting into a man whose posture was as upright as a sword hidden within its sheath. The 10 Directions Island domain, off in the distance, must be Tai Zan's Tianyuan City. The man murmured, not immediately looking in the direction of Tianyuan City but instead taking in his surroundings with a sweeping gaze. The touch of filth to the north, the approach of the red mist tide, a blood-colored giant dragon coiling in the neighboring suburbs. This is a region filled with death and destruction. He seemed to see the rolling tide of corruption coming from all directions, pouring into the 10 Directions Island domain. And standing against this tide of foulness and slaughter was merely one small miracle territory. In the eternal world, there were countless miracle territories. Even if this one territory was somewhat special, perhaps it also. The ancient sword god monarch gazed far off at Tianyuan City, 8,000 miles away. He had no plans to enter the city, after all, he was an unrivaled legendary life. He had no particular purpose in coming, it was purely a surge of curiosity that he could not suppress. He saw within the staff of divine right high above, an immense energy contained. He saw legendary realm auras flickering within the city walls. He discovered the arrival of True Flame Principle, Learned Sage, Yaoguang, and others. He also saw. The ancient sword god monarch murmured, "This Tianyuan city has a more epic spirit than one would imagine. It truly may give birth to one world-class strongman after another. Are the miracle territories of today really so formidable?" Suddenly, the divine monarch, in surprise, his eyes gradually widening as he calculated with his fingers, there seemed to be legendary lives dwelling within this Tianyuan city. No wonder, no wonder. He thought the world was changing too fast, and he could no longer keep up with the times. But who would have thought? A legendary existence had chosen the Lord of Tianyuan City. Everything then made sense, and all was logical. I just don't know which old friend it is. It seems they are even better at nurturing new talents than this divine monarch. The ancient sword god monarch chuckled lightly. Since this old friend did not intend to show themselves, and he had satisfied his curiosity, he hummed softly and turned into a sword light that disappeared into the farthest reaches of the sky. A month later, in Tianyuan City, at the Tianyuan Peak, within the small courtyard of the city lord's mansion. The sunlight sprinkled down, casting a play of shadows from the trees, and Lord Shepherd was lying on a swaying rattan chair, his eyes half closed as he enjoyed the respite of a summer afternoon. Over the past month, Tianyuan City had engaged in numerous exchanges with various top-level lords from different regions, reaping considerable rewards. More and more large groups and trading companies were investing in Tianyuan City. For these conglomerates, the geographic location of Tianyuan City was somewhat dangerous, constantly at risk of flood tides and catastrophic calamities. Investing in Tianyuan City posed significant risks for them, but likewise, Tianyuan was teeming with business opportunities, now even more so as a central hub connecting multiple great domains. If they didn't invest, others surely wanted to. Nowadays, more and more merchant powers were setting up shop in Tianyuan City, which had undergone transformative changes in just 1 month. Outside the main city of Tianyuan, town after town, vanguard camps were established one after another. Merchants, travelers, adventurers, all passed through this place. Many adventurers ventured deep into the wilderness through these vanguard camps to temper themselves. For them, the 10 Directions Island domain was the perfect proving ground, home to numerous monster camps, monster tribes, sufficiently strong monster lords, and a whole dragon's complement of services. The latter was the key. Here, various rescue and call for help services were available, and despite the high prices, adventurers were willing to pay them willingly. These services were on the rise within Tianyuan City. All these bits and pieces of income added up to a substantial yield for Mu Yuan. Besides, some adventurers were better skilled and experienced than Tianyuan City's elite soldiers in searching for materials and exploring secrets, often discovering valuable items or places of treasure. Most of these findings eventually ended up in Tianyuan City's markets, becoming a part of the income. The overall environment is quite peaceful. This past month, the 10 Directions Island domain had indeed been very calm. The occasional legendary monster or powerful being was but a side dish for Tianyuan City, which could easily send out a small elite squad led by a young officer to capture them. It not only served to hone the skills of the young officers and elites but also provided additional materials for Rakshas's 9-layered netherworld. To the north of the 10 Directions Island domain, Dragon Sleep Valley, which held a vast expanse of the Red Mist Land, has been unusually low-key during this period. Not only have there been no Crimson Dragon powerhouses crossing into their domains, but even Longshan Pass and the Dragonman United Front in the Great Battle Zones have seen few battles. I heard that Dragon Sleep Valley has been attacked by other top-level monster overlords. It would be great if those monster overlord powers could be bashed until their brains burst out. But the tranquility of Ten Directions Island domain and the neighboring Great War Zones of Dragon Sleep Valley does not mean that other regions were also quiet. Battles erupted everywhere. Rustle, not far away, the latest edition of the Pioneer Group newspaper flew toward him, hovering in front of him. It recorded the latest movements of Taizan, as well as some of the major countries and powers in the vicinity. The Cold Valley Mountain Battle Zone, under the command of the Lord of Hanyu City, has seen several major battles. As they penetrated the Red Mist Land and campaigned against Dragon Sleep Valley, Cold Valley Mountain was facing the onslaught of the monster overlord known as Firmament's Hand. Several Law Realm monsters have appeared in succession. Han Yu was unable to leave at that time. And a little over a month later, the large-scale campaign in the Cold Valley Mountain Warzone finally came to an end. Cold Valley Mountain Warzone lost 16 frontline Guardian camps, and at its most dangerous moment, it was once forced to contract their defensive line. This occurred right after they had retreated from Red Mist Land. Afterward, Lord of Hanyu City, along with the deputy commander of the Great War Zone, Earth Dust Pioneer General, slew a Law Realm Duke on the battlefield and repelled 6 powerful Law Realm foes. In the following month, Lord of Hanyu City led an elite squad deep into Red Mist Land several times and, in a crucial battle, single-handedly defeated 3 Law Realm Dukes before cleansing the heart of corruption, thereby cementing the victory of the war. During this time, Tianyuan City's strong people also made a slight move, aiding Cold Valley Mountain Battle Zone. But slaying 3 Law Realm Dukes, that was all due to the Lord of Hanyu City's singular effort. Not only him, but also the mighty lords of Taizan were progressing. Without a doubt, the Lord of Hanyu City was already on some path to ascension. Moreover, even while she was on this path, even though she had reached the peak of Principal Realm, her combat power continued to significantly improve time after time. Sword Lord Lushi then began his retreat. Apparently, his venture into the Red Mist Land brought him considerable gains, and after this retreat, he was expected to achieve significant improvement. Tianyuan City's strong people, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Uda. Most of them were also in reclusion for cultivation. Duo Lai alone took half a month just to assimilate the devouring red mist he had previously absorbed. Uda could train 24 hours a day. Dead Bone often cultivated in the Principal Land. Since acquiring the Law Tablet Dark, the great force of the epic building, Principal Land, had been enhanced, and it even manifested deep and mysterious principal patterns of dark law, replete with the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Dead Bone declared he was utterly intoxicated with it, sometimes making advancements in a single day that could rival the progression of other Law Realm strong beings over a month or even a year. One must remember, what Law Realm individual wasn't a prodigy? Mu Yuan flipped through the Pioneer Group's newspaper. He stroked his chin. One of the 7 great countries, Wansheng Country, has also vaguely discovered signs that their neighboring top-level monster overlord, Shadow King City, desires to unleash a disaster similar to Dragon Sleep Valley. They had penetrated deep into the Red Mist Land, shattering the polluted core, a campaign that after all involved several nations and forces. The broad details of their campaign certainly couldn't be concealed from the investigative great nation-level forces. Wansheng Country thus joined forces with the Shen Mu dynasty, wishing to adopt similar combat strategies. However, they failed. 3 Principal Realm strongmen lost their lives in the Red Mist Land, and a group of God Soul Realm individuals even truly perished, unable to resurrect. Mu Yuan examined the intelligence in his hands and combined it with some rumors that Tianyuan City had gathered on its own, beginning to ponder. Dragon Sleep Valley suffered heavy losses, and as a top overlord, the strong monsters of Shadow King City would naturally have their guard up. Utilizing similar tactics again wouldn't be so easy. More importantly, first, the forces that Wansheng Country and the Shen Mu dynasty brought out were rather stingy, Not one of the three Law Realm individuals was a peak strongman. One must know, both Sword Lord Lushi and True Flame Principal are at the peak of the Principal Realm. The former is also a top-tier force within the peak of the Principal Realm. The latter, with profound knowledge and numerous methods, plays a role far superior to the average Law Realm practitioners. Wan Shang country and Shen Mu dynasty's nerve just isn't quite there. Of course, secondly, Wan Shang country is unaware of the exact location of the enemy's polluted core. And even if they had the nerve and enough top-caliber strongmen to act, it's doubtful they could achieve their strategic goals. It's just very difficult, not impossible. In the eternal world, there are many grand methods available, and for deeply rooted nations like Wan Shang country and Shen Mu dynasty, if they are willing to pay a huge price with determination, Mu Yuan believes they have the chance to acquire key information through methods like astrology, deduction, and prophecy. Even if both countries lack strategic powerhouses like Duo Lai and Jun, they are still capable of achieving tactical objectives like blocking the red mist and swift retreat. After all, compared to their initial foray into the red mist land, where they faced great risks without guaranteed return, Wan Shang country and Shen Mu dynasty now at least possess sufficient intelligence, clear about the conditions needed to achieve their goals. At that time, besides an intelligence map, they were virtually blind. In the final analysis, Wan Shang country and the Shen Mu dynasty still lack enough nerve. Of course, it may also be that both nations have their own considerations, believing that setting up defenses is more reliable and certain than launching raids deep into the Red Mist land. Mu Yuan assessed the international situation. Indeed, both nations are defensively poised. With the disaster signal of Dragon Sleep Valley as a precedent, the Tai-Zan alliance also conducted more in-depth probing and reconnaissance of several neighboring top-level overlord powers. The other great nations did more or less the same. According to investigations, each top-level overlord power showed slight movements, but nothing as evident as Dragon Sleep Valley or Shadow King City. In the past month, the frequency of wars erupting in the various frontline Great War Zones even saw a noticeable decline. The pattern was the same with powerful monsters that intruded into national borders and the heartland of living beings. After all, powerful monsters are not fools. After a series batch after batch foolishly perishing on the lands of living being civilizations, those that remain are more cautious creatures, unlikely to easily step into great nation territories. Another point is that without a major tide stirred up by the top-level monster overlords, it's also not so easy for powerful monsters to cross line after line of defense and penetrate deeply into civilized lands. Since the appearance of the Sky Rift disaster, the frequently beleaguered eternal world gradually welcomed a rare period of tranquility. Fewer fleeing monsters, fewer monster tides, no new disasters emerged. Many affected areas began reconstruction efforts, but this is just a brief calm before the storm. The following day, Mu Yuan stepped through the starry sky gate and arrived at Zandu in the Taishuan realm. Today, within the 9-color tower in Zandu, a Frontier Lord conferment ceremony was to be held. In the Pioneer Group, 1 and 2 star are ordinary Frontier Lords, while those above the 3-star level are the backbone, the powerful lords of various realms and lands. The higher the starry sky ranking of the Pioneer Lord, the greater their authority, allowing them to command battle zones in exchange for top-tier treasures. If one reaches the 7-star level Exploration General, they become a Union heavyweight capable of commanding a great war zone and influencing the decisions of the Tai-Zan alliance. Mu Yuan, with Duo Lai, Uta, Lulu, Jun, and other division generals, set foot in Zandu. Instantly, ding! Notification. Respected 6-star Pioneer Lord, Tianyuan, you and your followers have distinguished yourselves in the campaign of breaking the Dragon Sleep catastrophe, making an exceptional contribution to safeguard the Tai-Zan alliance and protect the peace and stability of the world. Notification. In accordance with the alliance's laws and the Pioneer Group Contribution Value Assessment System, you will receive a certain number of contribution points, a number of major merits, 3 special class battle achievements, and 1 Fire of Salvation battle achievement. Notification. Your accumulated battle achievements have reached the limit value. You will obtain the title, 7-star level Exploration General. Notification. The official title, privileges, and rewards of the Exploration General will be issued after the formal award ceremony. Notification. You will attend the awarding ceremony as a representative of the Pioneer Lords tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Please do not be absent. Like heavenly reminder tones, these notification sounds rang out one after another beside his ear. This sound resembled that of a notification for a great battle zone. In the Alliance's Zondu, as well as within a few key main cities, such rules power covers the area. To say that these are heavenly reminder tones would not be wrong either. The heavenly reminder tones originate from Eternal World, whereas the Zondu notification sounds of the Tai Zon Great War Zone are derived from factional and national power forces. Essentially, these are also part of the vast world of Eternal World. Mu Yuan was not surprised. The formal notification had in fact been issued many days before. Stepping into the Eternal World exactly 2 years ago, I've trod on thin ice. Now, I've finally reached the level of an Exploration General. The next day, inside the 9-colored tower of Zondu, one after another, well-known pioneer lords from the outside world gathered. Today was the awarding ceremony. It was also a time to commemorate the strongmen who had sacrificed their lives in the war. The atmosphere was somber. After chatting with a few familiar lords, Mu Yuan quickly found his seat and sat down. In the past half-year, our Tai Zon has experienced various disasters, and thanks to the concerted efforts of everyone here, we have survived disaster after disaster. But also, many familiar old warriors have forever left us. Elder Lin, the host of the meeting, spoke gravely. Quickly, projections appeared, one after another. Massive and tragic battles that seemed to leap out from history were once again presented before everyone. One strongman after another fell in battle, sacrificing themselves heroically. 4-star Pioneer Lord Golden Heavenly Blade, sacrificed in the Great Sorrow River battle. 3-star Pioneer Lord War Roar Guest, perished intercepting the Duke of Hunting. 4-star Pioneer Lord. 4-star Pioneer Lord. 3-star. The sacrifices of strongmen, the brutality of battles, hovered before everyone. The Eternal World is vast, and so is Tai Zon. Even the Pioneer Lords present, most did not fully understand the overall situation. Upon seeing and hearing now, they realized that the situation was even more critical than they imagined. Many strongmen had been sacrificed in the past half-year, especially during the time after the Sky Rift catastrophe occurred. It was too tragic. The calamity was like a storm that was blowing fiercely. One pioneer lord after another had a solemn expression, so solemn it felt suffocating. Ordinary people, ordinary professionals might be able to hold a more optimistic attitude, living each day as it comes, but they could not. They had to face, had to confront, the imminent disaster head-on. But this catastrophe. At this time, the Lord of Luofu Mountain said, "But our strongmen have also annihilated countless powerful monsters, cleansing one source of filth after another. We must believe that though calamities are fearful, we also possess the power to crush them." Next, we will proceed with the awarding ceremony for the Pioneer Lords who have been promoted in star level, but before that, let us briefly revisit the achievements of some outstanding Pioneer Lords over the past half-year. The projection screen began to shift. It was still the battlefield at the forefront, where the combat remained as intense as before. However, this time, it was the human side that gained the upper hand, or rather, that turned the tables in a dire situation. In the name of glory, a formidable figure clad in golden armor, his sword radiating a brilliant pillar of light that pierced the sky. Mounted on a golden Pegasus, he soared through the red mist-filled sky, sword slashing once, twice, thrice. Above the firmament, blood of crimson gold spattered as one Duke of the Shadows after another plummeted to the ground, dead. In just a moment, the human army had turned the tide in adversity and shattered the vanguard camp of the monster overlord. This is the Wandering Lake Domain battle. At the scene, there were strongmen who had either heard of or personally experienced this battle. At that time, 3 Dukes of Shadows appeared. Their terrifying oppressive force rolling in, and our front line kept retreating. Fortunately, the Lord of Glory had his hidden ace, feigning weakness and luring those 3 Dukes of Shadows to surround him before striking them down in one fell swoop. During this process, had the Lord of Glory made even the slightest error, or if even one Duke of Shadows had not been slain, we would not have achieved such remarkable results in the Wandering Lake Domain battle. And this was one of the great victories under the command of the 5-star Pioneer Lord of Glory. The screen continued to change. In the span of this half-year, the achievements of the Lord of Glory were not limited to just the Wandering Lake Domain battle. He had once, on the outer periphery of the Alliance territories, slain the Duke of Hunting Fireowl. In times of dire peril, he had led a small team to resist the surge of monsters, holding them off for a full day and night, providing sufficient time for the cities in the rear to evacuate. He had also followed a top warrior from the Law Realm into the Red Mist Land, slaying formidable enemies and clearing corruption, accumulating numerous military exploits. This was the Frontier Lord Glory. Today, he would be awarded a 6-star title. This was among the highest ranks below the Exploration Generals, even qualifying him to serve as a deputy in some of the great war zones, to wield high authority, and to enjoy numerous secret privileges and benefits not disclosed to the public from the Alliance. Indeed worthy of the title, Big Boss Glory, at the venue, many lords eyed the privileges and authority that came with the 6-star title with great envy. They envied. But that was all they could do. The Lord of Glory had participated in battle after battle, fought tirelessly, and his military achievements were illustrious. If he were not qualified for such an honor, then who would be? The achievements of the Second Lord were also starting to be displayed. This one was the 5-star Pioneer Lord Phaon. His achievements were even more exaggerated than those of the Lord of Glory. During his tenure as commander of the battle zone, Phaon Lord repelled the Firmament's Hand Overlord Powers attacks 4 times, during which he slew 3 giant dukes and defeated more than 20 world-class monster strongmen, causing the Firmament's Hand's schemes to fail repeatedly. Phaon Lord's followers, Division Generals, during the early stages of the Sky Rift catastrophe took on the role of patrolling the heavens, slaying 16 formidable roaming monsters, including 1 world-class monster, and rescued territories and towns 13 times. During the initial crisis of the Sky Rift catastrophe, Phaon Lord encountered an attack by the Law Realm Duke from the Firmament's Hand. He, by his lone effort, contended with the Duke's projection, ultimately holding on until the arrival of reinforcements. The last achievement seemed quite ordinary, without even a tally of kills, merely holding out under a Law Realm Duke for a time. However, the lords present were no ordinary people. They deeply understood the terror of a Law Realm Duke. Although many had never faced the might of the Law Realm directly, they were acutely aware of the vast chasm between the Soul Realm and the Law Realm. And Phaon Lord had managed to hold out for a significant time against an attacking Duke of the Firmament's Hand. That was outrageous. Phaon Lord must already be among the first-rate world-class strongmen, right? Entry into the Law Realm seems promising. Not just entry into the Law Realm is promising. With Phaon Boss's capabilities, once he steps into the Law Realm and dedicates some time to earnest study, he could match the veteran powerhouses. He might even become a formidable force of the peak magic realm. Naturally, Phaon Lord's engagement with the Law Realm Duke, even if just holding out, provided tremendous strategic value. A Duke attacking him to no avail meant that a Law Realm monster with the capacity to invade the Alliance territories had wasted all its combat power here. Otherwise, who knew how disastrous the consequences of that Duke's actions might be? Phaon Lord's honors were just as well deserved. Certainly, every lord who had ascended the rank of merit had earned his place. The lords at the venue were amazed, exclaimed, and admired once more. Many achievements were ones they only learned of at that moment. Calamities had befallen, with considerable losses in many regions of the Alliance and several strongmen fallen. However, the Alliance's strongmen also slew one formidable monster after another. They would not lose. Next, the achievements of several other honored lords were successively revealed. They were mostly 5-star soon to be promoted to 6-star Pioneer Lords, and one among them was to be promoted to the 7-star level, an old member of the Pioneer Group. From 6-star to 7-star was a significant threshold. This old member of the pioneer group had also accumulated countless years and meritorious deeds before qualifying for promotion. But this old soldier's promotion was not solely based on accumulation. Merely accumulation could not cross such a threshold. Directly confronting a Grand Duke of the Hunt, indeed, General Joe has ascended to the law realm. Last year, I vaguely heard the news. It seems that Elder Joe had ascended last year, and had been immersed in cultivation ever since, until not long ago when he finally emerged and made his name in one battle. Congratulations to Elder Joe, and best wishes to Elder Joe. Stepping into the law realm is indeed standing at the pinnacle of the world. Although there are holy realm great power beyond the law realm, they are the true rulers of the world. However, holy realm great power rarely intervene. Those who truly sway the battlefield and influence the course of world events are still the top experts of the law realm. They dominate various major forces and influence the decisions of powerful nations. These are the existences of the law realm. Professionals in the mortal realm are soldiers. Experts in heaven and earth realm and divine soul realm are generals. While the existences in the law realm are chess players, having already reached a higher level and overlooking the vast world. In the past, the law realm was like a divine presence, worshipped by countless people. Now the times have changed, but people's reverence and admiration for the law realm still exists. Elder General Joe, with countless years of accumulation, had finally crossed this impassable barrier, reaching the summit of the law realm. Countless people envied him. Countless people congratulated him. Even lords who were completely unacquainted with General Joe celebrated, rejoicing. After all, with General Joe's breakthrough, the Tai-Zan Alliance gained another pioneer general and a law realm expert. In these times of frequent disasters and impending calamity, having another pillar-level strongman means the world to the frontier lords. At critical moments, a great city, an army corps, or a battle zone might rely on this pillar-level strongman to save them and reverse the situation.
Their own survival could depend on it. This is a cause for celebration. A grand celebration.
Following General Joe, the next strongman appearing in the projection screen was familiar to all the frontier lords present. At least, they recognized this figure and had heard of her military exploits. 7-star Pioneer General. Lord of Hanyu City. Is her military record sufficient to promote her to an 8-star level? Jung, Sword's hum resonated, and the world turned white. As if a bone-chilling cold surged from the historical projection, rushing towards them. Several frontier lords present shuddered, trembling all over. Too horrifying. This is merely a projection. Mu Yuan's eyes narrowed. This is the second stage, powerful enough to affect the entire heaven and earth with its conceptual power. This stage of power can even connect through certain concepts across domains, impacting the external world via images. This is no rare occurrence. Moreover, the conceptual power wielded by the Lord of Hanyu City isn't just in the early phases of the second stage. It's probably reached a very profound level, nearly attaining perfection. Terrifying indeed. Terrifying indeed. The young strongmen of today are truly formidable. As expected by the strongmen present, the military exploits of the Lord of Hanyu City were extraordinary. She dealt with law realm monsters as easily as slicing through vegetables, even annihilating such formidable enemies on the spot. She also ventured several times into the Red Mist Land, treating the perilous territory of monsters as merely her backyard, coming and going as she pleased. Slaying Grand Dukes, cleansing filth, moving freely and unrestrained. Her exaggerated achievements are so numerous that, assembled together, they seem almost mundane. She defeated over 20 law realm monsters, and on the spot killed 3. In one-on-one situations, the law realm Grand Duke couldn't even last 3 seconds against her. Hiss. Is this the legendary Lord of Hanyu City? She's truly an executioner. No, a killing god. A formidable killing god indeed. Truly as formidable as her reputation. The Lord of Hanyu City has always been strong, but now, she has grown even stronger, as if without any limits to her improvement. Perhaps reaching the Holy Realm is within sight now. Heaven bless our great Tai-Zan. The military achievements of the Lord of Hanyu City injected a much-needed boost of confidence into the frontier lords who had witnessed many catastrophes and felt immense pressure. Indeed, the Law Realm Grand Dukes are strong, and in great numbers. But the strongmen of their Taizan have the capability to annihilate such Grand Dukes, as easily as slicing vegetables. These are the pillar-level strongmen of their Taizan. The hope of Taizan. The future of mankind. At this time, frontier lords had thought that the phase of battle record review should have ended. Ending with the famed Lord of Hanyu City seemed only fitting. Otherwise, anyone's battle replay that followed would seem completely out of place. But there was more. The projection changed again, and a vast battlefield appeared before everyone. At the same time, a lord's name and a brief description of this battle hung in the air. Lord of Tianyuan City. Some present weren't completely surprised, as they had already heard the news that the Lord of Tianyuan City would be granted the title of Exploration General. But they were somewhat surprised. Why was the battle record of the Lord of Tianyuan City scheduled at the very end? Was it possible? No, absolutely impossible. Other frontier lords were even more baffled. Despite the confusion and suspicions of a mishap by conference staff, the mighty ones still stared intently at the distant projection screen. This was an opportunity to, closely, witness the power of the Lord of Tianyuan City. Most of the powerhouses present had only heard of Tianyuan by name and had never witnessed Tianyuan's power. A black tide, a shattered earth, these scenes gradually emerged before everyone's eyes. A strongman immediately recognized, this is the Shattered Isles Warzone. 6 months ago, we followed the Lord of Tianyuan City here to face the Grand Army from the top ruler, Dragon Sleep Valley. The battle was brutal. The Shattered Isles Warzone was newly established. There were few legions and powerful beings. However, there were creatures stepping through the air, numbering more than 1,000. Critical, desperate, at this time, unless a being from the Law Realm intervened, even with 1, 2, or 3 world-level powerhouses coming to aid, the overall situation could hardly be changed. The numerical gap between legendary realm combatants on both sides was too great. However, the next moment, Lord of Tianyuan City resonated the entire battle zone with spiritual power, and consolidating the power of battlefield, he defeated enemies multiple and tens of times more. General Giant Spirit God Lu from Tianyuan City erected an eternal golden barrier, frontally confronting the Grand Army from Dragon Sleep Valley, disaster beasts, and finally routing the formidable foes and dispersing the red mist. In just a few sentences, it described a war that was on the brink of utter defeat, dramatically turning the tide against all odds. Many strongmen initially thought that it was the Lord of Tianyuan City leading the battle zone's powerhouses in constant resistance, holding out until reinforcements arrived for victory. They never imagined that the Lord of Tianyuan City reversed the situation on his own. This battle, splendid. Who would have thought that the Lord of Tianyuan City fought such a brilliant battle 6 months ago? This young lord possesses extraordinary power indeed. The battle record projection continued, still in the Shattered Isles Warzone. But this time, the situation was countless times more precarious, with the force of the Law Realm rolling over, covering the entire island domain. I remember this battle. It occurred during the emergence of the Sky Rift disaster. Not only were Law Realm monsters taking action, but the Shattered Isles Warzone could not summon any reinforcements either, they had to rely on themselves. In the decisive battle within the Shattered Isles, Lord of Tianyuan City led numerous powerful beings, repelling and slaying countless monsters before seizing the momentum to deploy troops at the main base of Dragon Sleep Valley's vanguard army. Subsequently, wielding the power of battlefield, Lord of Tianyuan City directly defeated the Gemstone Grand Duke's projection, later routing the entire enemy force, thus firmly securing victory for the Shattered Isles Warzone. This is a grand victory, a complete triumph. Victory comes in many forms. This was neither a bitter victory nor a minor one among successes. But rather, it was the kind of victory that could dissipate the Red Mist region, completely securing an entire island domain. This victory, reducing the threat faced by the Shattered Isles Warzone by 10-fold, 20-fold, the strategic significance was self-evident. with an ordinary legendary body, achieving what even the beings of Law Realm could not. Is this the Lord of Tianyuan City? Truly, his reputation is well deserved. However, the battle record of the Lord of Tianyuan City was the final showcase. Naturally, it did not stop there. Soon, one spectacular battle record after another was successively displayed. At the onset of the Sky Rift disaster, Tianyuan City's strong people, Master of the Starry Sky, rescued Pan Shi City amid the crisis. At the early stages of the Sky Rift disaster, Tianyuan City's strong people carried the Sky Patrol flag and together exterminated over 100 powerful roaming monsters, saving various towns more than 30 times. In the process, Tianyuan City's strong people, Giant Spirit God, Nether Raven, and Shadow Lord, personally slew world-level monsters in many places. The Lord of Tianyuan City held the Shattered Isles war zone and achieved a great victory, essentially saving a significant portion of the Panstone region and gaining more strategic space for Taizan. The Lord of Tianyuan City annihilated over 100 powerful wandering monsters, either directly or indirectly saving countless cities and regions. His contributions have been immense. Moreover, many lords noticed that the individuals described above, who slew the world-level monsters, were not the Lord of Tianyuan City himself, but his subordinate generals.
Indeed, it's widely rumored that the Lord of Tianyuan City excels in nurturing generals, but the rumors have neither been exaggerated nor understated.
Among the famous strong individuals of Tianyuan City, the names are somewhat known to the attending lords. However, they have either only heard of one or two of them or are not very clear about the particulars of these strong people's exploits. But today, within the projected images and textual descriptions, they could either see or imagine the gallant figures of these strong individuals from Tianyuan City, racing across the great domain, slaying one horrifying monster after another. Whether commanding the Shattered Isles war zone to victory or controlling the Sky Patrol battle zone, saving cities from crises dozens of times, the contributions of Tianyuan City are self-evident. However, the Lord of Tianyuan City had already become a 6-star Pioneer Lord, and his next promotion would be to the rank of 7-star Pioneer General. A 7-star Pioneer General, each of them is a Law Realm powerhouse. It's not that the promotion to Pioneer General necessarily requires the Principal Realm as a prerequisite. It does not, but without the abilities of the Principal Realm, it is nearly impossible to obtain the Fire of Salvation military merits required for the promotion to 7-star Pioneer General. Accumulating many exceptional military merits also works. The Lord of Tianyuan City leading the Shattered Isles war zone to victory could earn more than one exceptional military merit, as could commanding the Sky Patrol battle zone. Still, these were insufficient. Among the attendees were seasoned 5-star and 6-star Pioneer Lords, who well understood the weight and the threshold for promotion to a 7-star Pioneer General within the Alliance. In fact, with the capabilities of the Lord of Tianyuan City, even without stepping into the Principal Realm, he had a chance to accumulate enough military merits for promotion to Pioneer General. Only, it would require more time. Given the talents of the Lord of Tianyuan City, he would likely step into the Principal Realm before he could gather a sufficient number of exceptional military merits. No, since Tianyuan City's military achievements were broadcast today, it means he has already accumulated enough military merits. This lord has also heard that recently, Sword Lord Lu Shi and the Lord of Tianyuan City jointly undertook a highly dangerous surprise mission. They penetrated deep into the Red Mist Land, and it seems that during this battle, the Lord of Tianyuan City demonstrated extremely powerful strength, withstanding and even defeating a Law Realm Duke head-on. I have also heard of Absolute Heaven Marshal Venerable, Lord of Swallowing Heaven, and King of Conching's renowned names, though some descriptions of their military feats are exaggerated and unclear how much narrative embellishment they contain. Some lords present were usually busy, not very well informed, or had just emerged from a closed-off cultivation state and had not had time to hear about the names Absolute Heaven Marshal Venerable or King of Conching. Their names, albeit famous worldwide, had only been so for a month or two. For legendary realm-strong individuals, a month or two is exceedingly short. If not for a massive disaster impending, Some strong individuals might remain in seclusion for half a year, or even several years. Titles such as Absolute Heaven Marshal Venerable still needed time to ferment. Some lords still held an impression of Tianyuan from before. However, many others had already heard of the military achievements, and some well-informed and powerful overlord powerlords had long since learned about the most authentic details of that battle. They said to the neighboring frontier lords, "Just watch, you're surely going to be surprised." Very surprised? The lord of Tianyuan City defeating a principal realm head-on? Indeed, this was highly exaggerated, almost unbelievable without witnessing it firsthand. How long had the lord of Tianyuan City been cultivating? Eternal World New Calendar, 4x year XX month. A joint team was formed to face the catastrophe of Dragon Sleep Valley. During this process, the lord of Tianyuan City provided crucial intelligence. Several days before the formation of the team, at the front line of the Super Dragon Man Front, in the neutral nation Great War Zone, the lord of Tianyuan City led a group of strong individuals, directly crushing the projection of the Gemstone Grand Duke. In the surprise attack on Dragon Sleep Valley, Tianyuan City's strong individual, Lord of Swallowing Heaven, single-handedly devoured a vast amount of red mist, bearing countless contaminations with his body alone, creating optimal conditions for the team to infiltrate and strike at Dragon Sleep Valley. This information is extraordinarily detailed, and particularly surprising. Resisting countless invasions of red mist with his strength alone? Normally, Tai Zan would not disclose such strategic capabilities like devouring red mist during an award ceremony. Typically, it would only be briefly and vaguely mentioned. But Duo Lai's devouring of the red mist occurred under the watchful eyes of many, with his title, Lord of Swallowing Heaven, already well known across the world, divulging it to the monster overlord powers and thus nullifying the need for secrecy. This means, Tianyuan City's strong individuals created the conditions for the surprise attack? This is indeed a great achievement? Indeed, the red mist erosion has a significant impact even on the existence of those in the law realm. The Master of Devouring's move had an effect that was even greater than that of a strong law realm expert. Not only that, the Lord of Tianyuan City can now directly defeat the projection of the Gemstone Grand Duke? Not long ago, the Lord of Tianyuan City had to rely on the power of battlefield to be able to contend against such a Grand Duke's projection. There were strong people who exclaimed in amazement. However, this was just the beginning of the public battle achievements. The core battle of the Great War, the Defiance of Disaster, where Tianyuan City's strong, absolute heaven marshal Venerate Wuda killed Law Realm Duke Wanlei in direct combat, earned a substantial amount of time for the team to purify the polluted core and dealt a heavy blow to the monstrous army. The strong Wuda's ascendancy to godhood was marked by this battle. With one punch, he shattered heaven and earth, and from then, he was hailed as the absolute heaven marshal Venerate. In the Defiance of Disaster, the actual Gemstone Grand Duke himself descended, and the Lord of Tianyuan City confronted him directly. Harnessing his own great power, he killed the formidable and terrifying High Hunting Duke, who had once destroyed countless cities, on the spot. During the Defiance of Disaster, the powerful Master of Swallowing Heaven from Tianyuan City wielded great power. Under the joint efforts of many lords and heroes led by the Lord of Tianyuan City, they finally removed the polluted core, breaking the filth veins of Dragon Sleep Valley, and secured the victory of the Great War. In doing so, they prevented a great disaster for the Alliance and the entire Eternal World well in advance. The merit of this battle was immeasurable. In the Great War, the strong King of Kanqing, from Tianyuan City, despite bearing the weight of an entire team, remained invincible under the azure sky. Known as the fastest in the world, King of Kanqing treated Law Realm Dukes as nothing and emerged unscathed from the gaze of Holy Realm's terrifying beasts. Carrying the team on his back, he minimized the losses for the allied teams. In the distance, inside the venue. Upon seeing such descriptions, Jun's eyes brightened and he almost burst into song, flapping his wings with delight. The copywriting was just too splendid, it spoke directly to the heart of Falcon Venerate. Even when lifting up all beings, Falcon Venerate was invincible under the azure sky. Master of Devouring, Absolute heaven marshal venerate. King of Kanching. The origins of their revered names and their battles that sealed their divinity unfolded like a scroll before their eyes. The battlefield roared, and lightning flashed. And amidst it, some figures shone like the focal point of the world, each punch and kick seemingly containing a shocking great secret. In the minds of many lords, the most famous of Tianyuan City's strong were still the giant spirit god and Nether Raven, but in the blink of an eye, even more formidable generals had appeared. How on earth does the Lord of Tianyuan City find and cultivate such generals? How is it that our territories don't even have one who can shoulder a tenth of their excellence? The lords? Well, they were not exactly jealous. The gap was too vast. They couldn't even muster the bitterness, feeling as though all those years of cultivation and territory management had been in vain. Not a single achievement to show for it, and then there were the three strong from Tianyuan City again. One who slaughtered a Law Realm Duke, one who devoured the Red Mist, and one who carried everyone and remained invincible in the azure sky. Not only were they outrageously powerful, but their impact on the entire battle strategy was critical. Venturing deep into the heart of Dragon Sleep Valley was that dangerous? After all, it was a 3-day and 3-night incursion. Our pioneer group's spearhead team hasn't even gone that deep into the Red Mist land. Dozens of Law Realm Dukes assaulting, yet the allied team still managed to break through the polluted core. Indeed, Tianyuan City's strong played the most crucial, the most important role. I used to think that even if the Lord of Tianyuan City had achievements of directly defeating Law Realm Dukes, his battle replay should not be ranked after the Lord of Hanyu City, but now. The centerpiece of the achievements, what is it to be the centerpiece? Only the most dazzling and significant achievements can serve as the finale. And the scenes of the Lord of Tianyuan City reversing the desperate situation were enough, entirely, and absolutely had to be the centerpiece. He achieved what the lords deemed unimaginable, impossible. As expected of the man who creates miracles, he has created another miracle. Not far away, the Lord of Hanyu City rested her chin in her hand, her face expressionless. She was well aware of Tianyuan's achievements, and indeed, his contributions were just only a tad bigger than her own. But she would win back next time. Wait a minute. Since when did I have to compete against this kid from Tianyuan over winning or losing? Han Yu fell into deep thought. This review of battle achievements raised the spirits of many frontier lords present, who had initially been somewhat downcast. Indeed, catastrophe loomed, but they of Taizan also had men like the Lord of Tianyuan City who created miracles and rose in response to the times. Oh right, there was also the Lord of Hanyu City. The era of greatness always brought forth heavenly prideful figures. They regretted that they were not one of these envied elites, only able to be obscure lords who managed a city and tens or hundreds of thousands of territory citizens. But upon thinking of such great heroes among the lords, the hearts of the frontier lords also settled down a lot. Soon, Mu Yuan, Han Yu, Fei Yin and a batch of pioneer lords with distinguished battle achievements carried out their advancement ceremony. Ding! The ceiling of the conference room slowly opened. Outside was the azure sky and drifting clouds. The white clouds were misty, subtly resembling a divine dragon soaring in the azure sky, enveloped in profound and great power. It is the national fortune. Even the powerful lords could only vaguely perceive the mysteries, the great force, while Mu Yuan was certain. He held a thread of such national fortune. It gathered the vast territory and the billions of citizens of Taizan, an accumulation of national fortune over more than 60 years, immensely vast. This national fortune itself operated according to established rules. The maintenance of the great war zones, the increase of power, as well as the expansion of territories and driving back the Red Mist, similarly required the consumption of some national fortune. Conferring higher titles and privileges to pioneer lords was also done through the national fortune system. The Alliance crowned him. As if receiving a heaven and earth baptism, one after another, beams of light cascaded down from the azure sky. The light that fell on Mu Yuan shone the brightest and most dazzling. The prompt tone also dinged at the next moment. Prompt. You have obtained the title, Taishuan Alliance 7-Star Pioneer General. Your privileges within the Taishuan Alliance have been elevated. You may now enjoy the highest level of alliance benefits. Prompt. You have received a cultivation speed boost. Your cultivation pace has significantly increased. The heroes under your command have their cultivation pace moderately increased, and your probability of breaking through cultivation bottlenecks has been elevated. Prompt. You have received the highest voting right in the Alliance, entitlement to the highest council seats, and, in times of need, you may receive reinforcement from the national fortune of the Alliance. Prompt. You have been promoted to Pioneer General, receiving special blessings. Ding. Prompt. You have received the protection of a thread of national fortune. This national fortune power cannot be actively used and will act on its own in times of life and death crises to protect its master. In the unseen world, mystical and even more profound forces descended, lingering around him, gradually fading from view. Mu Yuan felt a full sense of security. It seemed that even venturing deep into the red mist land no longer held any fear for him. This was just an illusion, but the strength of this thread of national fortune's protection was unquestionable. He had already inquired about its specific effects from the Lord of Han Yu City and Sword Lord Lu Shi. It was a true lifesaver. It could withstand a full-powered strike from terrifying monsters of the Saint Realm. Not only withstand a strike, but this thread of national fortune's protection could even allow the protected to escape safely from the hands of a Saint Realm entity. For example, if space suddenly shattered, the great domain suddenly collapsed. The protected would drift in the broken world until they landed in a place of safety. If this thread of national fortune were not expended, it seemed that it could also act as a significant aid when stepping on the path to ascension at the peak of Principal Realm and pushing open the Holy Realm Gate. The Frontier Lords all envied him. After all, he is a pioneer general. In the vast Tai-Zan, there were very few lords of this level. Among the Tai-Zan Lianji, only positions like the Evening Elephant City Lord could compare in status. However, with only 4 positions as the 4 symbols, to gain top-level privileges and protection from the national fortune, becoming a pioneer general was the lifelong goal of many powerful lords. In the 62nd year of the establishment of the Taishuan Alliance, and exactly 2 years since the founding of Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan ascended to the status of a pioneer general. Eternal World, New Calendar Year 302. The Sky Rift disaster still hung ominously above the azure sky, slowly spreading towards the heartlands of civilization. In many great domains, people in many cities could look up and see from afar that ferocious, ominous crack in the sky, heralding disaster and ill omens. Terror, heart palpitations. During this period, multiple great nations, especially the world's dominant superpower, the Holy Griffin Empire, employed numerous measures. Several Holy Realm great power individuals, even great lords intervened, but none could erase these cracks in the sky. The cracks were suspended, like a ticking countdown, spreading tick by tick. However, at the same time, the vast majority of areas in the eternal world maintained a strangely peaceful calm. Ordinary people went about their lives as usual. Professionals still ventured out to explore, treasure hunt, and hone themselves, then earn money to buy a house in the core cities of the Alliance. The lords, especially the higher-ranking lords, felt a stronger sense of urgency. They hurried to fortify their territory's defenses, train their armies, and cultivate strong individuals. At the same time, they were constantly vigilant of both domestic and global shifts in situation. The Lord of Ba Long was now also a 7-star Great Lord and a 3-star Frontier Lord. In all of Tai-Zan, especially in his great domain and city area, he was a resounding figure. But precisely because of his high position, the Lord of Ba Long understood more about the disaster than the average person. He dared not be the slightest bit careless, inspecting his territory daily and stacking up all the protective measures he could think of. This disaster, hanging over our heads like a sword, truly makes one uneasy. He wished the disaster would slow its approach, allowing him more time to prepare, to meet it with a stronger stance. After all, as the Lord of Xin Sheng, one of the strongest among the younger generation of the Alliance, he still had considerable room for improvement. Even just an extra month or two could significantly change his entire Balong territory. If given half a year or a full year, even better. But this tormenting feeling of knowing that the disaster was imminent, yet not knowing the exact day it would strike, was too much. Early death or late death, it's all the same, better to face it sooner. The Lord of Balong muttered, somewhat hoping the disaster would arrive earlier so he could fight it out cleanly. After a moment, forget it. Let's just hope the disaster comes later. I wonder if the Alliance has any new intelligence. He is a 3-star frontier lord. Already high up in the Alliance, he could access most of the secret intelligence. Lately, the Lord of Balong paid frequent attention to the political and situational changes in countries around the world, always eager to snatch a moment to check for any new developments. The Lord of Balong took out a communication tool about the size of a basketball in cross-section, resembling a mirror. It was modified, or rather, simplified, from the Heavenly Patrol mirror to reduce manufacturing costs so it could be mass-produced and popularized as the latest standard communication tool. Taishuan Light First Generation. Its features even surpassed those of the original Heavenly Patrol mirror, including private chats, group chats, and a streamlined version of the Taizan forum. The drawback was that to use this first-generation Taishuan Light, one had to build a miracle building signal tower within their own territory. Signal towers were structures of excellence, and even though the Alliance could produce the blueprints, they weren't cheap. Additionally, the Taishuan Light could only be used near one's own territory and was not suitable for constant remote communication. Even so, lords everywhere loved this new communication tool.
Heaven knows how awkward these years had been since Langsing's disaster merged into the eternal world, losing access to computers and mobile phones. Communication and accessing various types of information had been inconvenient.
Now, things were gradually changing. Hope the big shots in the Alliance step up and bring updates to this communication tool sooner. The Lord of Balong activated the tool. Instantly, the mirror-like surface of the communication tool rippled with concentric waves of water, and a deeply mysterious icon emerged. Contact list, group chat, Taizan forum. Only these 3 sections were available. The Taizan forum was the most extensive among them. The Lord of Balong entered it. The forum followed a simple monochrome theme, without any flashy interface decorations, and it wasn't lively, nothing close to the forums of Langsing gamers in the past. This was expected, as at this stage, only great lords and a few powerful professionals living in major and capital cities had the Taizan Light communication tools. Few users meant naturally dull content. This place had certain demands and restrictions for users posting. After all, transmitting information in the eternal world was infinitely harder than on Langsing. It's said that the first generation of Taishuan Light came to be early thanks to the Lord of Tianyuan City. The Lord of Tianyuan City built the World Tunnel, and the large domains already connected by the World Tunnel enjoy a distinct advantage in information transmission speed. The Lord of Balong territory sighed. He nostalgically recalled how Tianyuan was once his teammate. They had participated in the Dragon Court competition together, winning the championship for Taizan. They were wildly slaughtering together. And now, though not much time had passed, Tianyuan had already become a megawatt figure capable of influencing alliance decisions, a 7-star pioneer general. Incomparable, truly incomparable. If I keep comparing, I'll only feel inferior, but being born in the same era as a lord like the Tianyuan giant is indeed a fortunate thing. Having such a target ahead, even if I can't catch up, I can still run faster than usual. His progress speed was actually quite fast. However, in the same era with Tianyuan leading the way, and Wuji, Yushan, and several others, who had surpassed the usual pace of ordinary new lords, it made him seem less conspicuous. Balong glanced at the forum's homepage and then clicked into a sub-forum that required high-level access. Pioneer Group Section. The information here was many times more significant than what was outside. Some secret messages required access from 3-star, 4-star, up to 6-star and 7-star. As he looked, a new pinned message caught Balong's eye.
Jointly assessed by the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce, Taizan Daily, and the Astronomical Society, and recognized by the four pillars, the supreme mysterious 13 illusion gods have been announced. Click this post to preview it before the official publication, which will be released in 3 days.
Ba Long. Supreme Mysterious 13 Illusion Gods? This was a type of honorary recognition, not involving permissions or ranks. But undoubtedly, a lord who was rated as one of the 13 illusion gods would gain immense fame. It was also a form of momentum building. The Great Calamity is approaching, and powerful nations like the Holy Griffin Empire and the Shen Yao Empire are introducing top-tier lords one by one to build momentum. He muttered. The fame of the top-tier lords had already spread across the world, not needing deliberate creation, but the momentum crafted by these lords made the Great Calamity seem less fearsome. It was about boosting the nation's morale. These 13 big shots must all be figures in the law realm. Even the majority of law realm big shots can't be rated among these 13 illusion gods? After all, as far as Ba Long knew, there were far more than 13 exploration generals alone. There must be more than 20. The 4 symbols of the Tai Zan Lianji were 4. Wei Xingzi, the president of the Astronomical Society, the head of the research department, and the city lord of a certain main city were also existences in the law realm. Thinking about this, our great Tai Zan truly has many powerful figures. Ba Long clicked to see. This ranking of the 13 illusion gods does not prioritize order. 1 Lord Baiting. Introduction. Commands the vast Northern Court Duchy, builds the Northern Alliance's defenses, and with individual power contends against a top overlord power, a single territory equaling a nation. This evaluation was by no means an exaggeration. Lord Baiting was not only extremely powerful himself, being hailed as the first person beneath the 4 pillars, but the Northern Court Duchy had also produced one law realm venerable after another, renowned for their impressive military achievements. It was only normal for Lord Baiting to be ranked first. Even though in recent years the name of Lord Baiting was seemingly not as resonant as the lords of Han Yu City or Tianyuan City, the elder generation. Or rather, the powerful lords all were aware of the renowned origins of this Baiting lord. Even though Lord Baiting had not appeared in public for several years. Two-Sword Lord Lushi. Introduction. A leading figure of the middle-aged generation, ventured numerous times into the Red Mist Land, has vanquished over 30 law realm creatures with his sword. If Lord Baiting is hailed as the first under the 4 pillars, then, in recent years, Sword Lord Lushi had the most extensive and dazzling track record. Some powerhouses even felt that Sword Lord Lushi had surpassed Baiting Duke. 3 Lord of Han Yu City. Introduction. A leader of the young generation, rapid progression as a rising force, once fought against and vanquished 3 law realm dukes alone. The strongest prodigy among the younger generation, the Lord of Han Yu City, had already ascended to the 3rd rank? This, Ba Long widened his eyes. Although Sword Lord Lushi is also quite young, he has more than twice the cultivation career of the Lord of Han Yu City. The Lord of Han Yu City is too formidable, indeed one of the fiercest women in Tai Zan. Ba Long continued to scroll down and suddenly widened his eyes again. 4 Lord of Tianyuan City. Introduction. A leader of the young generation, a man who creates miracles, an epic nurturer, a dominator of the strong, the fastest progressing person in history. Tianyuan City boasts 3 law realms. Note. Based on the current combat power shown by the Lord of Tianyuan City, his placement here might seem inappropriate, but given the Lord of Tianyuan City's age and his miraculous capabilities, this position is reasonable. P.S. Reserved by the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce. 5 President of the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce. Introduction. Mysterious, handsome, presiding over the primary intelligence of the Tai Zan Alliance, a middle-aged handsome man, inviting lords to contribute to the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce. Lord of Nan Shan. Lord of Heavenly Splendor. 8, 9. Lord of Qingxin City, at the same time. Wuji, Yushan, these mighty lords, stared at the name, Tianyuan, listed 4th, speechless for a long time. They all knew Tianyuan was powerful, but was this, too powerful? Tianyuan giant has ascended to levels we cannot comprehend. Around the same time. Shen Yao Empire. Did the Tai-Zan Alliance launch the 13 illusion gods? Are they trying to build momentum for national fate? Indeed, national fate binds together an entire country and its countless lords and territory citizens. Only when these top-tier lords are known and acknowledged by the masses can they maximize the power of national fate at critical moments. The top-tier lords of the Shen Yao Empire immediately saw through Tai-Zan's intentions. After all, Shen Yao had done the same, their show of force even more exaggerated. However, to think that the Lord of Tianyuan City ranks 4th? Have we underestimated this Tianyuan again? Why wasn't such a person born in our Shen Yao? It's unfortunate he's not in our Shen Yao, but Tianyuan's ranking is somewhat inflated. After all, this is to build momentum for utilizing national fate at critical moments. Given Tianyuan's power and potential, his placement is barely reasonable. The Duke does not find it reasonable. Tianyuan has strong potential, but advancement in the law realm doesn't produce effects overnight. Another great calamity is soon approaching. How much more can this Taishuan Tianyuan improve before the calamity arrives? The rankings of the 13 illusion gods are not in any particular order. We shouldn't pay too much attention to one placement. Regardless, the fact that Taishuan Tianyuan has ascended to the ranks of the 13 illusion gods is undeniable. Elsewhere, Tianyuan City. The Sky Patrol mirror projected the three-dimensional scene of the conference room. Niu Yuan, Lord of Han Yu City, Sword Lord Lu Shi, and Lord Qing Xin appeared one by one. Their World Tunnel Alliance typically meets intermittently, but today, they weren't discussing issues emerging from the operation of the world tunnels. They had long heard of the 13 illusion gods and were all too familiar with the insider details. However, like many other frontier lords, they had only just spotted this preliminary preview in the news. Niu Yuan nodded slightly. Lord of Han Yu City and Sword Lord Lu Shi showed no expression as they nodded slightly. Only Lord Qing Xin remained silent, glancing from left to right, focusing on the information above her in the Sky Patrol realm, and perused it one more time. Then, she fell into deeper silence. After a while. I understand the logic, but why the hell am I ranked last? Among the 4 prodigies of the Tunnel Alliance, 3 were ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, yet she, as the formidable female lord of Qingxin City and one of the strongest female lords in the alliance, was placed in the very last position. This was outrageous. She had lost all face. Lord of Han Yu City consoled her. Don't mind it, don't mind it. It says here that the ranks are not in order, don't fret over this little issue. PFFT ha ha ha. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all, though it stated, rankings are not in any particular order, they weren't arranged alphabetically or by age or tenure, so what were they based on? It was obvious to anyone with eyes. Patui, Niu Yuan coughed dryly. I was just reminded of something pleasant. Sword Lord Lu Shi's face was tight, his muscles twitching slightly. At this moment, everyone had bright futures, but their joys and sorrows were not always shared. The 13 Phantom Gods ranking is, after all, a trifling matter. Lord Qingxin didn't much mind it either. Rather, being able to enter this sequence was already proof of being among the top lords. Many exploration generals hadn't even received such an honor. All nations are preparing for war, which means a major catastrophe is about to descend soon. This is 100% certain. Niu Yuan's expression grew solemn. Back when he was still a green hand, he had heard of the major disaster in the legends. In the legend, filth invaded the world, countless divine spirits fell, corrupted, and massive empires crumbled overnight. The central land of the eternal world became the Red Mist Land. The fragmented forces established new realms on the Pure Land yet untouched by the Red Mist. They established kingdoms and repeatedly resisted the Red Mist. They had once reclaimed much of the Red Mist Land, revitalizing the Great Domain. However, 300 years ago, 200 years ago, 130 years ago, and 60 years ago, each saw an outbreak of a major filth disaster, leading to heavy losses for numerous vitality forces and toppling civilizations in the midst of reconstruction. It was also 300 years ago, precisely 302 years ago that, following a major disaster, the new calendar of the eternal world was established. All the top powers seemed to change their strategy, no longer attempting to reclaim the Red Mist land but instead taking a defensive stance, establishing defenses and battle zones. Even Mu Yuan, though an exploration general, had little insight into the deeper secrets of this middle history. After all, Tai Zan had little understanding of these legends to begin with. Although the Tai Zan alliance was a major power, it had faced existential threats since the day it was established, and this great crisis still loomed large to this day. The great disaster was approaching, and in the disaster 62 years ago, a nation-scale power not inferior to today's Tai Zan, the Myriad Phenomena Empire, collapsed in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few powerful survivors clinging to a struggling force. It was hard to say whether the Tai Zan alliance would follow in the footsteps of the Myriad Phenomena Empire. Back then, Lord Qingxin said, the helmsman of the Myriad Phenomena Empire was ambitious, wanting to annihilate the top-tier monster overlord power neighboring them before the full-on catastrophe descended. In doing so, they would have more strategic space, and perhaps they could even overtake others in the ranking among the 6 great nations, moving up 1, 2, or 3 places. Indeed, the Myriad Phenomena Empire would have been stronger than a top-tier overlord, significantly stronger. However, perhaps it was a miscalculation by the Myriad Phenomena Empire. Or perhaps the monster overlord was more cunning. In any case, the Myriad Phenomena Empire was severely defeated in that battle, losing half of its high-end combat power. The kind that couldn't be revived. Those that could have been revived weren't fast enough. When the major disaster soon arrived, the nation, weakened severely, retreated steadily and quickly collapsed under the jaws of the monster overlords, being devoured clean. The Myriad Phenomena Empire indeed fell too quickly at the time, and it's hard to say whether an intact Myriad Phenomena Empire could have withstood that calamity. Lord Qingxin waggled a finger, narrating this piece of history. Even without miscalculations, the situation of the Myriad Phenomena Empire would still have been perilous due to geographical disadvantages. The Myriad Phenomena Empire faced multiple top-tier monster overlord powers directly. Unfortunately, the Tai Zan alliance is in a similar position to the Myriad Phenomena Empire of that year. And the geographical location of Tianyuan City is even more disadvantageous. Right on the doorstep of Dragon Sleep Valley. The other neighboring islands, territories, and the Great Domain also face the threat of invasion from the Red Mist Land. After we destroyed the polluted core of Dragon Sleep Valley, according to intelligence investigations, Dragon Sleep Valley has indeed had a rough time recently, but Sword Lord Lu Shi hesitated. Mu Yuan said, I understand, Tianyuan City is located next to Dragon Sleep Valley. With the enmity we have with these flesh giant dragons, the moment Dragon Sleep Valley has the ability to step out of the Red Mist Land, we, Tianyuan City, would be the first they strike down. And the time for Dragon Sleep Valley to step out of the Red Mist Land, I fear, need not wait for the complete descent of the major disaster. Just during the Red Fog Disaster Moon will suffice. The prevailing view now is that the Red Fog Disaster Moon will be the prelude to a major disaster. Tianyuan City had experienced a Red Fog Disaster Moon before. During the disaster moon, a crimson blood moon hung high in the azure sky, and monsters around the world became more violent, with filth proliferating continuously. Not only would the land of filth appear one after another, but nests of filth would also emerge out of nowhere, bringing disaster to an entire region. In the last Red Fog Disaster Moon, Tai Zan lost military strongholds on the outskirts, along with several miracle territories, collapsing under the disaster brought by the arrival of the nests of filth. At the time, Shilin Town almost fell to ruin. However, the upcoming Red Fog Disaster Moon will be different. The Red Fog Disaster Moon combined with the Sky Rift disaster means that countless Law Realm monsters will be able to step out of the Red Mist Land, Sword Lord Lu Shi said. These Law Realm monsters might not be able to linger long in the domain of living beings. But Tianyuan City is adjacent to the Red Mist Land. For Dragon Sleep Valley to gather a group of Law Realm dukes to attack Tianyuan City would be all too easy. Fortunately, Tianyuan City is also a top-tier city. He said, we will try our best to assist when the time comes, but during the Red Fog Disaster Moon, Tai Zan posts everywhere will inevitably be suffering disasters, and we may not be able to arrive in time. I suggest you exchange for some defensive and purifying treasures, which can effectively mitigate the impact of the red mist tide. The projection screen shut off, and Mu Yuan rubbed his somewhat swollen temples. Sword Lord Lu Shi was right. Even if Dragon Sleep Valley couldn't stir up a major disaster, sending out 10 or 20 Law Realm Dukes was not a problem. Mu Yuan wasn't too worried. The Ten Directions Island domain was his home turf, and if he had to fight here, his trump card would be Angel King Labis. It wasn't bragging to say that even if the Lord of Hanyu City went all out, Labis could suppress him single-handedly. Yet he couldn't be careless. Taking a few additional precautions was definitely wise. Mu Yuan, through the Sky Patrol Realm Mediatory, directly accessed the Taishuan Covenant trading platform. He entered the Pioneer Group exchange interface and immediately scrolled to the highest exchange authority. Instantly, presented before his eyes were one after another, the extremely precious epic treasures. Breaking through the Dragon Sleep Calamity had given him a huge sum of warfare merits, and the promotion to Exploration General also came with rewards. Mu Yuan had no shortage of meritorious deeds available for use. Mu Yuan carefully browsed through the treasures available for exchange, and soon, he found the categories suggested by Sword Lord Lu Shi. Light of Purification. Category. One-time special treasure. Description. A weakened version of the Heaven-Earth Light of Purification, but it lasts for a longer time, usually covering hundreds of miles, and can be sustained for 3 to 8 hours. This light of purification can disperse the red mist, suppress filth, but has a weak effect on purifying corrupted creations. Exchange price. 30 million contribution points plus 1 supreme military honor. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. Dispelling the red mist and suppressing filth were all temporary. The fundamental role of the light of purification was not to disperse the red mist, but rather, as the scarlet mist tide receded, it compelled the retreat of the Law Realm monsters that could only arrive alongside the tide. At least for the several hours that the light of purification lasted, the monster dukes could not take a step further. Originally, when the Shattered Isles Warzone was directly facing the Ice Burial Duke, if they had possessed a light of purification, then the freshly arrived Ice Burial Duke would have been forced to retreat obediently. Even some Law Realm Dukes, upon their arrival, stepping out of the Red Mist land, would have to pay a price, and once they retreated, they would be unable to step out of the Red Mist land or their base for a short period, even if the effects of the light of purification had dissipated. Such a treasure must be exchanged for 1 or 2 pieces, to be prepared for emergencies. Even though I do not fear ordinary Law Realm Dukes, what about the stronger ones? What if the enemy exploits its greater numbers? Although Labis was powerful, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Uda were all powerful combatants, yet they lacked the ability to disregard enemy numbers and freely slaughter Law Realm beings. Being able to annihilate one in a few moves was already a symbolic display of top power. There were no weak ones in the Law Realm to begin with. Furthermore, in case some Saint Realm Great Terror crossed boundaries to strike, using the light of purification could also block some of their power. After a moment's thought, Mu Yuan exchanged for 2 pieces. 30 million contribution points weren't much, as even some senior lords could amass that amount, but a supreme military honor was a different story. Even just one was a symbol of illustrious military achievements. A supreme military honor was the real exchange price. Lord Shepherd looked further down. Amongst the same type of treasures, Light of Purification was already at the top tier, but there were even higher-ranked divine items. Land of Purification. Category. One-time special treasure. Description. Within the Red Mist land, it can temporarily create a vibrant sanctuary, unaffected by the red mist, and receive some protection from world laws. The survival time of the vibrant sanctuary depends on the impact of the Scarlet Mist tide. Exchange price. 100 million contribution points plus 1 Fire of Salvation military honor. That was incredibly expensive. He didn't need to use an item of the Land of Purification's high tier. He couldn't waste it. Mu Yuan continued his shopping spree, adding one expensive tool and material after another to his cart. He was buying epic items as if stocking up, most of which were holy light elements materials he intended to invest into the heavenly spirit rebirth pool to create more heavenly spirits faster, and then evolve more angels, gathering a bond for Labis. Suddenly, his gaze paused on an extremely valuable item, even rivaling the land of purification. This treasure. Heavenly Phenomenon 4 Formation, Epic. Category. Set Treasures and Formation Class Treasures and Legion Class Treasures. Description. The Heavenly Phenomenon 4 Formation is made up of 4 upper epic treasures and possesses immense and unfathomable great force. Description 2. The Heavenly Phenomenon 4 Formation consists of 4 major formations, each of which must be controlled by an Army Spirit Legion, and each Army Spirit Legion must have at least 10 legendary realm leaders. With 40 leaders plus 1 commander plus 4 legions, these are the fundamental requirements to utilize this Heavenly Phenomenon 4 formation. The more powerhouses merged into the formation, the stronger the power it can exert. Description 3. The Heavenly Phenomenon 4 formation allows all soldiers to share energy and collectively manipulate Heaven-Earth elemental force. As the number of powerhouses in the formation increases, the total energy possessed by the formation will grow exponentially. Simultaneously, the 4 conceptual powers, wind, fire, water, earth, that can be wielded through the formation will also increase exponentially. Description IV. The Heavenly Phenomenon 4 formation has many effects, such as sealing and enchantments, awaiting the users to develop them themselves. Generally speaking, even powerhouses in possession of upper epic treasures can only exert a thread of conceptual power, which is a fixed amount. However, the Heavenly Phenomenon 4 formation is different. It not only can grow but does so exponentially. The more powerhouses, the stronger the formation becomes. Still, the requirements for using this divine item are also very high. At the very least, it requires 4 complete Army Spirit Legions and 41 legendary realm strongmen. The former is manageable. Powerful lords can barely scrape together enough, but the latter, 41 legendary realm, well, that's where even the stronger lords struggle. This treasure is actually more suitable for use in a great war zone, where gathering 41 legendary realm individuals is not difficult. However, the true power of the Heavenly Phenomenon 4 formation can only be unleashed if the soldiers continuously practice and familiarize themselves with it, and the legendary realm soldiers in the Great War Zone have very high turnover rates. They might practice for a month or 2 and become well coordinated. But before this Heavenly Phenomenon 4 formation could achieve any glory, there would be legendary strongmen who, for various reasons, must leave the war zone. This could be somewhat embarrassing. Despite this, some great war zones still have reserves of items like the Heavenly Phenomenon 4 formation. As for his Tianyuan city, what difficulty is there in gathering a mere 41 legendary realm individuals? If I brought out 100 legendary strongmen, what kind of power could this Heavenly Phenomenon 4 formation exhibit? Exchange price. 800W plus 1 Fire of Salvation military exploit. Note. Frontier lords who exchange for this treasure can only use it themselves. They cannot sell or lease it to others. If they no longer need the treasure in the future, they can sell it back to the Alliance for 90% of the exchange price. After all, this was already a treasure of the finale. With each exchange, 1 less of such treasures would remain in the arsenal forever. Mu Yuan placed the order. He went through the process, which was very swift. In the past, when he would exchange treasures from the Alliance platform, if he requested home delivery, not only would there be a hefty shipping fee, but the delivery time would be particularly long. It could be as short as half a month or, in some cases, 1 or 2 months. Mu Yuan often had to send someone to pick up the treasures himself. But now, merely the next day, Lord of Tianyuan City. Is this the Lord of Tianyuan City? I'm finally seeing him in person, yay! I'm a fan of the Tianyuan god. You know, could I get an autograph later? As they stepped into Tianyuan City, 2 young female professionals whispered excitedly. The team leader, a legendary realm strongman, glared at them, quiet, stay alert. He added after a moment, do whatever you want after the goods have been handed over. This was a transport team of the Pioneer Group consisting of one legendary realm and several high-level professionals. The team's prestige wasn't large, but now, going to Tianyuan City was incredibly convenient. It only required travel by rail and through the World Tunnel, all within safe areas, so naturally, there was no need for such exaggerated escort forces. Had the goods not been so valuable, even sending a legendary realm for escort would have been unnecessary. Lord Tianyuan, here are the goods you ordered. Please provide identity verification and check that there are no deficiencies with the goods. Thank you for your efforts. Mu Yuan shook hands with the team leader. The next moment, he placed his hand on the heavily enchanted cargo box and infused his unique divine soul power. Beep. Identity verification passed. Beep. The treasure box is now open. The glow of the enchantment faded layer by layer. In the next instant, even more brilliant radiances shone through, lighting up the entire enclosed room. Heavenly Phenomenon 4 Formation. Tianyuan City's outskirts, atop the sprawling high mountains. Mu Yuan held an object in his hand, murmuring softly. In his hand, a circular semi-transparent array track slowly floated up and down in succession. This was one of the 4 major keystones of the Heavenly Phenomenon 4 Formation. There are 2 ways to use the Heavenly Phenomenon 4 Formation. One is similar to the military soul battle flag, which can move with the army. The other, as it is now, is to integrate it into the mountains and the earth. The latter, fixed in position and immovable, could exert a far greater power than the former. It could lean on the ground, draw on the power of the earth's veins, and merge with nature. Mu Yuan naturally chose the latter. The most urgent matter at hand was to defend against the backlash from Dragonsleep Valley. He was to fight a defensive battle. Besides, even if he was to counterattack and stab into the Red Mist land a few times, he would not bring an army that was inconvenient for rapid movement. Isloa stood by, analyzing and calculating. In front of her, constellations of stars interwoven to form projection models, clearly replicated Tianyuan City and its surrounding environment. Beneath this vast land of mountains and rivers, the veins of different colors flowed like rivers, each appearing and being marked one by one. She said, the Heavenly Phenomenon 4 Formation possesses 4 major conceptual powers: earth, fire, wind, water. We can integrate them into specific earth veins according to the power emphasis of these 4 keystones. By doing so, we can maximize the amplification of the power of this set of treasured artifacts. Beneath their feet was the earth formation base. Here, the converging point of a dozen or so earth veins, roughly 80 kilometers from Tianyuan City. The earth formation base was also the easiest to locate. The water formation base we can choose to place on the third unnamed lake where several water veins converge. Isloa pointed at a distant location. In reality, this third unnamed lake was actually a man-made lake. Initially formed due to Mu Yuan using the 9-headed roaring thunderflame dragon to strike against Fang of the Jackal Wolf or some overlord power, creating a huge crater. Later, they diverted water channels, bringing in river water. Mu Yuan had even purchased some extraordinary fish fry to put into it, enriching the species and vitality of this place. They also shifted one vein and special treasure land after another, gradually making the area around Tianyuan City extraordinary. With these earth veins and water veins here, the power that the Heavenly Phenomenon 4 Formation could exert could be elevated a few notches higher. However, Isloa frowned at this moment. Our earth veins and water veins hold a great advantage, but for the Heavenly Phenomenon 4 Formation to operate perfectly, the remaining fire and wind formation bases cannot be too inferior. They must at least be barely at the same standard. Otherwise, the strength of the earth and water veins will cause the whole formation to be imbalanced, making it easy for the enemy to find its weakness and shatter it. Despite saying so, she could not find a suitable target. Mu Yuan thought for a moment, then we'll create it ourselves. For the fire vein, he'd create an active volcano, then connect it to red copper ore, salamander gold and the like fire attribute ore deposits. What he wanted to do, he did. Lord Shepherd immediately took action. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, but his consciousness soared upward as if he were an omnipotent deity overlooking the vast land. In fact, What he was about to do wasn't much different from the deeds of ancient gods. Lord's power, Lord True Body, great force was held in his hands. The grand territory of Tianyuan and the landscape of surrounding mountains and rivers appeared as a sandbox, manipulable at his will. However, the further away from the border of the territory, the greater the resistance he faced when trying to change these mountains and rivers. Arise! Mu Yuan selected one mountain top, not far from the territory and quite suitable, and began to imbue continuous power into it. The mountain started to rise with a thunderous rumble. In Mu Yuan's vision, vast amounts of wind element particles from heaven and earth converged there, and he made some adjustments and shifted a few veins. Inside the towering and majestic mountain, fiery energy began to permeate. Man-made active volcano, done. Mu Yuan clapped his hands. Once unfamiliar, now a routine task. Raising such a mountain peak was an easy task for him. Of course, this was also related to the abundance of resources and various veins around his city. Next is the wind formation base, Lord Shepherd pondered. This was even more troublesome than fire. The mineral resources around Tianyuan city seemed to have only one related to the wind element. And it was just materials, not representing the pure wind element. If that was the case, then, it's decided, Jun, Lord Jun. Little Jun is ready to strike at any time. Jun was already soaring around Tianyuan city. The bird aimlessly wandered every day. Of course, in its words, it was using its sharp eyes to monitor everything in and around Tianyuan city, watching for any unexpected events. That was how responsible Jun was. Spiritual link communication was exceedingly swift. In an instant, Jun understood what it had to do. It soared into the azure sky in a moment, unfolding its huge, sun-eclipsing Wind King True Body. Wind element particles over tens, hundreds, even thousands of miles were summoned by the Wind King's command at this moment. Heed the command of the wind, all winds return home. Hurricanes converged, like azure rivers sprawling across the azure sky. It then backwashed into the ground at the next moment. There, a massive valley was rising, taking shape in the blink of an eye. As soon as it took form, countless wind currents rushed into it, pouring into the valley. Within the valley, the wind howled, spiraled, and slammed, lingering for a long time and continuously drawing in the surrounding wind element particles to replenish it. Treasure site. Wind Valley. Mu Yuan clenched his fist. A brand new treasure site was born at this very moment. Looking back, these kinds of treasure sites were opportunities that many Greenhand lords sought after but could not obtain. And now, a place that can assist cultivators in enhancing their wind skills, practice, and comprehension. I can create it with a wave of my hand. Mu Yuan sighed. To say it was a wave of the hand might be an exaggeration, as he had indeed used the vast power of his territory to bind, solidify the winds of nature gathered by Jun, and put them into an endless cycle. But to say it was difficult, creating such a treasure site was not very challenging. If he wished, he could create another fire, thunderbolt, or frost treasure site just as easily. What immense power this was! I am indeed impressive. Although, as the times had changed, such a common treasure site was not so important to Tianyuan city anymore. At this time, in Tianyuan city, as well as in the peripheral transfer towns teeming with adventurers. Rumble! A loud boom resounded, and professionals looked up in surprise. What's happening? Is there a monster tide attacking? There's no alarm sounding. Wait, what's that? A lofty peak has suddenly risen. Mom, I've witnessed a miracle. Some professionals were utterly shocked, their mouths agape in a state of ah bah. However, many other professionals, though surprised, acted as if they were accustomed to such sights, even if they might have only seen something similar once before. They crossed their arms, their chins slightly upturned, and with the proud tone of old Tianyuan city people, they said, "What's this? This is just a basic operation for the great lord of Tianyuan city. You haven't seen the truly astounding spectacles yet. Don't worry, as long as you stay in Tianyuan city long enough, you will one day witness earth-shattering miracles." A miracle? No wonder people often say the Lord of Tianyuan city is a man who creates miracles. The rumors do not deceive. Here, brother, have a cigarette and tell us more about the great feats of the Lord of Tianyuan city. Mu Yuan spread open his palm. Into his palm flowed specks of miracle power, like a stream. There wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. As the people of Tianyuan City witnessed more, it grew harder for him to gather miracle power through grand spectacles. Especially since the scene just now could hardly be called grand, it was just something he did casually. Mu Yuan stood on the mountain top, looking around. The 4 foundational spots for the formation had all been selected. The core components of the heavenly phenomenon 4 formation had also been placed one after another. Next, it was time to choose the soldiers and generals to be stationed. Now, Tianyuan City has the Skeleton Army, Ghost Legion, Forbidden Guard Army, Shooter Army, Halberd Guard Corps, Trent Legion, Grey Bird Army, Gunner Army, Slime Army, Snow Maiden Legion, Nun Army, and so on. Apart from the Gunner, Snow Maiden, and Nun armies, the rest were all complete Army Spirit Legions. Like the Trent Legion, even though Tianyuan City did not have 1,000 treemen, after incorporating a batch of top Green Vine Snake Series and Spirit of Flora Series troops, the Legion also formed into a complete state. Skeleton, Ghost, Forbidden Guard, Halberd Guard. Mu Yuan picked several populous legions to be stationed. Next came the selection of powerhouse generals for garrison. Routine drills will suffice with 41 legendary realm soldiers. Having them as the linchpin, more legendary generals can be deployed in times of war, allowing smooth and natural control of the heavenly phenomenon 4 formation. On normal days, other legendary generals need only come by occasionally to familiarize themselves with the formation. After all, Tianyuan City needed legendary realm soldiers in many places. As the construction of Tianyuan City continued to expand, and as more peripheral military towns were established, more legendary strongmen were needed to guard all corners.
Lord Shepherd was a cautious man. Those professionals going to and from Tianyuan City would not imagine that even the most ordinary of frontier outposts was actually garrisoned by legendary realm powers.
At that moment, within the World Vine secret realm, a vast momentum surged into the sky. Inside the secret realm, elemental particles from all directions eagerly converged, forming a tide visible to the naked eye. Another elite has entered the legendary realm, Despite the outside world, the skies above Tianyuan City remained calm. Some old Tianyuan City people were still enthusiastically discussing the feats of the past when Tianyuan City had consecutive days of new legendaries being born. No one would have thought that at this moment, a new legend had just been born in Tianyuan City. Turning back time, almost every day, Tianyuan City had strong warriors stepping into the legendary realm, and most of the time, there was more than one. Mu Yuan, of course, knew this all too well. He opened his panel. More than a month ago, Tianyuan City had entered an era of legendary realm tycoons, giving birth to more than 20 legendaries in just 1 week. And as of today, Skeleton Series, Legendary Realm, Dead Bone, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, and 23 Legendary Realm. Phantom Series, Legendary Realm, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, and 22 Legendary Realm. Imperial Guard Series, Legendary Realm, Lulu, Zhou Laoliu, and 20 Legendary Realm. Archer Series, Legendary Realm, 17 Zhou Yi, and 19 Legendary Realm. Treeman Series, Legendary Realm, Tree Demon Granny, and 17 Legendary Realm. In addition, there were in total 12 Lords of Frost such as Han Shuang and Ice Frost. 6 Sages of Holy Light, including Laney, 8 giant dragon swordsmen like Deng Long. 5 Wings of the Wind King besides Jun. Moreover, there were several other epic legends scattered about. For example, Vampire Gibby, Rob, 2 Lich Lords, Top Necromancer, 2 Arcane Sages, Top Mage, 1 Green Flood Dragon, Top Green Vine Snake, 1 Emperor Slime, and so on. Irene, Master Chef, Master Lee, Daisy, and other non-military personnel also possessed legendary realms. A brief tally showed that currently, there were a total of 173 legendary generals who had stepped into the legendary realm in Tianyuan City. Unknowingly, has our Tianyuan City accumulated so many powerful warriors? These were the legendaries who, in the eyes of many lords, were considered big shots. However, the vast majority of these new legends were the elites of Tianyuan City who had rubbed off on the opportunity during the last World Secret Realm event. At that time, Mu Yuan had taken 500 elites with him. A batch of elites had gains, while another batch did not. Those who had gains, these past few days, had been breaking through one after another. The rest of the 4 Order Peak elites were all legendary seeds. They were still expected to become legends. In a little while, when this batch of legendary seeds gradually creates their own domains and illuminates the light of Wool, then, that will be the legendary tycoon era of Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan pondered, we can almost draw 100 legendaries who don't hold essential positions from Tianyuan City to descend upon the heavenly phenomenon 4 formation for training. However, to unlock the great force of the second layer in the ancient mage tower, we must also pre-arrange for legendary strongmen to make use of and train, as well as arrange for a group of magic system legendary realm to study techniques, to elevate their skills to profound levels. Not to mention, the legendary generals cannot work 007 style. Even if they can almost go without sleep, they still need to cultivate. Apart from work, there is also the path of cultivation. As such, the number of legendaries he could dispatch to the heavenly phenomenon 4 formation would need to be halved. Fortunately, there haven't been any battles during this time. Still, Tianyuan City's legendaries are too few. So lamented Lord Shepherd, who reigned over more than 100 legendary strongmen. 2 days later, the heavenly phenomenon 4 formation had already begun to operate quietly. At the same time, beneath the calm geopolitical surface of the eternal world, undercurrents surged as the nations continuously made their arrangements. The Shen Yao Empire has 4 princes of blood and 10 grand dukes. Among them, Duke Yaoguang is merely ranked 7th among the 10 grand dukes. Mu Yuan murmured. One had to admit that even if the younger generation of the Shen Yao Empire was not up to par, a plethora of strong figures had emerged from the older generation. Among them, there were at least 6 who had been confirmed to be traversing the path to ascension at the peak levels. In earlier years, the Shen Yao Empire had indeed been stronger than the Taizan Alliance. After all, Shen Yao had received direct support from the Holy Griffin Empire. The camp of Shen Yao was also established with the support of the Holy Griffin. Of course, with a great catastrophe approaching, all humans, all living beings were potential allies. Conflicts and friction between nations had become rather rare during this period. The strength of the Shen Yao Empire was good news for Taizan. The Qi Cheng Federation is known for its academic superiority, yet in reality, academia equals power. The Qi Cheng Federation has 6 great sages and 12 glory sages. Among them, the true flame principle he knew, surprisingly only ranked at the end of the 6 great sages, which showed the profound heritage and strength of the Qi Cheng Federation. Top-tier lords from the Wan Shang country, Shi Mo Empire, and Shen Mu dynasty also successively stepped onto the stage. Of course, when saying stepping onto the stage, for ordinary people it only meant that these were important figures, commanders of various front lines in the great war zones, and pillars in the fight against monsters and catastrophes. As for how strong they were, and what law realm they belonged to, ordinary people including average professionals knew nothing at all. Even the lords of the legendary realm could only exclaim, "Holy shit! They all look so freaking awesome," Zhang Luoxing exclaimed. Having only established his seat for a mere 2 years, he was now a legendary realm powerhouse. Such progress in cultivation would have been absolutely dominant a few years ago, or even a decade ago. But in the current era, where a grand cataclysm was imminent, and the struggle of the Great Era was unfolding, it seemed quite ordinary. It was only a bit ahead of his contemporaries. For him, the law realm was an unattainably mighty giant, let alone considering the distinction of strength among those within the law realm. Fortunately, even though he did not understand the law realm, the colossal Tianyuan god from the same period as him did. Bro, it's said that those in the law realm wield conceptual power. So, how much do powerhouses at the level of the Grand Dukes of the Shen Yao Empire control? And why are they stronger than other law realm beings? He furiously typed and asked. Mu Yuan. That's a good question. Veteran Law Realm powerhouses usually possess a variety of foundational capabilities. Often, it's not just about the amount of conceptual power they wield that determines their strength or weakness. It was not uncommon for Law Realm powerhouses to win with the weak overcoming the strong. It mainly depended on whether one's concepts could counter the other and whether one's own methods could deal with various situations. However, powerful Law Realm powerhouses will integrate their many foundational capabilities to form their own unique killer moves. When that happens, they can again shatter all laws with sheer force. Take the Gemstone Grand Duke for example. Indeed, he was among the stronger beings within the Law Realm, mastering the move Heaven and Earth Great Gluttony, which was both offensive and defensive, explosive and sustainable, almost without weakness. Most importantly, the Gemstone Grand Duke's move could consume other skills, effectively blocking the conceptual power they carried. This was the basis of his ability to triumph with a single move. Lord Shepherd upholding 101 Black Da-Ri was the same. Zhang Luoxing. He understood every single word, but when put together, it all seemed impressively cryptic. Indeed, one couldn't expect someone as academically challenged as himself to understand the words of such a scholarly behemoth. Not understanding was the norm. However, did the Yongxin Empire actually bring forth 36 eternal night stars? Do they have so many top-tier powerhouses? He was astonished. After all, the Tai Zan's 13 illusion gods. The 4 blood princes and 10 grand dukes of the Shenyao Empire. But isn't this ranking something each country boasts about themselves, and isn't the number also at their own discretion? Zhang Luoxing said. Mu Yuan looked toward the Yongxin Empire, which at the moment featured 36 top-tier lords symbolizing the empire's power. He pondered. Zhang was right. The quantity of these symbolic lords was indeed determined by the countries themselves, without a common standard. However, creating momentum, symbolism, is so that at critical moments, top-tier lords can wield and utilize national destiny without much hindrance. But also because of this symbolism, once these lords encounter trouble or fall, even if it's a fall from which they can be resurrected, it may impact the fate of a nation. Therefore, nations couldn't possibly elevate all their Law Realm lords as symbols of the state. Even without considering national destiny, such symbolic lords falling on the battlefield would have a tremendous impact on the morale of the army and even the entire nation's soldiers. As for how strong the 36 top-tier lords of the Yongxin Empire were, whether they all reached the standards of the Tai Zan's 13 illusion gods. Well, Mu Yuan could infer from the public battle records of some lords that there were, indeed, some who did. The last amongst the 36 probably surpassed Lord Qinshin City by a significant margin. Truly worthy of being the strongest among the 7 great countries. Rumors say that the Yongxin Empire even aims to challenge the Holy Griffin Empire's position as the world overlord. For as Tai Zan, this cataclysm is a disaster for our survival, but the Yongxin Empire, with its stronger national power and advantageous geographical position, may even see this disaster as an opportunity. Mu Yuan shook his head, thinking too much was of no use. In fact, compared to the moves of the various major human civilizations, he was more concerned about the situation of the monster overlords. Especially Dragon Sleep Valley. At this moment, Red Mist Land. The territory of Dragon Sleep Valley. A great battle had just subsided. A top-tier Law Realm monster that resembled a giant dragon but with 3 heads, 8 arms, and 12 wings had just dominated and killed 3 other Law Realm strong ones in an invincible manner. Wow, this guy is so strong. In the distance, an eerie peak shrouded in red mist. 2 figures hid within the black fog, gazing from afar. They were Duo Lai and Sophia. The 2 had been in Red Mist Land for over a month. Sophia was responsible for hiding and scouting, while Duo Lai handled the erosion of the surrounding red mist. Only this way could they manage to stay in Red Mist Land for such a long time. Otherwise, even though Sophia had a special ability to move and jump through the use of a Black Crow token, the Black Crows could not live long within Red Mist Land, and she couldn't keep traveling back and forth here using them. This is already the 4th Law Realm great battle we've discovered. Sophia said, Contrary to the news that spread outside, Dragon Sleep Valley hasn't fallen into a slump, but instead, has achieved victory in these battles of the law realm. It's not that the intelligence personnel from various countries were ineffective. But entering Red Mist Land for reconnaissance was extremely difficult in itself. To go deep and stay deep for an extended period was an impossible task. The reconnaissance experts from the countries could only circle around the outskirts of Red Mist Land and observe Dragon Sleep Valley from there. Indeed, on the outskirts, Dragon Sleep Valley had suffered defeat after defeat, and its territory had shrunk quite a bit under the pressure of several monster overlords. However, deeper inside, the real decisive Law Realm battles that decided victory or defeat had all been won by Dragon Sleep Valley in all 4 fights. Especially by the High Hunting Duke, who had just taken action, facing 5 enemies alone and powerfully slaying 3, making the other 2 flee in terror. Could this High Hunting Duke be close to the Saint Realm, or perhaps he has already reached a higher place on the path to ascension? Sophia pondered. Duo Lai said, "Why not let me try to finish him off? We can't let this monster make a breakthrough." Seeing Duo Lai eager to try, Sophia quickly restrained her. "Big sister, don't be reckless. There might be who knows how many Law Realm Dukes around here, and besides, Duo Lai, you're only at half your strength with half a body. If we're exposed, we might really be dead for good." Though dying for good actually wouldn't cause much loss. Duo Lai had a spare half of her body in their territory, and blowing up this half-body wouldn't have much impact. She, well, not to mention her strong survival abilities, could be reborn from any one of the Black Crow constructs even if she utterly fell. Dying wasn't a big deal, but it was unnecessary. Besides, a top Law Realm being like that, think how difficult it would be to kill him, and even if we did, they could come back to life.
So there was no need to take a risk. But Sophia felt that Duo Lai didn't really want to risk it, she was just a little eager to fight.
Duo Lai's head drooped in disappointment. The two moved throughout Dragon Sleep Valley's territory, gathering a lot of intelligence and marking the locations with obvious hearts of corruption. This intelligence, if one day they were truly capable of advancing into Red Mist Land, could prove very useful. Back in Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan sorted through the intelligence Sophia had brought back and uploaded it to the Pioneer Group's highest level of intelligence sharing database. There are more powerhouses in Dragon Sleep Valley than we thought. That top-tier Law Realm being Sophia, and the others saw as a High Duke who's never stepped out of Red Mist Land and whom no records existed of. Such a High Duke could step into the Saint Realm at any moment. Not just that, does our human understanding of Dragon Sleep Valley only scratch the surface? And does Dragon Sleep Valley really only have those few terrifying Saint Realm monsters publicly known? He wasn't sure. His skepticism lingered, suspecting that Dragon Sleep Valley probably still harbored existences of the Saint Realm. After all, it was incredibly difficult for humanity to discover the true state of affairs in Dragon Sleep Valley. Merely the existence of Red Mist Land made it almost impossible for them to delve deeper and explore in detail. Mu Yuan felt the pressure mounting, ding dong, at that moment. Only the exploration generals in the Pioneer Group could access a shared intelligence database, where a new, red-highlighted report appeared. Top priority: an emergent threat of a terrifying Saint Realm monster is suspected in the top overlord power, Shadow King City, with an accuracy rate of 94.5%. In just half a day, another similar report surfaced. An emergent threat of a Saint Realm fallen god is suspected in the top overlord power, Snake God Temple, with an equally high level of accuracy. These two reports, one from the Astronomical Society's observations, and the other from intelligence sent by spies from other powerful nations embedded within the Taizan. The Great Cataclysm had not yet arrived, but preludes like the Sky Rift disaster were already manifesting, and these calamitous pollutions seemed to provide some sort of boost to the breakthroughs of monsters. This was yet another piece of bad news for the civilizations of living beings. Was it not enough that upon the Cataclysm's arrival, the monstrous powerhouses could roam outside the Red Mist Land without restraint? How come the monster powers were still able to strengthen before the disaster struck? This news undoubtedly cast additional gloom over the hearts of the powerhouses in various nations. Nonetheless, within 2 short days, the Shen Yao Empire publicly announced the birth of a new saint realm great power within their empire, declaring a grand ascension feast to celebrate nationwide and inviting strong individuals from all nations to attend. A new saint realm? Even the Taizan strongman couldn't help but be surprised. The emergence of a saint realm entity in the Shen Yao Empire was of special significance. Before this, the Shen Yao Empire had a total of 5 saint realm great powers. 4 of them, akin to the 4 pillars of Taizan, were born of the nation's fortune. Another was the son-in-law of the current king of the Holy Griffin Empire, a man of exceptional talent who, with the full support of the Griffin Empire, crossed into the saint realm more than a decade ago. But that saint realm individual didn't spend most of his time within the Shen Yao Empire. Nor was he a saint realm birthed in the conventional sense. That newly ascended, Zenith, is the first true saint realm existence of the Shen Yao Empire. He could even be considered the first saint realm personality to emerge from Langsing. Above the Sky Patrol realm, the discussion among the strong was lively. Their words were tinged with respect. After all, the saint realm must be revered, especially since, nominally, the Shen Yao Empire was an ally to them. So, will we attend this ascension feast? Go. Top domains such as Tianyuan City and Hanyu City received direct invitations from the Shen Yao Empire. It wasn't a matter of lords having to go in person. In such a charged political climate, not all lords could leave their posts, but at least they had to send a representative to show respect. Moreover, this saint realm being was completely different from Lin Guju and the like. Regarding a bona fide newly breakthrough saint realm, no one could be uncurious. During the meeting in Tianyuan City, then, who shall be our delegate? Mu Yuan's gaze swept around the room. Isloa spread her hands. I suppose it's up to me, then. She understood her lord's thoughts all too well, eager to witness the event yet reluctant to leave the comfort of home. So it fell to her transportation magic to do the job. Fortunately, it was no hassle for her, just toss an avatar along with the team and off they go. With a blink of an eye, they could be there. Tianyuan City had no shortage of officers capable of handling minor affairs, so she didn't need to worry at all. The following day, Isloa led a small team of 10 legendary warriors from Tianyuan City to Taishuan City. There, she met up with representatives from Hanyu City, Qingxin City, and Lushi City, before traveling to a great war zone adjacent to the Shen Yao Empire via teleportation array and proceeding to the empire's capital from there. Accompanying them were several familiar lords or their representatives. Soon, from outside a great war zone, an ensemble of flying boats filled with numerous Taizan strongmen took to the skies, racing towards their destination. The clouds were vast, and the earth was expansive. Dozens of flying boats soared above the horizon, drawing long white lines in the sky. This region lay between great nations, however, it was not uninhabited. Various neutral forces, both large and small, existed here, and one could occasionally glimpse towering cities in the distance. Yet one could also see towns and cities in ruins, completely devastated by a tidal wave of monsters. Such tragic sights were numerous. Traveling along, the warriors on the flying boats had seen them countless times. And this area, being a neutral territory, was even sparser in population. Disaster, such disaster. A tall, well-built general, wearing a uniform marked with numerous sword and saber scars, sighed helplessly. He was the battle armor general, a powerful subordinate of the Lord of Taishuan's top tier, Lord Nanshan, and was representing South Mountain Territory on this trip to the Shen Yao Empire. Compared to his past in the Ten Directions Island domain, Battle Armor had since become a Divine Soul Realm expert and had even survived encounters with world-level monsters. He was no weakling among Divine Soul Realm warriors. We can't manage everything, just protecting Taizan is enough. Another strong warrior spoke. He was an underling of Sword Lord Lushi, famous as the Sobbing Blood Sword Shi Yu, and was the general most likely to break through to the Law Realm under the Sword Lord's command. Lord of the Tears Blood Sword speaks wisely, but I didn't expect the Sword Lord to send you personally. The Sword Lord is rather curious about the Saint Realm Crown who has opened the Gate of Ascension. He spoke methodically. At that moment, A graceful woman approached and said, "The birth of a new Saint Realm crown in the Shenyao Empire is good news for us humans. But thinking about how Tai Zan still lacks a Saint Realm crown is quite depressing. It must be because the Holy Griffin Empire supports Shen Yao too much." The speaker was the Aurora Snowfox, a main subordinate of Lord Qing Shen. Also known as the Aurora Snowfox, she too was a world-class strongman, though her renown did not shine as brightly as the sobbing blood sword Shi Yu. And since Lord Qing Shen had more than one world-class strongman, she tended not to stand out as much. "That's right, isn't it, Sister Isloa?" She looked to the side. Isloa was holding a formation stone, drawing the route they had traveled and recording everything she saw in the scenery onto it. She could easily avoid doing these things, but she found it somewhat boring not to keep busy. She must be going mad. She said, "Several of our senior warriors in Tai Zan are also on the path to ascension, having already reached higher stages, so I think it will be soon." Sobbing Blood Sword agreed, "Absolutely." Representing Han Yu City, Moon Sword Immortal also said, "Our city lord will definitely break through to the Saint Realm very soon." Several flying boats zoomed through the air, and after traveling for 2 days and nights, they were nearing the borders of the Shenyao Empire. Up ahead lies one of the core fortresses of the Shenyao Empire's first line of defense, the Black Storm Fortress. This fortress hung in midair, surrounded by countless howling black storms. Majestic, powerful. Even a law realm being would choose to bypass such a fortress. Of course, for individual strongmen, especially those in the legendary realm, bypassing a fortress or even a whole defensive line was not difficult. The fortress defended against the tides, the momentum. However, since their visit was by invitation, to formally enter and visit the Shenyao Empire, they naturally had to go through the official channels. Passing through this Black Storm Fortress meant they were officially entering the territories of the Shenyao Empire. They also moved from the previous dangerous areas into the much safer civilization heartland. The sky-splitting disaster still loomed large. Although the flying boat was not lacking in world-level strongmen, everyone remained vigilant, constantly on guard. Things should be a bit easier from here on, and once we reach the capital of the Shenyao Empire, I need to have some fun and reward myself for the hardship. The Aurora Snowfox said. Suddenly, she frowned. "I think I smell something disgusting. Is it just my imagination?" At this time, it was only half an hour since they had passed through the Black Storm Fortress. The surroundings were still the vast, desolate mountain ranges. Distant, desolate, with occasional sightings of small monster tribes or camps. This was a common sight in the wilderness, typical of the outskirts of the Tai Zan Alliance's territories. However, the Shenyao Empire's cities had fewer professionals, which meant a greater number of monsters thrived from the pollution. This was normal. In such harsh environments, apart from the large cities that could maintain absolute stability and safety, the outside was infested with droves of monsters everywhere. Nothing was amiss. But I'm afraid it's not an illusion. Isloa glanced at the Snowfox of Qingxin City. She had compiled information on all the known strongmen, aware that this world-class strongman possessed a special talent to detect any untoward smells. This scent was almost like a concept, the smell of danger, tension, filth, and so on. It was somewhat akin to prophecy and could sometimes be mistaken. The land around us, the sky, something's not quite right. It seems we've entered into a large net. Only, who has laid out this net? She wasn't sure. Standing on this flying boat, it wasn't her true body. It was just an avatar, albeit one that was capable of holding more power than an ordinary one. She carried a star medium that symbolized the authority of the starry sky, allowing her true body's power to extend unimpeded, but limited. Moreover, this territory seemed to have been arranged by the enemy, confusing many senses, and she could not accurately judge. Isloa thought. They had just prepared to notify the other flying boats to join forces and be on guard when suddenly, boom! A loud noise came from afar. It was the flying boat at the forefront that seemed to have been hit by something heavy and fell from the azure sky. The flying boat was emitting black smoke. One after another, legendary strongmen, wielding the power of heaven and earth, flew out from the flying boat. Enemy attack. Who is it? How could there be enemies here? Ba Long was on that flying boat, and at the time, he was leisurely drinking and humming a tune. Then suddenly, there was a roaring noise and the world seemed to spin, nearly scaring him to death. "Who dares to attack your grandpa Ba Long? I'll twist your heads off." "Don't be careless, the comers are up to no good." Dressed in white and with his treasured sword already unsheathed, Lord Wuji's face was stern as he stared at a patch of seemingly ordinary white clouds not far away. He swung his sword and struck out. Cling, his sword light was fierce, and as it flew, the power of heaven and earth from all around surged and converged, forming 100 meters long dazzling sword light in the blink of an eye. The clouds were crushed. The whole piece of heaven and earth was momentarily clear. "Did you find him? This guy is not an ordinary legendary?" An elusive voice seemed to echo from all directions. In the spot where the clouds had just been crushed, 3 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The leader was holding a snake-shaped staff, the snake's head at the end appearing alive and constantly writhing, hissing with its forked tongue. Lord Wuji's eyebrows furrowed even more deeply. For some reason, these few enemies gave him a very disgusting feeling. It was a kind of disgust that came from the instinct of life. Monsters? But it didn't quite fit. It's not that there weren't monsters that looked like humans. Rather, there was an essential difference between the aura of a monster and that of a human, as clear as black and white. The 3 people in front of him had eyes filled with crimson, with traces of blood spreading out from around their eye sockets, resembling more like humans who were heavily contaminated by filth. "Monsters?" The human in the lead repeated Lord Wuji's words and then sneered. "There is no difference between monsters and humans, we merely chose to embrace a better life. Besides, sooner or later, this world will be enveloped under the red mist. The living, the dead, it will all be the same in the future, and we are the ones who make the wiser choice." One by one, the legendary strongmen, still in shock, stared dead at the 3 people. An older legendary lord suddenly spoke up. "They are people from the Fallen God sect." He quickly described, the Fallen God sect consists of a bunch of degenerates, willingly corrupting themselves into monsters. Bad and stupid fools. The Fallen God sect has swiftly been eradicated wherever they have appeared over the years. Unexpectedly, on the eve of the great disaster, this sect has somehow made a resurgence and dared to attack our Tai Zan's flying boat fleet. This lord was greatly surprised. In his impression, the Fallen God sect was not strong. The distinction between monsters and living beings was clear. Corruption and pollution would lead to a complete loss of self. This was well known amongst the strongmen. To believe that after corrupting themselves they could still maintain their self-consciousness was foolish, and there were not many of such fools. But the situation was different now. Previously it was a peaceful era. The Fallen God sect had no room to survive, but now it was different. Now, with the great calamity approaching, and even at this moment, the world situation was much more chaotic than usual. Only the major countries were able to maintain stability. The Fallen God sect had already grown unnoticed. The 3 individuals from the Fallen God sect glanced around. The flying boat had already fallen. There were a good 10 to 20 people in the Tai Zan legendary realm, with even more rushing over. It seemed that they were completely at a disadvantage, yet they were unconcerned. As if with their 3 bodies, they surrounded all the strongmen around them. 10,000 snakes capturing heart. Embrace under the mantle of the snake god. Many Tai Zan strongmen had already made their move. However, as the leading Fallen God sect envoy struck down with his serpent staff, a ripple of gray waves spread out, and the entire heaven and earth plunged into gray. All things, all laws turned to gray decay. Several legendary strongmen suddenly clutched their chests without warning and could not maintain their flight, falling down. They were quickly netted by the other 2 Fallen God sect strongmen, struggling to no avail as if being entangled by countless fine snakes. "You will be sacrifices offered to my lord." He then looked towards the few who were still maintaining their flying stance. "Wuji, Ba Long, and 3 other strongmen. You are not bad. I can give you the opportunity to willingly convert and embrace my god. Come, embrace under the mantle of the snake god. Together, we can welcome a brand new tomorrow." He laughed heartily. Responding to him was a peerless sword strike from Lord Wuji, reaching the pinnacle. The sword light was vast, as if it could split heaven. But this refined ultimate strike was still easily dispersed by a gray snake shadow that leapt out. Sword light couldn't parry the gray snake. Lord Wuji's clothes were torn as he spat out fresh blood, sending his whole body plummeting forward. It's a world-level strongman, a figure at the legendary realm said with a grave expression. Lord Wuji's strength had exceeded imagination, having even defeated some ordinary beings of the soul realm. He still fell to a single blow, which could only mean the attacker possessed the exaggerated strength of a world-level strongman. However, those at the scene who were of legendary status did not despair. They were not fighting alone. For this mission, the team consisted of 4 flying boats. It wouldn't matter much about their boat and the other 2, but the remaining boat carried strong people from Luxi City, Han Yu City, Tianyuan City, and Qingxin City. They had arrived. A streak of aurora was approaching from the east. It was none other than the Qingxin City's strong people, known as the Aurora Snowfox, famed for her supreme speed. Little emissary of the fallen god sect, meet your death. She ran on all fours like a snowfox, her feet producing a spectrum of colored arcs. The next moment, the light under her feet split, cascading forth like shooting stars. Meteors like light, the gray shadow dispersed. The aurora clashed constantly with the gray rings midair. The Aurora Snowfox held a slight upper hand, and afar, the Moon Sword Immortal, the War Armor General, and Bloody Tears Sword among other strong people were rushing over. The strong people were all invigorated, little fallen god sect. Before the voice faded, it seemed as if a giant Orochi lunged out from between heaven and earth, followed by thousands, tens of thousands of snake shadows blooming like flowers, eclipsing the sun. These snake shadows, with their own strength, intercepted the Bloody Tears Sword, Battle Armor General, Moon Sword Immortal and several other powerful beings without falling short. This is the 10,000 Snakes of the Fallen God Envoy. The previous sect emissary, showing world-level combat power for the first time but was previously an unknown strong person. But 10,000 Snakes was different. He was a famous world-level monster even 100 years ago and, to this day, ranked amongst the top of world-level strongmen. Wasn't Shattered Star Arrow Master Shi Yu, who was close to reaching the Law Realm, starting to fall behind? Soon, even more monsters and the corrupt of the fallen god sect appeared around them. The sky's curtain began to change as well, red clouds churned. The whole world started to be tinged with the color of blood. The world seemed completely isolated from the outside, filled everywhere with calamity and ill omens. Indeed, we can't connect with the outside world. Even the contact at the hero and lord authority levels has been temporarily blocked. Don't panic, we are within the Shen Yao territory. Anomalies will definitely be detected quickly. Besides, once we lose contact, especially with so many lords missing, the country should have already been alerted by now. There will be reinforcement. Though they spoke thus, the lords' faces remained grim. These monsters and the fallen god sect's emissaries were obviously well prepared. Could they really hold out until reinforcements arrived? Meteor. Fall. Isloa stood at the front of the flying boat, intricate hexagram patterns emerging around her. One after another, meteors flew out and smashed in all directions, especially towards where 10,000 Snakes was. She only showed the combat power of the world level. She was still frowning slightly. Intuition. No, the stars of destiny tell me that there is a deep hidden and most terrifying killing intent around us that has yet to erupt. I can't locate the source of this killing intent. What should I do to make it reveal itself? She launched an attack at 10,000 Snakes. With her joining in, 10,000 Snakes immediately felt the pressure increase and was forced to retreat step by step. Another world-level strongman? Someone from Tianyuan City? 10,000 Snakes was startled. His snake god servant had clashed with people from Tianyuan City not just once or twice. The foolish Orochi, it seemed, had met his end at the hands of Tianyuan City's strong people. Moreover, Absolute Heaven Marshal Venerable, Lord of Swallowing Heaven, Shattered Star Arrow Master, Shadowlord from Tianyuan City were all notorious. The word on the street was, upon seeing these Tianyuan strong ones, retreat if you cannot defeat. However, this short, pink-haired girl in the distance seemed to be none of the above. Indeed not. Then what was there for him, 10,000 snakes, to back down from?
He, 10,000 snakes, would slay a Tianyuan powerhouse.
In the heart of 10,000 snakes, suddenly surged a feeling of lofty aspiration and heroic courage. Above the azure sky, red clouds filled the sky, and myriad snakes hissed in fury. The fallen from the fallen god sect clashed with Tai-Zon strongmen, where roars were incessant, creating violent tides of energy that surged wave after wave. "We've caught a big one." Wan Shang and his companions had set an ambush here, blocking the path with high confidence that visiting envoys from the Shenyao Empire would pass this way. They had even managed to catch wind of the Saint Realm feast before the Empire officially announced it, affording them time to prepare their trap. This location was perfect. They could assassinate powerful and esteemed lords and potentially drag potential lords down with them. Opportunities to ambush these legendary lords, legendary generals were rare indeed. But Wan Shang hadn't expected their ambush to bear fruit so soon, catching big fishes right as they just begun. Within this group of envoys were generals from Lushi City, Hanyu City, Tianyuan City, and Qingxin City. These four cities stood at the summit of the world, amongst the top echelon of territories. Lushi City and Hanyu City had greater renown, but it was the strongmen of Tianyuan City that Wan Shang truly feared. The reason was simple. Even without their lord present, Tianyuan City was the most terrifying force. Tianyuan City had far too many strongmen, with 3, 4, or even 5 at the world level. Like this pink-haired woman, seemingly insignificant and transparent within Tianyuan City's ranks, yet she too was a world-class strongman. Wan Shang couldn't help but be amazed. Tianyuan City was truly inscrutable. But he felt fortunate. He observed carefully and indeed did not see those few famous Tianyuan strongmen he so deeply feared. In that case, he could thoroughly hunt down these big fishes. At that moment, with Isloa taking action, the Tai-Zon side began to gain a slight upper hand. With the world-class strongmen from the Monster Power and Durai sect restrained, the numerically superior Tai-Zon strongmen quickly took the advantage in various small battlefields. Things seemed to be turning for the better. Moreover, this was the territory of living beings, and the longer the battle drew out, the scales would undoubtedly tip in favor of humanity. Were they secure? The Bloody Tears sword, the Aurora Snowfox, the battle armor general. These formidable beings didn't think so, their expressions growing more solemn. They could not detect the great killing intent hidden around them, but with their seasoned experience, they could infer a simple truth. That is, if they had the upper hand, and a stalemate worked in their favor, then why hadn't the enemy retreated or fled? Monsters might be mad, but they weren't fools. Their daring to continue fighting meant they still had some terrifying tactic up their sleeve. What could it be? Suddenly, space itself seemed to stagnate. Unperceived, thousands upon thousands, millions of blood beads hung suspended in this stilled heaven and earth, bringing a suffocating pressure. The beads reflected astonished and perplexed faces. "Fall!" a hoarse, ancient voice commanded. Millions of blood beads fell like colossal meteors towards sobbing blood sword Shi Yu, who was overpowering Wan Shang. Beads like rain showered, shaking the still space. Sobbing blood sword dared not take it lightly, his light of will flickered dangerously, a harbinger of a death crisis. A large portion of his strength was learned from his own lord, and he risked everything now. Stream after stream of blood extended from his body and along those lines, spread to a crimson sword. With his own blood, he kindled a life-forfeiting strike. After the strike, he might be devoid of strength to continue fighting, but he had no time for such concerns. Slash! A bright red light burst forth, shattering the blood beads. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. But the sheer number of beads coming at him was too great. In a flash, sobbing blood sword's body was pierced by dozens of small holes, blood mist filled the sky. His vitality waned, and he plummeted stiffly from the sky. A streak of light swept past. The Aurora Snowfox rescued him, avoiding his fall into Wan Shang's lethal clutches. Yet, seeing the surrounding world again rising with countless congealing blood beads, The snowfox's complexion paled once more. These blood beads. Blood beads. Blood Ghost Ward? She suddenly recalled this signature ability. Years ago, a lord in the Shenyao Empire had committed a heinous act to break through his limits, sacrificing tens of thousands of humans over several years. Once his deeds came to light, this blood ghost lord became the target of a manhunt by the Shenyao Empire. Even Tai Zan, Qi Cheng, Wan Shang, and other realms issued bounties on the blood ghost lord. This man was worse than a monster, inhuman. The blood ghost's territory was quickly swept away, and after another half a year or so, this egregious blood ghost lord was executed by the Shenyao Empire's demon hunting squad. Snowfox remembered it was like that. Yet, the blood ghost, unbeknownst to everyone, had not truly perished. And when the blood ghost lord was exposed, he hadn't even been at world level, but now, undoubtedly. Law Realm. To defeat Sabine Blood Sword so effortlessly without showing his face, if not the Law Realm, then what? Monsters of the Law Realm found it difficult to penetrate deeply into human territories and couldn't stay long. But the blood ghost was a fallen, not fully transformed into a monster, and he could move freely within human domains. It's a disaster. No, you are fortunate, as you have the privilege of being embraced by our Lord. Above the pervasive blood clouds, a figure finally appeared. It was an old man with wrinkled skin, gaunt, and eyes like a vulture. His pupils were also filled with a deep scarlet, a thick and dense red vein, like a scar, stretching from beneath his eyes to his jaw. He scanned his surroundings, passing over one frightened face after another and smiled, saying, "This is the choice of the era. I wasn't as lucky as you all back in my day. Some of you might have some life-saving measures and resurrection techniques, but if I directly sacrifice you all to my Lord, will you still be able to resurrect? Now, I'm giving you two choices. One is to willingly embrace the glorious filth, and the other is for me, an old man, to personally make the sacrifice. I actually hope you choose the latter, he. He stood on the clouds and laughed uproariously. However, the blood ghost was not careless. He knew these humans wouldn't give up easily, especially since among these humans were representatives of top territories on missions. Who knows what kind of hidden capabilities a few of them might have. He spoke as he did, and laughed as he did, but he had already charged and struck boldly. He wanted all these humans to lose their ability to resist. More blood beads appeared, shooting toward the Snowfox, Isloa, the Armored Warriors, and the Moon Sword Immortal, among others at the moment just as his laughter, he, ceased. Blood beads overwhelming. Endless. Even the most powerful Bloody Tears sword couldn't stop them, let alone them? Damn it. The Snowfox tread on arcs of light, moving swiftly in all directions. But she discovered no matter how she fled, she couldn't dodge the trajectory of these blood beads. The blood beads contained an inevitable concept. This was an absolute occurrence. She could only harden herself to withstand. But how could she withstand it? Suddenly, amidst this stagnated space, another strange sound abruptly echoed. The stagnation of the space seemed broken. At the edge of vision, a swath of starry blue emerged, surging like a mighty river. No, this was indeed a vast river. The river of starry sky. Profound, mysterious, and vast, the Star River stretched across the azure sky, appearing like a curtain that blocked the myriad of shooting blood beads. The next moment, swoosh, 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 these beads, containing terrifying energy, like meteors, then seemed like ordinary pebbles. They plunged into the immense Star River, causing small, gentle ripples. Then they were completely neutralized, and the Star River remained, spanning the sky, sprinkling stardust, bringing an indescribable sense of safety to everyone. It's the big boss. A great entity has appeared. We are saved. But who is this powerful entity that has come? This move was unfamiliar, and the powerhouses thought hard but still had no clue. But how could there be unfamiliar powerful entities? Perhaps a world-level strongman who had recently advanced to the Law Realm. The Aurora Snowfox seemed to realize something and suddenly looked towards the distance. There, a flying boat stood firm amidst the storm, taking in many injured. At the very front of the flying boat's deck, a woman with pink hair was gently lifting her right hand. Around her right hand, 6 mysterious orbs revolved. In the palm of her right hand was a miniature river of starry sky, identical to the one above in the sky, surging and suspended. Was it her who intervened, the Master of Starry Sky from Tianyuan City? Previously, the Master of Starry Sky wasn't even recognized as a world-level title. Although many had speculated that the Lord of Tianyuan City's aides were by no means weak, she was clearly a civil officer, understandable even if not a world-level strongman. Yet unexpectedly, she was also in the Law Realm, Tianyuan City, a city with 4 in the Law Realm? Hiss. The Snow Fox forgot her current unsafe situation, wholly intent on gasping in shock. Blood Ghost Ward's expression changed, his gloomy eyes locked onto the pink-haired woman in the distance. He never expected that among this envoy team, there would be a Law Realm individual. In this era of great cataclysms, aside from directly representing powerhouses like Tai Zan and Qi Cheng, who would allow a Law Realm individual to be part of an envoy? As if the Law Realm was as common as cabbage, he himself had suffered so much before finally reaching the Law Realm. And damn this Tianyuan City producing one Law Realm strongman after another. They truly deserved to die. The world shook. Countless, no, billions of blood beads appeared. Instantly, a terrifying giant shadow materialized behind the Blood Ghost. Heavenly Snake. The Heavenly Snake loomed over the land, and the Blood Ghost's eyes transformed into serpentine pupils. He was no longer the Blood Ghost but the Heavenly Snake Blood Ghost. The Heavenly Snake spewed out a blood river, with billions of blood beads shooting from all directions. In my name, the starry sky descends. Isloa murmured, her pink hair rising, and a mysterious mark appeared on her pale neck. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. Starlight descended. In this sealed cosmos, above the pervasive red clouds, a resplendent starry sky unfolded, enveloping the whole world. In this world, at this moment, only the starry sky was eternal. Under the bathing starlight, the river of stars immediately surged. Simultaneously, 6 magic spheres beside Isloa's wrist swiftly flew out. From the front of each magic sphere, a giant hexagram array unfolded, and various techniques blasted forth like they didn't cost anything. Although there were many blood beads, the techniques were also endless. The blood river might have been strong, yet the star river firmly occupied the sky. The earth roared and energy trembled. One legendary strongman after another looked towards the terrifying bombardment in the distance, their faces turning pale. They doubted that if they were not under the protection of the star river, even a small remnant wave or breath of impact would make them swoon and pass out. The existence of the Law Realm was indeed as dreadful as expected. In the distance, above the red clouds, the Blood Ghost's expression grew darker. Maintaining the massive blood river and output of blood beads was not a small drain on him. But can this human also consume so much energy? He had the shadow of the Heavenly Snake bearing a large amount of energy. This was his confidence. Yet, even though he had continued bombarding with full firepower for a full 20 seconds, the human opposite had shown no sign of exhaustion. Did this human have even greater energy reserves than himself? Isloa's energy reserves were not substantial. She merely had an endless supply of energy under the stars. The stars were her source. Such an exchange of techniques, not to mention sustaining it for 20 seconds, she could do so for 2,000 or even 20,000 seconds without any pressure. Given enough time, she could even completely bomb a whole island region to the ground. At this moment, the Blood Ghost kept changing his tactics, no longer engaging in direct energy clashes. The surrounding red mist subtly transformed, and blood serpents were about to be born from it. Yet this pink-haired Law Realm always managed to preempt him, disrupting his build-up and causing his half-formed killing techniques to fail. Starry eyes. The Blood Ghost's hidden killing moves were completely visible in Isloa's eyes. This Blood Ghost, at best a newly advanced Law Realm entity, controls conceptual power that isn't strong, and his core techniques are only blood serpents and blood beads, but... She frowned. Her output limit was right here. Among the few core skills she possessed, only River of Stars was a combat technique, and it was more of a defensive, blockading combat technique. She lacked a definitive killing move. Right now, she had the upper hand, but unless she could seize an opportunity to craft a trap using destiny star weaving, she could not defeat, let alone obliterate, this soon-to-be fallen Law Realm entity. However, such a free-moving Law Realm entity posed a significant threat. She couldn't help but worry, if the heavenly snake blood ghost managed to escape, it could later retaliate against their Tianyuan city stronghold. He must be annihilated. If they annihilated him this time, even if the blood ghost could revive, he would find it hard to leave the Red Mist land. But how to do so? The impact of destiny star weaving on Law Realm entities was limited, and seeing the situation turn against him, the blood ghost's thoughts of fleeing grew more resolute. He was about to slip away. Damn it, why hasn't a strongman from the Shen Yao Empire come yet? The threat of this kind of fallen like the blood ghost is even greater than that of a Law Realm duke. If a Law Realm entity wished to wreak havoc without restraint, very few territories could stop them. But the strongmen also clearly understood, they survived solely because the Master of the Starry Sky intervened. For the Master of the Starry Sky to repel the heavenly snake blood ghost was already difficult enough. Let alone annihilate him. It was too much to ask. They could only hope for a big shot to arrive in time. An invisible ripple spread in reverse. It was as if some barrier had been lifted. The blood clouds and mist in the sky rapidly dissipated. They seemed to return to their original world. At that moment, thousands of snakes burst forth explosively, their massive bodies splitting into hundreds of thousands of flying snakes, fleeing in all directions. Faster than the thousands of snakes was the Law Realm fallen entity, the Blood Ghost. He immediately turned into a streak of blood light. But also at that moment, time seemed to freeze. Still hanging high in the azure sky, the starry curtain at the center suddenly split open, a long rift forming. It was like an eye slowly opening, indifferently surveying this realm. People seemed to see a grand figure standing at the edge of the sky, casting a distant glance. Lord of Tianyuan City, they couldn't help thinking this. The moment the thought emerged, in the frozen time-space, a finger reached from the other end of the stars, like a heaven-reaching pointer, gently touching towards the blood ghost. Huge, terrifying, as if it was the finger of a divine spirit. The blood ghost had already reached the Law Realm and was essentially a divine spirit, yet still, he couldn't help but have such thoughts. Has the Lord of Tianyuan City personally arrived? How could he be this strong? Trembling with fear, the light of will flickered incessantly, like a candle about to go out. Escape, 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 the blood ghost, already intending to flee for his life, now dared not hold anything back. He threw his hand out, casting a special tool capable of netting the heavens and the earth without any hesitation. The net, like a miniature world, blocked behind him. He turned into a streak of blood light, piercing through the sky for hundreds of kilometers in an instant. But still, under that towering finger, crack, the stagnant space shattered. At the same time, the large net, which seemed like a small world, also broke. And, the figure of the blood ghost, seemingly having escaped far but in fact still under that finger, was also blocked behind the net. A world away. Certain hit concept, quiet annihilation death. The former was a skill that Mu Yuan had comprehended in the Apocalypse secret realm by himself. In the certain hit concept, Mu Yuan's expertise was enough to leave the blood ghost far behind. The shattered blood light reformed into the disheveled figure of the blood ghost. A large hole had broken through the middle of his chest. This hole was not fatal to him, who had converted to the snake god, but from this hole, a dreadful gray began rapidly spreading outwards. Covering his body, devouring his will, annihilating his god soul. The next moment, the blood ghost, this immensely terrifying presence of the Law Realm, turned into gray dust, dissipating in the universe. Law Realm existence, blood ghost, had fallen just like that. Fallen under the finger of the Lord of Tianyuan City. The grand eyes above the azure sky, the vast starry sky, also slowly dispersed. It seemed like peace was gradually returning to the world. No, it wasn't yet peaceful. The fleeing myriad snakes were struck down by the starlight cast by the Master of the Starry Sky. The Tai-Zan strongmen also snapped back to reality, swiftly dealing with other monsters and fallen, either executing or capturing them. The captures were to dig deeper into the fallen sect's news. To be able to precisely ambush here, and to have such a powerful lineup. Following this lead, perhaps even more of the fallen could be uncovered. Even then, looking at the figure standing at the front of the deck, and seeing the surroundings finally calming down, the hearts of the strongmen finally relaxed. The group didn't continue forward but stopped to rest on the spot, and began interrogating the captured fallen immediately. After a short while, whoosh, 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 in the distant azure sky, a streak of shooting light shone, crossing the sky in an instant and arriving here. Then, several more lines of light followed, arriving one after another. The reinforcements from the Shen Yao Empire had finally arrived. Leading them was a Law Realm lord of the Shen Yao Empire, Flame Tragedy Morton. There were no Law Realm strongmen stationed in the Black Storm Fortress, and Flame Tragedy Morton was the closest Law Realm strongman to the incident. When he heard the news, he was shocked. The fallen sect. Taishuan's mission team ambushed. Morton, in the Shen Yao Empire, was not on friendly terms with Taishuan. Instead, earlier years had seen him frequently conflict with the Lord of Taizan. But today was different. The Heavenly Peak Crown's Saint Realm banquet was soon to occur, and domestic issues could not afford to arise. More importantly, the Taishuan mission was here for this reason and had already entered their Shen Yao Empire's territory. If the Taishuan strongmen hadn't arrived at their Shen Yao yet and something happened to them on the outside, he couldn't care less. But now, the Taishuan mission had just passed through the gates of the Shen Yao territory when they were ambushed. Wasn't this a slap in the face to their Shen Yao Empire? Not only this, I heard that among this ambushed team, there were groups from Lushi City, South Mountain City, Tianyuan City, Hanyu City, and Qingxin City, if something were to happen. This could directly affect their relationships with these several top-tier territories. Even, it would directly affect the relationship between Shen Yao and Taizan.
After all, these top-tier lords combined, if not half of Taizan's domain, at least possessed a third or a quarter of its influence.
Because of the importance and judging that the fallen sect had revealed a law realm existence, Flame Tragedy Morton, despite having just tossed aside the towel from lover number 32, immediately pulled up his trousers, donned his cloak, and rushed out of the castle towards the targeted region in great strides. Some Shen Yao strongmen, closer to the target area, also sped off swiftly. However, these Shen Yao strongmen were cautious. They flew quickly but far from at their full speed. After all, considering that there might be law realm presences among the enemies, their slight arms and legs reaching the place earlier wouldn't be of much use. They needed to wait for Duke Morton. Duke Morton. Lord Duke. You've arrived. We've just gotten here too. Duke Morton nodded slightly to these imperial strongmen, his gaze quickly sweeping the surroundings. He didn't find any trace of enemies and breathed a sigh of relief. However, this piece of the land still retained the many scenes of battle impacts and destruction, the shattered mountains, the dry land with dark red cracks, numerous giant pits hundreds of kilometers in diameter, cracked canyons. These visually shocking scenes all spoke of the intensity of the earlier battle. Thankfully, the result seemed to be good. But, who was the strongman that acted? They in Shen Yao hadn't heard of anyone who could have arrived earlier than themselves. It was the big shots from Tianyuan City who saved us. Otherwise, we would be long dead by now, and we might even have been sacrificed by the fallen god sect, unable to find peace even in death. How exactly does Shen Yao manage its domestic affairs? Faced with such questioning, Flame Tragedy Morton couldn't refute. The activities of the fallen sect were evident, and there were even people within the Black Storm Fortress who had been corrupted and turned. These certainly did not occur without signs. But with the fortress teeming with officers corrupted by money, seduced by beauty, or swayed by power, these fallen blended in without standing out at all. It really wasn't entirely their fault. These incidents were minor issues to Morton. What he cared more about was which of Tianyuan City's strong people had intervened. He hadn't expected the Lord of Tianyuan City to send a law realm being himself. To be able to overpower and annihilate a law realm being from the fallen sect, I think, the one who intervened must be Tianyuan City's absolute heaven Marshal Venerable, right? I have long wished to meet this Marshal Venerate. But it seemed it wasn't the absolute heaven marshal venerable. Morton understood. Oh, then it must be the Lord of Swallowing Heaven, right? She may not have public records of defeating and killing Law Realm beings, but with her capabilities, it's reasonable that she could defeat a Law Realm. The Tai Zan strongman wore a strange expression and shook his head. This made Morton even more bewildered. Could it be that Lord Giant Spirit God, or Lord of Shattering Star Arrow, who has broken through into the Law Realm? Overcoming a formidable enemy with a newly acquired body was somewhat defying the heavens. But it wasn't impossible. The expression of the Tai Zan strongman grew even stranger, as his previous attempts to speak had been interrupted by the very expressive Duke Morton. This time, he dared not let Duke Morton continue guessing, fearing for his own life. Duke Morton, the Law Realm big shot who intervened, is Tianyuan City's Master of the Starry Sky. She directly suppressed the Law Realm being from the Fallen God sect. Flame Tragedy Morton. He understood the principle, but who was the Master of the Starry Sky? Did Tianyuan City have such a person? Holy shit. The news of Tianyuan City having the fourth Law Realm being. The news of the Lord of Tianyuan City annihilating a Law Realm being of the Fallen sect with a single gesture. It spread rapidly. Had it not been just before the Holy Realm banquet, with all eyes of the world on the newly born great power, the news of one city with 4 in the Law Realm from Tianyuan City would have caused an even greater sensation. Several days later, Shenyao Empire, the capital. The capital of Shenyao Empire was similar to Taishuenzan City, with a large landmark structure at its center. A towering structure called the Divine Tower, which was slim at the bottom and wide at the top, resembling a divine sword thrust inverted into the earth. At this moment, the entire capital was filled with an incredibly fervorous atmosphere, immersed in a carnival season. The officials of Shenyao Empire were rarely so generous, showering the entire capital with a weakened version of baptism rain. Countless ordinary people and professionals crammed onto the rooftops of tall buildings, spreading their arms to embrace the rain of light that made every pore in their bodies feel relaxed and couldn't help but emit sighs of pleasure. Invited guests from various countries were escorted into the Ascension Banquet Hall beneath the Divine Tower in the capital. Other lords and strong people without invitations, while they could not enter the famed banquet hall, still had the opportunity to see the legendary figures. They were eagerly anticipating outside. Inside the banquet hall, all kinds of exotic delicacies were continuously presented, but the lords and strong people who arrived hardly cared for the food. They were all waiting for the protagonist to appear. Until the middle of the banquet, at last, the great power of the Holy Realm, the Heavenly Peak Crown, finally made his appearance. He was an old man in a wide white priest robe, with white at his temples and his head emblematic of his title. At first glance, this old man seemed utterly ordinary, just like any elderly man you might find in the streets or parks. In any other place, such an old man would hardly draw the attention of anyone present. But here, the strong were startled. Regardless of the angle they observed from, whether by intuition, innate talent, or something else, this old man was just a normal, utterly ordinary senior. Is this really a great power of the Holy Realm? Mu Yuan murmured. He was also present in the form of a divine soul avatar. The Lord of Han Yu City and Lord Qing Shen, among others, were similarly present, while the Sword Lord Lu Shi had not come. Han Yu said, "Indeed, this is the Heavenly Peak Saint. When I entered Eternal World, Heavenly Peak had already ceased being active on the world stage. However, back then, the number of Law Realm beings that perished at the hands of Heavenly Peak did not number fewer than 20 or 30. She had the utmost respect for any being who could step into the Saint Realm. But as much as she admired, she would not concede. The Saint Realm was her goal as well, and it was not far off." Hearing Han Yu speak like this, and thinking about the Lord of Han Yu City and the battle achievements of Sword Lord Lu Shi and others, he couldn't help but reflect, indeed, those at the extreme peak are all forged through battle. In comparison, we in Tianyuan City have slaughtered far too few Law Realm monsters. Han Yu, do you even listen to yourself? Your Tianyuan City has only developed for a few years, and you've already reached 4 Law Realms. But Mu Yuan truly felt it was not enough. Upon closer calculation, setting aside the projection of the Grand Duke, there were only a mere 5 Law Realm great enemies they had actually annihilated: Ice Burial, Firewing, Wan Lei, Bao Shi, and Blood Ghost. But now, Tianyuan City had 5 great Law Realms. Averaging it out, their kill count was a mere 1 per Law Realm, far too few compared to the 20 or 30 others boasted. With such achievements, attempting to rush the Holy Realm Gate, he felt unworthy of the challenge. In the distance, on the high platform, under the heavenly peak crown, after a few brief words, the speech finally ended. He said, "All of you have crossed numerous great domains to come here, and I, of course, will not be stingy." Now, like a great bell tolling, but as the voice rose, a towering and majestic shadow suddenly stood tall upon the vast land. He seemed to stand proudly above the clouds of Shen Yao's capital city. He seemed to stand at the center of the world, omnipresent. He radiated with endless light, endless sanctity, like a benevolent deity overlooking the mortals below. Was this a projection? No, this was the true body of a Saint Realm great power. The conceptual body. Accompanying the manifestation of this conceptual body, the patterns of heaven and earth in the world were also influenced, materializing and becoming visible. Many powerful beings fixated on these patterns of heaven and earth, utterly captivated. Even if they were not of the Law Realm, unable to wield conceptual power, they still gained a great deal from these visible mysterious patterns. Mu Yuan did not care for these incomplete patterns, but stared directly at the august, immensely grandiose body of the Saint Realm. At the same time, through methods like vision sharing and same frequency of mind, he synchronized the scene and transmitted it out. At this moment within Tianyuan City, Lulu, 17, and others who had already arranged their official duties, as well as Sophia and Duo Lai who had returned to their territories, were all observing this conceptual body that reached the heavens and pierced the earth. An indescribable pressure. Even if the might it disperses is less than 1/10,000,000th. To personally, directly face a Saint Realm being, as opposed to witnessing a Saint Realm strike from billions of miles away, really is vastly different. The appearance of the Saint Realm body was only the beginning, not the end. The mighty giant slowly lifted a palm, and in an instant the world transformed, the stars shifted. It was as if the concepts of day and night were reversed in that moment. The Death Domain, at the summit of the Wraith Sacred Mountain. Dead Bone stood there, gazing across vast spaces, staring at the mighty shadow in the sky above. In its eyes, the mighty giant was composed of countless conceptual threads, intricately woven. Vast, mysterious, unfathomable. That lifted palm, which obscured the azure sky, even had the patterns of heaven and earth shifting within it. This was the true Saint Realm. Dead Bone couldn't help but marvel, Holy Realm great power, truly, terrifying as such. Could it withstand many moves if it directly faced such a being? Thinking of this, Bone felt it was too weak. The climb on the path to ascension is urgent. It watched towards the distance, as if white bones paved the way to the heavens, extending into the horizon. Several days later, the banquet of the Saint Realm in the Shen Yao Empire had long since ended. Of course, the national revelry was still ongoing. Given the dividends from the birth of this Saint Realm, the Shen Yao Empire is likely to attract considerable investment, Mu Yuan quietly speculated. By this time, he had already returned to Tianyuan City. At this moment, just before the Great Cataclysm, the power of such a national pillar as the Saint Realm proved to be particularly important. One more saint in the realm meant significantly greater odds for the Shen Yao Empire to withstand the catastrophe. Naturally, in the eyes of the established local powers like the Holy Griffin Empire, Star Luo Holy Palace, Federation of All Nations, the Shen Yao Empire was worth betting on. The main reason was that the 7 great countries and other lordly forces summoned by the Eternal World were relatively on the periphery of the civilized world, facing directly towards the Red Mist Land. For instance, the Tai Zan Alliance, whose territories spanned 6 great domains, yet regardless of which domain, even the core domain, Taishuan Realm, still bordered the Red Mist Land. From the day of their establishment to the present, the 7 great countries had been continuously combating the Red Mist cataclysm without pause. Compared to this, the local forces occupied safer hinterlands of civilization. Naturally, while safe, these forces also found it harder to gather treasures and opportunities through external expansions, monster hunting, and purification of corruption. Investment, increased stakes, and benefit exchanges were common strategies among the great countries. The main investor was also the Holy Griffin Empire. The Federation of All Nations, Star Luo Holy Palace, and other local forces also had some territories bordering the Red Mist Land. Only the Holy Griffin Empire was completely situated in the safer hinterlands of civilization. The Holy Griffin Empire was also the largest exporter of war materials. But investments are, after all, just investments. The Holy Griffin Empire likes to increase bets when the situation is advantageous, but when at a disadvantage, Mu Yuan shook his head. The games between the great nations were still rather distant from him, and no matter the plot, power was fundamental. Saint Realm, he murmured. Entering the Saint Realm involved 3 steps. Identify one's own path to ascension. Follow one's path until it was perfected. Push open, or blast open, the gate of ascension at the end of the path. Mu Yuan opened his panel. Angel 101. He had used a considerable number of holy light element treasures he exchanged from the Alliance platform, along with a few top-tier recruitment items obtained from the mysterious Merchant Alliance, which rapidly increased the ranks of his angel team. It's also lucky that what I obtained was the lower-tier building, Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool, from the Angel Reincarnation Pool. Otherwise, even though the Angel Reincarnation Pool had a similar function to insert holy light treasures to enhance the nurturing speed, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. Nurturing an epic being would need several epic materials, wouldn't it? Nurturing a profession level 3-tier species was drastically different. In a little while, I will be able to gather more than 200 angels, but, next, the cultivation of the angels is of crucial importance, and as Lapis acted on her path, Mu Yuan's understanding of the path to ascension also deepened. The 3rd step, pushing open the gate of ascension, was not simply about reaching the end of the path and pushing it open. Whether one could push it open depended on the ascender's own strength and what had been accumulated during the journey on the path. Therefore, often even if ascenders had fully followed their path, they might not necessarily be able to open the gate of ascension and needed to continue accumulating. There were just too many challenges in between. And any of such challenges could easily stop any highly talented being at the peak of the law realm. Lapis' path to ascension is already on the right track. What now? Next is just a matter of how long it takes. But what about Dead Bone and Duo Lai? At present, on Wraith's Sacred Mountain, Dead Bone stared at the path unfolding before it. Thud! It seemed as if a brand new path was spreading out before it, continually extending. Another new path to ascension had been uncovered. With Lapis' experience beforehand, Dead Bone didn't even need to rely on the mysterious pool, gradually grasping the opportunities of the path to ascension and successfully stepping onto it. Up to now, the paths suitable for Dead Bone to ascend, totaling 3, had been discovered. Focused, Dead Bone stared down, God of Dead Silence. Description: wielding the great force of barrenness and death. Walking this path requires transforming at least 7 vibrant islands into desolate sectors rich with death aura, suitable for the lives of undead beings and dark shadows. Upon completion, this, God of Dead Silence, path will be perfected and the gate of ascension may be opened. Looking at this path, Dead Bone shook its head. Transforming vibrant islands into dead lands? This was fundamentally different from the policies of Tianyuan City. It wouldn't walk such a path. Moreover, walking this path would take a lot of time. It was time-consuming, and the path itself was mediocre. It also understood somewhat why the soundness of the undead had declined. The most common path to ascension grasped by those at the peak of Dead Spirit Law realm was likely this type. But now, the larger environment no longer allowed it. Dead Bone shook its head. It was not difficult to walk this path. The strong of the undead in the past who wanted to follow this path would inevitably come into conflict with other living beings. It was an irreconcilable contradiction. But now, it is possible to slay monsters, transform the undead from their remains, and thus the fundamental conflict with other races is no longer there. Dead Bone thought, Could this also be one of the reasons why the undead race was now able to cooperate with other races? In the time it managed its lair here, it had, after all, met some powerful undead. This path to ascension was quite suitable for the undead, especially under the current circumstances. However, had it not possessed the necrotic plague breath, great power, it would have been extremely difficult for a dead bone expert to transform and cultivate a vast number of undead beings. I find it easy only because I am standing on the shoulders of the necrotic plague breath. Just then, Dead Bone stepped onto the third path to ascension. King of Skeleton. Description: Skeletons pave the throne, and you shall be the king seated upon it. To follow this path, you need to establish a skeleton kingdom and rule over more than 200 epic rank skeleton undead lives, over 44 epic 2-star lives, and at least 7 epic 3-star lives, and cultivate these skeletal subordinates to a certain extent in order to bring the journey to completion and push open the gate of ascension. Of the 3 paths, King of Skeleton was the longest and highest paved one. Dead Bone could sense that ascending to the Holy Realm great power through this path would bring greater benefits than the previous 2. It was almost a path of a true king. Also, it didn't find it hard to pursue this path. Truly, it wasn't difficult. On its own, it would indeed have a hard time transforming and cultivating 200 epic skeletal lives, and even if it could, it would take a long time. But Dead Bone wouldn't be so stubborn as to rely solely on itself. It was a bone of Tianyuan City. Even though it didn't want to trouble its own lord, for such a critical matter of combat power and future overall situation, it would not hesitate. To rely was to rely. It could also quickly follow the King of Skeleton path to about 1/3 of the way. As expected of Dead Bone, the regal bearing of a great emperor is not unmerited. Both are legendary lives. Just look at how lame Lapis is in comparison. But it's not that Lapis is lame, it's just that Dead Bone's accumulation is too profound. Its speed of breakthrough is very fast, no doubt a super genius of the young generation, and yet, its foundational strength is thicker than that of many elder experts of the law realm. Which peak of the magic realm could just start on a path and then zip far ahead at once? That is utterly preposterous. However, since your intuition tells you that there's a more suitable path to ascension that you have yet to reach, then don't rush to focus on this path now. Continue to ascend and search for the next path. Don't worry about your territory, it is your support. Indeed, the King of Skeleton path, after all, is not the most suitable one for Dead Bone. From the description alone, Mu Yuan could tell. The core of King of Skeleton lies in skeleton life, but Dead Bone's abilities are far more than just involving skeleton life. It can rule all undead. Neither King of Skeleton nor Lord of the Dead Tide are strong enough. But as Dead Bone said, he has already vaguely captured the 4th path to ascension, yet he has always been unable to set foot on it, and this is due to an insufficiency in his own foundations. Just like Mr. Mu himself, he was already a strongman of the magic realm and wielded a profound conceptual power, yet he was still unable to set foot on any path to ascension, even though he vaguely sensed that fleeting opportunity. Indeed, as I initially anticipated, to step on the path to ascension, one fundamentally needs to lift one's conceptual power into the 2nd stage, or reach the perfect realm of the 1st stage. Only at this step can one truly be called a peak of the magic realm. In fact, any monster he had encountered in the past, including the Bao Shi, who was known as a powerful force of the magic realm, did not reach the peak. The Bao Shi's conceptual power was even less than his own. Peak monsters, including most peak strongmen, rarely took action or appeared before outsiders unless the practice of the path to ascension was related to these aspects. Mr. Mu himself was not at the right level, thus he couldn't set foot on the path to ascension. Dead Bone's situation was similar. Before it, there was an even more suitable, more sublime, and broader perspective path to ascension, but perhaps, it would have to master the 3rd stage of conceptual power and fully unleash the power of the World Seal to be able to tread upon it? No matter what, the path to ascension pertained to the foundation. Dead Bone could faintly perceive the 4th path, representing a once-in-a-millennium opportunity that must not be missed. At the summit of the sacred mountain, Dead Bone let out a soft sigh. It certainly didn't want to miss this chance, it's just that. In the distance, the end of the line of sight was shrouded in red mist. The edge of the army from Dragon Sleep Valley would be upon them shortly, and it was imperative to possess the power of the Holy Realm as soon as possible. Cultivate. Dead Bone sat witheredly at the peak of the mountain, the black clouds of death swirling around like black dragons, dancing in the air. It was desolate, a body of only bones breathing. Life and death could take turns. By understanding the living, one could break through barriers and enhance their mastery of death. It was breathing. Not far off, a frost giant dragon of the magic realm lay down and began to breathe slowly. The surrounding high-ranking undead began to breathe. Countless undead throughout the mountain range also seemed to be breathing. The entire Bone Mountains, the entire land of the undead, seemed to come to life and gradually began to breathe. Death is life. Life is death. The breathing of the undead, the breathing of the mountains, gradually synchronized with Dead Bone. The drifting death breath slowly swelled and contracted. The distant land throbbed in rhythm. Ripples of death spread like a spring breeze over the grass, blowing across myriads of miles. The grand figure of the Holy Realm materialized before Dead Bone's eyes. A saint is immortal, the holy body can be eternal, yet it is not immune to death. Conceptual bodies also have stages of birth and death. It seemed to see it. Dead Bone's consciousness continually soared, breaking through barrier after barrier, entering a profound and extraordinary place, symbolic of the world's origin, indescribably mysterious. The land of origin, this wasn't its first visit. But this time, it was not the death mark of great power that allowed entry but its own consciousness, its own mastery over death, ascending here. Somewhere in the land of origin, the branded death mark twinkled with a soft brilliance. Slowly, the already mysterious and elaborate pattern of the world seal began to unfurl, one by one, encircling the mark to form a loop. World Seal Pro. At the same time, ding, notice. Your hero, Dead Bone, has undergone arduous cultivation and has advanced its concept of death to the third order. Notice. As your hero, Dead Bone, also possesses a world seal. The death mark world seal is therefore enhanced, granting Dead Bone a degree of authority over the path of the death origin. Notice. Your hero, Dead Bone, can manifest its death mark to enhance its own power of death concept, or to increase the death weight of a certain ability. In Tianyuan City, a succession of notification tones rang beside Mu Yuan's ear. He was somewhat surprised. To have reached the third order already? And since when was Dead Bone's cultivation associated with extreme dangers? Were the various crises and disasters he had imagined also considered extreme dangers? Though he complained, he was in an exceptionally good mood. But the notifications had not come to an end, the next moment. Ding! Notice. Your hero, Dead Bone, through the elevation using the death mark and the synchronicity with the undead of the land of death, has stepped onto a new path to ascension, Emperor of the Undead. Path to ascension. Emperor of the Undead. Description. Catastrophe descends upon the world. The undead teeter on the edge of extinction. And the undead experts fallen amidst the shattered earth let out historical cries of lament within the long river of history. When the will of the undead, when the world's expectation, when a miracle once again bestows its favor, when the born emperor manifests in the world, then the undead clan might also rise in response, and both great lords and true kings shall bow before the emperor. Description 2. The emperor's path is inevitably a road full of hardships, blood, and fire. Dead Bone, advancing on the Emperor of the Undead path to ascension, must transform a vast territory into a realm of death. It requires inciting a tidal wave of countless undead. It necessitates the establishment of a grand land of the undead. It demands domination over 1,000 epic undead and legendary undead. And it requires the cultivation of law realm subordinates fit to be of the direct lineage. Description 3. As Dead Bone advances on the Emperor of the Undead path, it is not only about personally establishing a kingdom and training a vast following, but also about integrating numerous undead forces, ensuring that the undead of the present world submit one after another, and converging more than 50% of the lingering fate of the undead race upon oneself. Only thus can one walk the Emperor of the Undead path to ascension, to perfection, and push open the holy gate of ascension. In the process of advancing on the path, Dead Bone can also receive feedback from the path itself to improve. Niu Yuan. Hiss. Seeing the description of the path to ascension, Lord Shepard felt a tingling in his scalp. He couldn't specifically see how long and far the Emperor of the Undead path to ascension was, but just with these manifest conditions, he could roughly imagine that it would be tenfold, 100-fold more difficult than before. It was utterly terrifying. Description 2 was already daunting, equating to integrating the 3 previous paths to ascension. Dead Bone followed and ratcheting up the difficulty by a significant margin. And Description 3. To rule over many undead, to make the present world's undead submit one by one. The fewer the words, the more terrifying it becomes. Beneath the seemingly simple description lay extremely harsh demands. After all, what needed to be unified was the undead clan. Undead is a collective term, like human, elf, elemental life. It usually encompasses many forces, many countries. Even though the undead have long since fallen, their sheer volume remains immensely vast. Compared to a single country, it is a colossus, not to mention in comparison to an individual. Most of the undead experts have already hidden themselves, and the Alliance has relatively sparse information on the undead race. It's even less than what Dead Bone himself knows, but even by deducing from what Dead Bone already knows, Niu Yuan could guess that there are still many Law Realm beings among the undead. 10, 20, 30. This number is minuscule compared to humans, where some powerful territories might each possess 10 Law Realm powerful beings, not to mention an entire country. In the 7 great countries, even the smallest in size, Taizan, Shenyao, have a non-negligible number of Law Realm beings. But 2 or 3 dozen Law Realm beings, relative to one following the Law Realm peak path to ascension, is far too many. Moreover, Dead Bone's goal is to make these Law Realm undead submit and be loyal, not just to defeat or kill them. These undead experts are leaders of their own powerful forces. How could they easily submit? Superficial submission is not enough. Additionally, these undead forces are hidden all over the world, making it not an easy task to find them. Not only that, although Dead Bone is just at the Law Realm, the path to ascension does not say that the targets for submission are limited to below the Law Realm. To gather over half of the undead's lingering destiny, how could one not face the great forces of the undead race directly? Initially, the Law Realm Death Knight who wanted to recruit Dead Bone had the backing of a great power. It seemed that he was not just an ordinary Holy Realm figure. Without advancing to the Holy Realm, how to subdue a Holy Realm great power? Then, advance to the Holy Realm. But without subduing the Holy Realm great power, how to advance to the Holy Realm? Then go subdue. What a vicious cycle, Niu Yuan pondered. Of course, theoretically speaking, Dead Bone still has the potential to perfectly accomplish the Emperor of the Undead path to ascension. Besides, Dead Bone is not a mere skeleton. I, Lord Shepard, will lend a hand. The most difficult part lies in subduing the Saint Realm undead. Using the body of a Law Realm to subdue the Saint Realm? In some sense, this is easier than outright defeating a Holy Realm great power. After all, the gap between the peak of Principal Realm and the Saint Realm is too vast. It's the difference between dust and the sun. When Dead Bone was at the Four-Order peak, he could strike down beings in the Legendary Realm, old legends at that. But for Dead Bone to reverse strike the Holy Realm at the Law Realm peak, that's hard. Even to face a strike from a Holy Realm being from across realms is considered impossible by many peak strongmen. Dead Bone's conceptual power has already stepped into the Third Order phase, but for a Holy Realm being, Third Order conceptual power is just standard. In the process of opening the gate of ascension, advancing, and building one's conceptual body, the conceptual power wielded by Holy Realm beings will naturally surge tremendously. The improvement gained in this short time would be greater than what they have learned and comprehended in a lifetime. And the fundamental superiority of the Holy Realm over the Legendary Realm isn't merely this profound conceptual power. Regardless, since there exists such a path to ascension as the Emperor of the Undead, Such a rare opportunity in 10,000 years, I must undertake it. This is indeed the true emperor's path, not bad for my bone. My bone possesses the posture of a great emperor. In the past, this phrase might have been just a saying, but now, it has become a fact. A fact recognized by the heaven and earth, the stature of the dead bone emperor. So, Duo Lai, what about you? Do you also possess the posture of a great emperor? Mu Yuan looked towards the adorably foolish Duo Lai not far away. Duo Lai gave him an innocent look. Indeed, he was overthinking it. Even if Isloa, Lulu, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, or even Jun possessed the posture of a great emperor, Duo Lai would not. It didn't possess even a hint of a king's demeanor, let alone the posture of a great emperor. However, the conceptual power controlled by Duo Lai had long since entered the second stage. The moment it stepped into the law realm, it became a veritable peak of principal realm strongman. Having spent so many days, it had also discovered and embarked on a path to ascension. Master of Devouring. Description. As Duo Lai devours all things, when it devours over 10,000 ranked items, creatures and devours at least 200 epic items, at least 20 upper epic items, and obtains over 100 traits through devouring, including 3 or more epic traits. It can then perfectly complete the Master of Devouring path. To be fair, although Duo Lai had only found one path to ascension, this path indeed very much suited its nature. And it was not weak. The more difficult the path to practice, the greater the benefits obtained from practicing it. And the degree to which Duo Lai had practiced this path was not low, it had already completed more than a small half. If Dead Bone was merely practicing the King of Skeleton path, and Duo Lai practiced this Master of Devouring path, both might even have a good chance, surpassing Lapis, to enter the Saint Realm sooner. However, Dead Bone has found a more suitable path for himself, one with a far greater future. Could there also be a similar, yet undiscovered path for Duo Lai? After all, Duo Lai is still weak at this time, only managing the second stage of conceptual power, and its rank is merely Legend 2 stars. To Mu Yuan, who already considered the law realm practically unbeatable, Duo Lai remained labeled merely as still weak. After all, compared to Lapis and Dead Bone, Duo Lai indeed was still quite weak. But Duo Lai was also currently one of the 3 most likely strongmen in Tianyuan City to step into the Saint Realm. Further down, both he and Isloa were just ordinary in the Law Realm. They hadn't even reached the peak of Principal Realm, let alone the Saint Realm. Duo Lai was indeed a hope for Tianyuan City. In the raid of Dragon Sleep Valley, it also played a crucial role, its combat achievements unmatched by the entire group. It was time to strengthen Duo Lai. Mu Yuan raised his hand. In the palm of his hand, the miracle power lingered. 510W. Not much. Since his last massive use of miracle power, 2.5 months had passed. During these 2.5 months, there were not many battles. The great battle during the raid on Dragon Sleep Valley took place in Red Mist Land, a land devoid of living beings. He had nearly no additional miracle power income, relying solely on daily accumulation. Accumulating 5 million was no easy feat. Evolving Duo Lai only requires 3 million, which is a fixed value, so it's manageable. The next day, Great Secret Realm of the World Vine. Duo Lai sat tensely, sitting solemnly at the center of the evolution ceremony platform. It had been a long time since it last underwent the evolutionary blessing from Lord. The miracle power descended. Duo Lai's body burst into blazing white radiance. The evolution continued, and amidst it, a terrifying, blurred colossal shadow seemed to emerge from behind Duo Lai. That appeared to be a slime. The sky-piercing slime opened its massive maw, almost as large as its entire body, intending to devour the whole world around it. For a long while, when the tremors of heaven and earth, along with the miracle radiance, had slowly faded, an alert chimed on the panel. Ding! Alert! Your hero, Duo Lai, bathes in miracle radiance, evolves to legendary 3-star rank, achieving perfect legendary life. Alert! Hero, Duo Lai, has won the favor of Eternal World. Alert! Tianyuan territory has won the favor of Eternal World. Predictably, a strange, comforting sensation descended amidst it all. Having experienced this before, this time, Mu Yuan felt the descent of national fortune more clearly. I already have 2 strands of national fortune. Though no change seems apparent on the surface, I believe that in Tianyuan City, whatever we do will go more smoothly now. Despite its inability to affect inevitable events like the attacks from Dragon Sleep Valley, these 2 strands of national fortune were akin to 2 super trump cards. In crucial moments, he had a few more cards in his hand. This sense of security was truly comforting. Alert! Hero, Duo Lai, evolves to legendary 3-star rank. Legendary power, devouring heaven and earth, enhanced, promoted to great power. Note 1. Duo Lai can manifest a conceptual phantom of Master of Devouring to exert the swallowing sky power on his behalf. This phantom exists only as a concept, and even if destroyed, it has no impact on Duo Lai himself. Note 2. Duo Lai's swallowing earth and sky great power can be strengthened by extending the devouring duration, and this increase has no limit. Note 3. Swallowing earth and sky can target an individual or a concept for devouring, allowing for space and time independent consumption provided there is a medium. For instance, if Duo Lai wished to devour daylight, then darkness would spread progressively, till all the light in the sky disappeared. It could even directly devour Da-Ri that appears in sight. However, the greater the distance, the more difficult devouring becomes. Duo Lai is still best suited to directly overpower enemies up close. The devouring power doesn't involve any fancy manipulations but has simply strengthened further, now with the ability to remotely lock onto a formidable enemy. The most significant change lies in infinitely extending the duration of swallowing earth and sky, to endlessly amplify its power. Theoretically, even in its current state, Duo Lai could potentially devour an entire island in one bite. Yet, this is difficult in practice. The consumption of devouring heaven and earth isn't minor. Mu Yuan estimated that Duo Lai wouldn't last long, or else, with just this move, Duo Lai could unleash a strike comparable to that of the Saint Realm. Despite being a super Dharma king with energy reserves 100 times that of others at its level, it seems that even one mighty strike is unsustainable. This won't do, Duo. Just as Mu Yuan thought this, the alert in his ear chimed again. Ding! Alert! Duo Lai's swallowing great power has been fully replenished, awakening a side ability of devouring heaven and earth furnace. Note: Duo Lai has created an internal devouring world within himself, where devoured objects can be accumulated without being digested immediately. Note 2. When necessary, Duo Lai can ignite the reserves within this internal world through the devouring heaven and earth power, transforming the entire internal world into a blazing furnace. This process converts the digested power into his own energy but also enhances his own power drastically and temporarily, including base 3-dimensional, power of heaven and earth, and conceptual power. Mu Yuan. From this side ability, one could vaguely discern several of Duo Lai's previous abilities. Over-limit swallowing, body furnace, etc. The body furnace ability was developed under the guidance of the Great Lord himself, although Duo Lai advanced too quickly and this skill was shelved before it saw much use. Had it not been for the Great Lord's guidance, Duo Lai might not have awakened this legendary side ability. Indeed, I am to be credited. The rise of one powerhouse after another in Tianyuan City is inseparable from my hard work. Although he hadn't actually labored all that much, he still patted himself on the back. The internal world within Duo Lai was comparable to a secret realm, and as it utilized this power further, the internal world continued to expand. With such an internal world at its disposal, Duo Lai could store an immense amount of digestible materials, even using an entire landmass as an energy bar. The swallowing heaven and earth great power could thus achieve an even higher limit of effect. Link by link, Duo Lai's combat power was crudely yet effectively elevated. Duo Lai's combat power saw a significant upgrade, and Mu Yuan immediately seized the opportunity of evolutionary resonance for Duo Lai to capture a path to ascension suitable for itself. He didn't harbor the unrealistic hope that Duo Lai could find an emperor's path like Deadbone did. But when Deadbone had taken control of the second stage of conceptual power, it had found and embarked upon 3 different holy roads. Lapis had also found 3 holy roads. Duo Lai, could it perhaps also find at least 3 holy roads? Even though the Master of Devouring path was already quite impressive, without comparing it to another path, it always felt like something was missing. Soon, the tuft of hair on Duo Lai's forehead began to perk up. Duo Lai has found a new path to ascension. Well, kind of new? What does kind of new mean? New is new, and old is old. Aren't these 2 distinctly different paths? Just as Mu Yuan was about to say something, a ding notification sounded beside his ear. Notification. Your hero, Duo Lai, has achieved a substantial increase in devouring power, and through its own efforts, the path to ascension has changed. Master of Devouring Holy Road. Explanation. Duo Lai devours all things. When it has devoured over 10,000 ranked items, beings, and at least 400, 200 epic items, at least 40, 20 upper epic items, and through devouring, has gained over 200, 100 traits, including at least 3 epic traits. It can then consider the Master of Devouring path half completed. Explanation 2. The Master of Devouring consumes all things, which certainly implies more than just items and beings. To continue on the Master of Devouring road, Duo Lai must also devour 10 complete island domains or consume and digest a fragmented great domain, thus gaining ascension and truly becoming the Master of Devouring. Mu Yuan. There's such a method? The path to ascension can actually change and upgrade? He had never heard of such a thing. Moreover, Mu Yuan was certain it wasn't because he was uninformed, but rather, the changes occurring on Duo Lai's ascension path were truly outrageous. It might have happened in the past in the eternal world, but those instances were exceedingly rare. Even more so, this might well be an unprecedented outrageous event. It can only be said that Duo Lai also has an invincible presence. Looking again at Duo Lai's path to ascension, the requirements for the Master of Devouring path, which were already quite strict, were considered to be upper level among the many paths to ascension. The road was long, but also allowed one to climb to even greater heights in the sky. And now, the basic requirements for the Master of Devouring road have been drastically doubled, and not just that. Devouring 10 island domains? Isn't that asking a bit too much of Duo Lai? Duo Lai is just a slime, after all. The volume of an island domain is even larger than a living star. That meant, for Duo Lai's promotion, it had to gobble up dozens of planets. Not to mention whether Duo Lai could swallow a vast, enormous, and incredibly solid island domain, if it could. There had to be a suitable island domain for it to devour in the first place. Just as Dead Bone couldn't possibly corrupt an island domain full of vitality, Duo Lai couldn't just arbitrarily devour a vital island domain, even if that domain might not have any vitality forces present. This was a matter of principle. It also related to one's own faction. However, the island domains that Duo Lai needed to devour didn't necessarily have to be brimming with life. Whether it be a conventional island domain or one from Red Mist Land, any would suffice for its path to ascension. Right now, Duo Lai is still in a stage of rapid growth and combat power, and even Dead Bone hasn't developed its power to the limits of the Law Realm. After Dead Bone's conceptual power entered the Third Order, the increase was not as significant, but it was still improving. Dead Bone's legendary power was still unfolding, and its other core conceptual power, the life concept, was still at the second stage. Its life and death cycle great force had not yet been fully utilized. Let alone the fact that during the practice of the Ascension Path, the Emperor Road, it could gain incremental feedback and improvement. So could Duo Lai. First, let's complete the basic Master of Devouring path. By that time, when Duo Lai has walked half of the path to ascension and its power has reached an invincible state, we can then look for ways to devour the island domains, which will be more efficient. As long as the power was sufficient to move in and out of the Red Mist Land 7 times over, what difficulty could there be in devouring an island domain? If the power of Tianyuan City became great, it would not take long to complete the remaining half of Duo Li's path to ascension. Mu Yuan pondered. The current core of Tianyuan City revolves around four things. Lapis's Angel King Road, Dead Bones Emperor of the Undead Road, Duo Li's Master of Devouring Path, and the second stage of power activation in the Ancient Mage Tower. Accomplishing any of these four things would give Tianyuan City the confidence to directly face Dragon Sleep Valley. Even if a great calamity descended upon the world, there would be capital to stabilize oneself amidst the storm. The most feasible condition is the Ancient Mage Tower. Isloa has already entered the Law Realm and is far stronger than an ordinary Law Realm entity. She is also capable of multiple roles. The most difficult core of the second stage of power within the Ancient Mage Tower has been fulfilled. Instead, gathering 10 Soul Realm aids and 20 Master-level techniques practitioners was difficult. The latter, with Yi Si's multiple roles, could ease some of the conditions. And the former, 10 helpers of the Soul Realm proficient in techniques were hard requirements, and these 10 of the Soul Realm must also be skilled in the way of techniques. Tianyuan City couldn't find enough strongmen. In a short period of time, it seemed difficult to cultivate new ones meeting the requirements of the Soul Realm. Difficult, however, Lord Shepherd had a plan. And the plan was just getting started. Tianyuan City, Central Township. Beep. Mercenary Group Express card. As the scanning beam flashed by, the turnstile opened, and a mercenary group team of about 20 to 30 members came out in single file from the World Tunnel's exit. Professionals like mercenaries, adventurers, and explorers were commonplace in the current region of Tianyuan City. However, compared to most professional teams, this mercenary group still stood out. They wore unified combat suits of red and black, and the swords, bows, and guns that were visible emitted an unusual treasure light. They were enveloped in a bloody aura of having slaughtered countless monsters through trials of blood and fire. Wild Battle Mercenary Group. A powerful mercenary group active in Panchi City, capable of ranking in the top 10 among many registered mercenary groups in Panchi City. Their leader, the fierce martial artist Lin Ang, had even reached the 4th Order Limit title on the Dragon Gate ranking. Bearing a prestigious name, having a vast future, their Wild Battle Mercenary Group came to Tianyuan City, naturally eyeing the increasing opportunities here, or at least, they could use Tianyuan City to head towards the West Desolation Domain and the Aegis Great Domain to expand their mercenary business. This wasn't their first time in Tianyuan City. They had passed through this world tunnel several times before, but today seemed a bit different. Seems like there are fewer people. Odd, isn't Tianyuan City busier than ever? Why does it suddenly feel a bit deserted? Could there be some calamity happening? It's not that it's deserted. Look, many people are gathering over there. Lin Ang, the leader of the wild battle, immediately grabbed a professional who was hurrying away. Hey, brother, is something good happening over there? The professional, initially with a scowl, was about to burst out in anger at something when he realized that no matter how he struggled, the hand that grabbed him was firm like a vice. He immediately understood that he had encountered a big shot, or at least, the robust man in front of him was a big shot. The professional quickly put on a smile. Big brother, you've asked the right person. Isn't Tianyuan Academy just officially established and starting to enroll students? Everyone's trying their luck to see if they can get in. If one could enter the academy for cultivation, the future would be incredibly bright. With your qualifications, big brother, I think entering Tianyuan Academy for cultivation is almost a certainty. The others in the Wild Battle Mercenary Group couldn't help but want to laugh upon hearing this. After all, Tianyuan City isn't Panchi City. Not many recognize their Wild Battle Mercenary Group. But anyone who did recognize them and knew their leader, the fierce martial artist, would never say such a thing. Their leader was a 4th Order Limit, a Dragon Gate list personage, who had long transcended the state of just a student. In fact, Lin Ang had past experience as an instructor in an advanced cultivation academy. However, Tianyuan Academy wasn't just any ordinary advanced cultivation academy. Although Tianyuan Academy was newly established and solely funded by Tianyuan City without additional investment power, Tianyuan City was a top territory. Even though Tianyuan City was not long established and its foundation could not compare to that of old top territories, Tianyuan Academy, meticulously crafted by the Lord of Tianyuan City, must necessarily possess various cultivation treasure lands, full of unpredictable elements. The professionals of the Wild Battle Mercenary Group quickly went to the town's information center for details. After learning more, the leader Lin Ang spoke. "Let's go try it out. Bai Zhe, Warrior, and Bao Zui. A few of us can try for an instructor position." "But, leader, I heard Tianyuan City is full of strongmen, and although some of us are at the 4th order peak and 4th order limit, it seems Tianyuan City is brimming with such strongmen. I heard there are many 4th order strongmen among the guards at the southern gate." There was a rumor. In Tianyuan City, 4th order was common as dirt, 3rd order was less than a dog. They felt this rumor was exaggerated, but the fact that there were many 4th order strongmen in Tianyuan City was undeniable. Lin Ang said, "I'm well aware of this, but if instructor recruitment was only looking at strength, there would be no need for Tianyuan City to publicly recruit instructors." At the information center they had just visited, they learned that Tianyuan City was openly recruiting not only worldwide but also offering incredibly generous terms. Epic-level cultivation lands, epic opportunities, these were just to name a few. What did this imply? It implied they also had a chance. The strongmen of Tianyuan City were mostly military in origin, and aside from combat, such strongmen definitely lacked other capabilities. Moreover, we all have our unique skills, experience in breaking through numerous bottlenecks, and resumes of serving as instructors at other advanced cultivation academies. Isn't that our advantage? Not to mention securing a high-ranking instructor position, but simply being selected for the job means victory. After all, instructors enjoy the benefit of using most of the academy's cultivation facilities for free. This is also why many advanced cultivation academies, despite not offering much salary, still attract numerous strongmen competing eagerly for positions. These cultivation benefits are far more valuable than the salary. The Wild Battle Mercenary Group haven't had any major contracts recently. Settling down for a period of cultivation seems like a better choice. If they could step into the legendary realm in the next few months, that would be even better. Lin Ang was aiming for that legendary opportunity. Beep, the train is about to depart. Destination, Tianyuan Academy Station. Destination, Tianyuan Academy Station. Tianyuan Academy is not situated within Tianyuan City, but located in the sprawling mountains about 100 kilometers from Tianyuan City. The group of professionals from the Wild Battle Mercenary Group quickly purchased steel train tickets and took the train to Tianyuan Academy. This short-distance train journey had quite a number of passengers. Without exception, everyone was heading to be admitted to the academy or to apply for an instructor's position. They were surging with excitement, they were carrying their futures. On this journey, they didn't encounter a single monster. The train traveled very smoothly. Soon, the steel train began to slow down. Beep, Tianyuan Academy Station is about to be reached. Beep, Tianyuan Academy Station is about to be reached. The platform was not large. Standing here, one could see the academy's main gate in the distance. It stood halfway up the mountain like the gates to the Immortal Sect Mountain Gate. Further up, the clouds and mist swirled, vaguely revealing buildings shrouded within, with radiant light bursting forth and their momentum soaring into the sky. A scene of a cultivation holy land. Above those clouds, a towering, lofty pagoda emerged halfway, with mysterious and indescribable rhythms seemingly flowing over it. That must surely be an epic-level cultivation treasure land. They didn't marvel for too long, because, outside the academy gates, down at the gathering spot, a simple assessment was already underway. One was for student recruitment assessment, the other was for instructor recruitment assessment. Lin Ang naturally looked towards the latter. Compared to the former, there were fewer people for the latter, though it was just as crowded with spectators. It's Thousand Water Blade Yi Qiheng. Wild Battle Group leader Lin Ang's gaze sharpened, recognizing one of the applicants stepping forward. This was a Dragon Gate list-level strongman. Moreover, Thousand Waterblade ranked 30 places higher than his fierce martial artist rank on the Dragon Gate ranking. Lin Ang admitted that he was currently no match for Thousand Waterblade. His interest deepened for the assessment of Thousand Waterblade's application. This was the first round of basic screening. The requirement was simple: to withstand 10 moves in front of a 4th-order strongman from Tianyuan City. 3 seconds later. Boom! Yi Qihang of Thousand Waterblade was sent flying backward, utterly unable to fight back. Wild Battle Group Leader. You call this the first round selection assessment for instructors?